All right, I'd like to call the meeting of the Senior Services Grant Commission to order at 8:33. Can we have a roll call real quick?
Goldman. Hart.
Here.
Hendricks.
Sit over there.
Hennings.
Here.
Schultz.
Here.
Kunkel.
Here.
Meshes.
Here.
Nicholas.
Here.
Letts.
Here.
Ruth. Hill.
Here.
Altough.
Here.
And Reed.
Here.
Having a quorum, we'll move forward. May I have a motion to approve the minutes as presented, the May 17th and the July 26th minutes? Matt Kunkel makes the motion. Do I have a second? Scott Henning seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. There is no public comment. Moving on to old business. Do you want to go through the financials and where we are at to date? Thanks, baby.
You don't have this printed, do you?
I actually don't, but I could go ahead and print that out for you guys.
Because it is helpful during the deliberations.
I'll print it out and once I'm done with this one.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so. I did color code a little bit just so it could be a little bit clearer for everyone to understand where we're at. So all the yellow ones means that they've expended 100% of their funding already for this year. So that's both of the McHenry and Richmond Township along with Senior Service Associates Comprehensive Senior Services Program. The ones in the green, those are our two entities that actually bill us monthly. So I only received up through July. So up through August would be third quarter, so they're not fully expended for third quarter. Harvard Community Senior Center is on the low end. They haven't expended a lot. Noel, the new executive, actually just is fully taking over, I think, these last couple of weeks. So me and her have been in contact a lot right now, where I am filling her in with her program, like detailed and stuff. So I am catching her up to date. In the past, I did tell her that this usually does happen, like around this time, they are this high up still because they always have to expend their other grants prior to using our grants due to deadlines. So I told her not to worry about it. I did explain that if there is funding left over, unfortunately, you know, it gets pulled back to us and then we just use it next year for the next funding round. But she's gonna do her best and try to expend this. Independent Sense of Therapy, we don't have an issue. I mean, they're already at 32 and 24% and we haven't even received the August one. So we should be fine with them. Home of the Sparrow and Pioneer Center, they're at purple because they haven't received their third quarters yet. I did ask them to send it like 2 weeks before the agreement actually staged, so that's totally understandable. Pioneer Center did say that they shouldn't have an issue with sending in another 25% this quarter, and they are very on point with that. Every quarter they send it only 25% request, so they should be fine. Home of the Sparrow, not worried about either. So this is currently where everyone else is standing.
I think the point, actually, the general point is that everybody's going to expend their money.
Yeah.
They just manage it slightly differently, whether it's quarterly, monthly, and again, as pointed out, we've got some transition specifically in Harvard that we're assisting with. But Bianca's done a phenomenal job of staying on top of each of the individual organizations and ensuring that they're spending their money, or if they're not, how do we help them? What's going on?
Charities?
Pardon me?
Catholic Charities.
Here we go. So Catholic Charities already expended 21% of their funding. So they have 21% left for the rest of the year.
So they're really ahead.
Yeah, they're really ahead. They're almost done. Most of them are almost done, actually. They don't have a lot left, and we only have 1 quarter left. So.
You mean they've expended 80% of their funding?
Yeah, they've expended 80%.
They've got 20%
correct. Yeah,
left.
sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, they have 20%
Because
left.
we can't see what the top of
And
it.
I will sadly share with all of you,
Yeah.
so you remember, Catholic Charities again missed the deadline this year significantly. The application wasn't even completed by the deadline, much less submitted. So I just want you to remember, and it is, I mean, it's going to affect them unfortunately in a negative way, but they may be trying to hold on to some of those funds to be able to extend others. I'm not sure.
Well, they did get a hold of me again last night. to be added again to our contact list. I'll keep water on there, but you know, I did go ahead and let them, I added them regardless to our full community development contact list in case they weren't receiving emails yet. And I did tell them that CDBG is around the corner, so to keep an eye out for those.
And then we also have discussed, just again to remind people, we've also discussed creating a little bit of a reserve fund with those monies that we're receiving and investing our funds, the interest money. So there may be, you know, some further conversation at a later date about how those monies are used in the future. So, you know, in the event that we have a situation like this that pops up, depending upon where you want to go. Anybody else have any questions for Bianca on the financials? Do you need a motion to approve them as presented or anything, or is it just informational?
Okay, information.
All right. Moving on to new business. We wanted to talk about setting up the 2025 meeting dates and what appears to be, again, good dates for people. The months, do you want to roll?
So we usually meet in February or March. I believe this year we met in March.
I think we did just because of the county board.
Right,
being
with the
new.
schedules.
But February was good, and then I think it was April or May.
Actually,
and
you know
then
what?
July.
I prefer March, just because February is still too soon, and we haven't completed a full quarter, so we don't have any finances. So actually, I'm gonna go ahead and give my input, maybe actually April.
You know what, and I'll only do this.
Mhm.
I know that we all want it to be convenient for us, but in the long run, I've learned I've got to make it convenient for the people who actually manage the program and administer it in the office.
Well,
So,
that meeting though wasn't really about having the reporting, because we always knew that it was early on in the reporting from the agencies. But it's good for the new members coming in and kind of looking at planning and having those discussions.
we've
with
actually
some-
got an I apologize, Mary, I shouldn't have interrupted you, but we have an orientation at this point for new members.
But what it was too was talking to some of the bigger stakeholders and getting information from them, and then also having them sit with the new members, but finding about if they're seeing any other gaps that we haven't seen, just kind of having that conversation again as we're going planning into what we're looking for the next cycle.
Is there a preference?
I mean, everybody's new here, so nobody's been part of it this long, but just to give you the history on it, you've been here.
Yeah, I've been here a little bit.
So that's what usually we use that February for.
In some years, we did have internal work to do on our, I'm gonna call it, it's not a marketing plan, but on our plan. And it was a good month where we could focus on internal issues if we needed.
Okay, so I'm gonna hedge, which is what I do the best. If we do it at latter part of February or early part of March, does that accommodate needs, kind of? Does that give you, Bianca, I'm looking at you, does that give you enough latitude to get it done?
I'm flexible with
Mr.
your
Kunkel?
availability.
I like the early April thing for all of our county board, stack up and match up. If early April, look at my committees. In the first week of April actually is the gap I have in mind.
With me, that's okay, because by then, I mean, I can present financials. As far as having like a new orientation, we could have that prior.
Right, we've talked about that. We're gonna do a new member orientation and invite people in prior to that time. That's not necessarily commission grant meeting.
So that meeting then was usually when we would go over the application and make sure that it was still fitting the needs before we put it out for the letters of intent.
There'll be
So,
in April that we should still have time for that. We'll still have plenty of time for that in April.
And I'm gonna be very frank with all of you. I mean, this, getting the applications completed, read, scored, and back was like pulling teeth. So I wanna make it convenient for all of you to be here so that you can do the job and you can get the job done and we can be fair to our applicants. And so if I have to do that, I'm gonna say if we move it to April, I expect bodies to be in the chairs and I expect the work to get done. Because honest to goodness, this is my mom voice now, I don't have time to call everybody all the time and beg for work to get done. There's other people that would, happily serve on this commission and be able to do that. So if we move it to April to make it convenient and kind of squish things together, then you gotta be here in your seat. So April is better for most. I know, that's all I found.
I mean, I can meet whenever, like,
So let's look then for, like, I would say, we'll come up with a list of meeting dates, tentative meeting dates, and we'll try and make it as convenient as we possibly can and give Bianca enough room to be able to get the applications done, get them out, get the letters, et cetera.
And then also, day of the week preference.
We have this conversation every year, day of the week preference.
I'm sorry.
Anybody have any objections to any specific dates that are difficult?
Not
I mean,
Fridays.
Friday, Matt, you're impossible. Fridays have been a sticking point, talking to each of you individually, but nobody ever says anything in the group setting. So, speak now or forever hold your peace and we'll go forward. Mr. Conkle.
Days, I don't know much, so, and I'm not being particular about all these other dates, it's just, with the board, depending on where you're,
And then
Where your
regular
committees
committees,
are.
standing committees, I get it.
yeah, I'm front, the first week of every month is beautiful. But after that, it all goes to hell. So for me, a March would have to be the very beginning of March. And again, this is not predicated on me, just if this happens to work out and Fridays tend to be horrible.
So give me again, it's a discussion, it's not to accommodate.
Right,
So,
not looking to
Fridays, I hate Fridays myself, just personally, I hate Friday meetings. So if we try and keep it to the first week of whatever month that it is that we choose, is there a preference to a day that's easier for everybody? And is it easier again in the morning or is it easier in the afternoon?
afternoon.
Okay, we have a very loud afternoon,
Yeah, too loud afternoon.
too loud afternoon,
Or very late
Like-
morning, early afternoon,
okay, like
Yeah.
1 o'clock, 1:30, early afternoon?
before school pickup.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Usually the first week of every month, since we're all engaged in lots of political stuff and committees, is usually the worst week.
He just said it's the best.
For him.
Just only
Maybe
for
it is for your
only
job,
for
it
my
isn't for
county
me.
committee stuff, that said, if this is not predicated on me, I'll do whatever days, it just,
That's what this is discussion.
That's the
It's not-
widest
it-
open.
It's trying to get a balance that's best for everybody in the room. So if we don't hear from people, I don't know.
Yeah.
and we
can
haven't
meet on
passed
that.
resolution, I don't know if that's gonna,
And we
my committees end
typically-
up those days.
Typically, we only have,
It could go to hell.
yeah, and typically we only have
Hey,
5 or
don't
6.
plan on me except the Friday thing, that's it.
All right, you know what, Bianca and I will work on it and we'll make a presentation. And I actually look for your emails. We'll send it out to you and kind of take a hit or miss via email. But we'll come up with a schedule for all of 2025, trying to accommodate the earlier in the afternoon and then somewhere around the first or second week of the month, something like that.
This is horrible.
And again, I'm gonna look, Fridays still are, I didn't hear anybody but Mr. Kunkel. I mean,
I think we did Fridays because that was the easiest time to get a room here.
correct.
Fridays are good.
But we have 3 rooms now that we didn't have before, right? We've got conference rooms, we have a lot more availability since we've moved the clerk's election and all that stuff, so. Any preference on days? Friday's good?
I go with Fridays.
Friday's good?
Friday's good for me too.
Okay, Fridays. All right, thank you. I appreciate the input. Moving along, we'll have the presenters start at 9. Again, we've got water in the room. Everybody knows where the bathrooms are. And by the way, thank you very much for the scoring. You know that that's not set in stone, that, ask your questions of the presenters. Many of you did make comments on your scoring, so please take the opportunity to get clarification on any of those situations. And we can then have a discussion, but just to remind everybody what the scoring showed, and you did get copies of this, our top 5 were senior care, senior services, Prairie State, independent health and therapy, and Veterans Path to Hope. Those were the top 5, they all scored over 75. So take advantage of the opportunity to get clarification. You've all gotten the updates on the finances. You should be able to get into your Neighborly so you can go back and look at the applications online during those presentations. And then you've got a nice synopsis that was put together by Bianca about ask what we allocated last year, cost of program. Anybody have any questions? Anybody need anything? We'll go ahead. Can we print the finances out? We've got a little bit of time before 9 o'clock. Can we do that? We'll go ahead and do that for everybody.
Yeah, I'm looking now to see.
And just so you all know, I have a hard stop at 3:30 today. I mean, a really, really into the wall stop. So our last presentation is at 2:15. I think that should give us enough time to do deliberations and make a motion.
Oh, because she was on this committee, it's different.
See, I put it out. Right, thank you.
Sure. This is her second year as chair here. Because we're on forum, or we do every 2 years. This is her second year. This has to be your second year because of the way the election still works.
Oh,
So they said
She was, no, she had to be on the committee because of the way our cycle works. Yeah. The way our cycle works, she had to be on it.
You have 10 minutes.
Paula got knocked out. When she was here, she was on here as a
what? Our first presenter is here, and we're all sitting around here, so I'm gonna take advantage of the fact and we're gonna start a little early.
That's perfect.
So Laura, if you wanna, introduce yourself and take a seat, and whenever you're ready.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. So, many of you might have thought that you were going to see John Buckley this morning. He is on the board of the National Adult Health Services Association, and they are having their national conference this week, so he's in Atlanta. He sends his best and regrets that he's not here today. So, you have me. I am Lori Parrish. I'm the Director of Programs with Independence Health and Therapy. I have been with the organization for about 1.5 years, and it seems much longer than that, and I say that with love and appreciation because they welcomed me with open arms, and I really believe in our mission and the people that we serve and the things that we do for our county residents. So I'm happy to be here, and it's nice to see all of you. I know most of you, so thanks for having me, and I'm excited. I want to first thank you for the opportunity to have 2 10-minute slots and questions and answers. While I do love to talk about our program and could do it all day, that is not my intention this morning, and so I intend to be brief and provide you an opportunity to ask any questions that you might have. I do have a PowerPoint just to help guide me, as well as actually share a few pictures with you, because you've seen and read our both grant applications, so I don't want to bore you with a lot more of the same, but I did want to, for those of you who might be new to Independence Health and Therapy, give you a little summary. So, as you can see, our mission is promoting independence and improving lives through care, education, and advocacy, which we are very excited to do. As you know, we're not-for-profit, as we all need to be, as we're here at the table today. We have several programs. I'll be highlighting 2, but I want to make mention of all of the programs that we have. The Adult Day Health and Memory Care, which I'll be talking about in more detail, our behavioral health services, counseling and psychiatry, and those programs really reach the lifespan. We serve children, adolescents, adults, and older adults in those programs. And then physical, occupational, and speech therapies, and again, we serve the lifespan in those programs. So we're excited to be and continue to be a part of the county. So diving a little bit deeper into the programs that you read about in our applications, we have our Adult Day Health program, and that provides opportunities for social isolation and therapeutic activities for those older adults that might be isolated. Maybe they require some additional assistance, and really they deserve and need and want to get out of the house and continue to be active. They may need that assistance related to physical, emotional, and/or mental health challenges. And the exciting thing about that program is really twofold, in that we're able to provide essential respite for the caregivers, for those that are in our program. More than 90% of our clients are low income, with nearly 75% of them classified as extremely low income. So we're excited to be able to serve those that may not be able to get these services elsewhere. Some of the, program features, it's community-based, it's a medical model, and again, it offers socialization as well as therapeutic activities for the older adults. And those, again, that are socially isolated, maybe navigating loneliness, and there was just a fabulous conference last Friday conducted by the Mental Health Board on social isolation and loneliness and the epidemic that it is. So we're excited to be able to assist those struggling with these challenges. Many of our clients are managing chronic conditions, and so we're able to, or navigating those chronic conditions, so we're able to help them manage them, reduce risks such as falls, and prevent crises, and then again, encourage that independence. It is a comprehensive patient-centric care that is tailored to the individual's needs. So we're excited to be able to focus on the interests and hobbies of our clients and integrate them into the program. So we've got recreational activities, nutritious meals, and mind and body practices. So there are a number of different things that we provide to our guests. I like to call them guests, our clients that are participating in the Adult Day program. We have a beautiful garden. Just had an occasion to meet with Vanessa from Family Health Partnership Clinic yesterday and sit out in the garden and talk with one of our transportation drivers. We offer breakfast, lunch, and a snack, and then we've got, again, a number of activities. You come to visit any day, and you might be hearing them hooting and hollering around a game of tic-tac-golf. They were just playing that the other day. We've got some bongo drums, and there's a lot of dancing. One of our CNAs loves to do karaoke, so there's lots of singing and dancing and music and movement. It might appear fun, but it's also meant to be cognitively and physically stimulating and to keep them interactive. So then our memory care program is the second application that was submitted, and that's a program that provides a dementia-specific model of care that improves the quality of life for individuals with Alzheimer's and other neurocognitive disorders. And again, the focus is also providing respite for those caregivers so that they can continue to work, attend to their own physical and mental health needs, and maintain their social connectedness. Program features are that we have nurses that can dispense medication as needed. We have Montessori-based practices. Again, those are focused to the individual, patient-centric, and helping them with their activities of daily living. We provide OT and PT services as needed from our other rehab clinics. Sometimes they come to the day program. Other times they get transported to the OT-PT clinic for those services. It's one less appointment that caregiver has to get their loved one to. Again, medication management through the nurses, recreational activities, and nutritious meals. For both programs, we do have our buses that you hopefully see around town. We're very proud of these buses, not only that we can provide this transportation for our guests in our day program, but then we also have a lot of collaboration that we do with other entities, and we're excited to be able to do that. Just looking at my notes, make sure, as you read in the application, as I mentioned, many of our clients have limited income, they're vulnerable population, and we are able to work with Medicaid funding through IDOA, the Illinois Department on Aging, and private pay. And then we have, while this is not part of the grant and application and the funds, we do have, I like to highlight that we have the caregiver support groups. We provide 4 groups throughout the county. Right now we're in Crystal Lake, 2 in Woodstock, and, 2 in Huntley, 1 in Woodstock, 1 in Crystal Lake. We're hoping to provide 1 in McHenry in the near future, and again, providing respite for those caregivers, and so they too can continue to thrive at home and in their community. Some of our outcomes, we look to prevent premature placement into those other areas of care, which are certainly needed, but if people can stay at home longer and be in their community, we want to be able to help them do that and hopefully live longer in that home and community. Improve quality of life for those caregivers, reduce costs for the individuals and families, and then maintain the client's physical health and cognitive functioning. And ultimately, their independence. So, with that, I'll conclude the presentation and welcome any questions that you might have. And I'll do my best to answer them. I have my finance director on phone a friend mode if need be. So, I'm a relationship person, not a finance person.
Does anyone have any questions for Lori? Mr. Kunkel?
Yes, sir.
And then Ms. Goldman.
You have, maybe you don't have this access to this, but what percentage of your clientele for these programs is are direct residents of McHenry County?
All of them.
I noticed that in your presentation, it says you also do Northern Kane County though.
Yes, sir. We do Northern Kane, excuse me, in the event that we used to have a site, that's what I'm looking for. We used to have a site down in Huntley, and I think that was pre-COVID, and then with COVID, we had to close that site. So there were a few residents who participated at that time, and we didn't want to exclude them from the program, and so they would be the ones coming from Northern Kane. But our focus is to serve the county. If if any resident were to live out of the county, we would refer them as needed or work with them about getting to the border of the county, but that doesn't happen very often because that's too long of a drive for an older adult to be in our buses.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Yes.
Have you seen any changes in the needs of the seniors you serve this particular year from, let's say, a couple years past due to the state of the economy and all the other things that are wrong in our country?
Oh, goodness, dear, that's quite a question.
Yeah, but I like what you do for seniors being one.
Yeah.
And I'm very familiar with your services.
I know.
But are you seeing a change in the needs of the seniors you're serving?
Well, that's a great question, and I would say that what we are seeing, and you may have noticed it in the one of the applications, is that we're seeing more clients with dementia. And so that population has grown, and our population in both of these programs has grown. Our focus, our goal is to serve 30 to 35 clients in the program a day. They may not be the same 30 Monday through Friday, because some come 2 times a week, 3 times a week, once a week. So doing the math, of course, then it's more than that. And we have gone from an average of 15 a day in January to now we're at 22, an average of 22 a day. And we have had expected attendance as high as 31. Now, you know, doctor's appointments, illnesses, things, not everybody shows up every day, but we are on track to be serving 30 to 35 a day because the need is so great. So that's what we're seeing is the need.
Are they aging up? Is that one of the reasons that they're living longer and?
We have, one of our guests is 105. She turned 105
Wow.
in June, and we had a party, and it was a blast. She had 4 or 5 family members there, and she was dancing and singing, and we just had a fabulous
It
time.
should happen to all of us.
Amen. Yes, yes. If we all get the gift to live that long, yeah. So thank you for your question. Anyone else?
Ms. Measures?
Yes.
Is there, so,
Still in
your memory care program, it doesn't get any, like, insurance funding, right? Or Medicaid or Medicare funding?
If they have, well, if they have Medicaid, that does reimburse. Their reimbursement is small.
Okay.
As you probably know, reimbursements are not good. But many of our clients are private pay, and actually this past year, maybe to your question as well, we've seen more clients private pay. We do work with Senior Service Associates, who will be here a little bit later, and they are the vehicle that helps individuals get that IDOA funding. So Medicare does not cover
Any of this?
the adult day services or the memory care, unfortunately.
Yes, please, Ms. Nichols. What percentage of the clients do you serve in the memory care program are low income?
Oh, good
said that
question.
Or an approximation?
Oh, yeah, there's,
I know you said it in the day program. but-
yeah, I think, I don't know that I have that designation, the difference. I think that when I saw the 90% and the 75, I don't think it was separated out, but I think so.
May I ask, can you get that information and send it to Bianca, and then we can share it with everybody?
Certainly, absolutely. Since we're first, I'll be watching and listening, so I can.
That'd be great.
I can text and find out before the end of the day, hopefully, but.
Anyone else? Lori, can you also talk about, I know you get referrals from all of our other agencies. How else do you guys market your services to let the community know that they're available?
Oh, sure. Well, we do quite a bit. We have social media, we have Facebook, and I think we have Instagram, although I don't Instagram, so. And we have a development manager who is here, Mandy. She's observing, so she does our social media and all kinds of marketing. We have just created a video and we'll be sharing that when we go out to meetings. Myself and the managers of all of our programs get out into the community. Tonight we're going to the Lake in the Hills Rotary for a presentation. We participate in the summit like we did last Friday. Sarah and I co-presented on older adults and social isolation and loneliness. And we get out, we have fundraisers and friend raisers, and we're always trying to get out into the community. And we, as I shared that we have those several programs, our managers and then John, if we're all out at the same time, and there's 6 of us, talking about and being ambassadors for Independence Health and Therapy. So, and we're actually embarking on a social, I think he calls it social indoor, with the marketing in the women's bathrooms.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah, so we're gonna have a QR code and you'll be able to link to the video and be able to link to our website. And we find, I don't have the percentages, but we find that many of the people who seek us out are actually the female caregiver, whether it's the spouse or the adult child. And so we're looking at certainly marketing to everyone, but targeting the people that we think are looking for us, needing us, and maybe don't know that we exist.
So, I apologize, go ahead, Mara, I'll hold.
And kind of tacking on to your question, do you track how people come to you?
Yes, we do. I don't have those numbers, but we ask for, when people call us, we ask how they heard about us. We ask when Christina does tours and intakes, she asks, where did you learn about us? Who referred you? And so we gather that information.
I work at the McHenry Parks and Rec at their
Yes.
fitness center.
Oh,
And so I am in contact with seniors a lot, and I actually have referred people out to you
Wonderful.
quite a few times, caregivers
Yes, okay.
looking for. So I think that's another way too, that's kind of a nice benefit of this.
Mhm.
I started here, I was working with children.
Yeah.
And was able to give information about seniors, which is what I liked about being a part of here. But I'm just curious, I know when I did the Kids Health and Safety Fair, we would ask that same question, but it, nobody could really say how they knew they got the information.
Right.
It's kind of like, oh, I heard about them, but I can't really say where.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, what you said with saturation is.
Yes, we're trying. I know, so older adult care is new to me. I've been in mental health, I've been in schools, so the OTPT stuff was familiar to me. And as I get out and talk to people, they just don't know. And so one of the things I've been doing, just because of previous experiences, had a lot of relationships with chambers. And as you might know, many chambers have women's subsets. And so I've been talking with them, again, trying to reach the female caregiver, but not excluding the male caregivers, because certainly we have many husbands who are caring for their wives.
If you're looking for a space in McHenry, I would go check out Holy Apostles.
Yes,
Because
yes.
I've noticed they've been adding more support groups to their space.
Yes, and Christine and I are actually presenting there next month.
Yeah.
And so, yes, that's where we're hoping to hold
I
it
think
next
that'll
week.
be very welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. Holtz?
I noticed one of the last things you spoke about was this fiscal year is projected to have a 25% increase in philanthropic support. So I think that's really exciting to hear. What do you guys have going on?
Oh, well, we're actually taking a look differently at our fundraising. As you might know, we used to hold the ALFest, and last year was our 10th year, and we have separated ourselves from that event. So we just had our Tea to Tea in August. We had a prom in June, and that was a lot of fun. And so we're taking this time where we would normally have the Ale Fest next month, and we're looking at the upcoming year. We've got some activities that we're going to continue to have, the bowling, the Masters, and then we're gonna look to continue that summer event, and then the TDT, and we're looking at other ways to raise funds and really do more, again, I like to call it friend raising, because we just need to continue to tell people about us, because I find that they don't know about us and they don't need us, so it's kind of like, okay. Or they need us and it's too late, and their loved one could have been with us and maybe wouldn't have had to go into the assisted living quite so soon. And so I don't have any, specific ideas. I think we're still brainstorming. We've got a great team and a lot of creativity, so we're excited.
Do you, transportation, I mean, I know that you guys do that extraordinarily well, so talk a little bit about transportation, and who's your furthest, what's the furthest individual who you bring in?
Well, I don't know specifically, but I do know we go all over. We go to Crystal Lake, we go to McHenry, up into Harvard. We had clients that were coming to us from Harvard, and we're actually looking at adding routes. And again, down into the southern part of the county, so we really are all throughout.
Wait, clarify it again, how far south do you go?
All the way to the county line if we need to.
Okay.
I was just asking right now, practically, what their current situation is, but they go throughout, wherever
They go
the need
throughout.
is in the county.
Wherever they're housed.
Any from Spring Grove?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can text my transportation manager and find out.
Mr. Putz?
The outreach is great, but do you have difficulty finding people? I guess what I'm saying is if you have to look for people, it just seems like you would have enough people coming to you if your service was, I don't say it's not valuable, but I was a business, I had to find customers, but if I was providing something for low cost or for free, those people would come to me without me having to reach out. So I guess I'm trying to understand why you have to reach out so far if there are people out there who could be coming to you.
Thank you for the question, and I agree with you. I think that people don't know we exist, and they don't know they need us because they don't know we're out there. And I believe that there is a stigma to aging. There's a stigma to caregiving. If I'm caring for my adult mother and I have to raise my family, and I have to care for my mother. I gotta figure out how to juggle all those balls, keep them up in the air, and look like I got it all together. And so I think what I'm finding is just like the mental health stigma, I think there is a stigma around aging and seeking care. And so people aren't talking about it, and they don't know that we're available. Many people know home health and home care, which I applaud, that those services are available, and they know that there's assisted living and long-term care and dementia units that are locked and secure. And we're closed, but those are 24-hour, living there. They don't know we exist. And so I'm trying to find the mountain in McHenry County that I can stand up on top of and shout to everybody that we exist. And so it's figuring out how do we let people know, and that's why we're going the social indoor ads on the bathrooms. We're going to every chamber event that we can go to. We're going, we're presenting at things like the summit last Friday. So it's, and I would love to have a conversation with you offline about, as a business owner, how do we get the not-for-profits? You hear many not-for-profits say, oh, we're the best kept secret in McHenry County. Well, none of us want to be secret.
Right.
But if you don't know that we exist, or you don't need us, and you're so busy that, okay, well, independence, health, and therapy, I don't.
Why would people think that there was daycare
Right.
for adults. You know
Right.
about the daycare for your children and you're not ready to think about that for your adults, family members that may need it, and that give you that peace of mind.
Yeah.
We as women, as you said, that's who you're reaching out to because they're the ones that seek it. We as women think we can do everything.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hill and then Ms. Meshes.
Hi, right here.
Yes, sorry.
The frustration I'm finding now with some of my friends that are caring for spouses that have dementia and Alzheimer's is the cutoff. And so they are middle class, they are not poor. But to, with one in particular, look out to get this kind of care and it's $1,000 a month, thousands of dollars a month, you know, she's just choosing to keep them in. What do you do with those people that are on that line that, you know, if you're right above it, you're gonna clear out your bank account?
Well, let's see, if I do the math, again, remember I'm a relationship person, not a math person, a numbers person. So our day program is $140 a day. So if somebody's coming 2 days a week, and then for 4 weeks, that's $1,120. So that is much less than $8,000 a month at an assisted living program or a long-term care facility. And that's that straight up number, but we look at sliding scale. We look at ways, because there are funds available, and we work with clients. And so I think there is the perception that it's thousands of dollars because I don't know if it's accurate, but in my brain, an assisted living, you know, is $8,000 a month. Somewhere I heard that, you know. Well, we're not that expensive. And so we're looking, and then we look to provide the care that the individual needs so that they can stay at home and stay in their community. So we would look to have a conversation with them about their financials and see what we could do.
I'm pushing her that way, thank you.
Christina Murphy is our manager, and she'll call you back to schedule a tour and an intake if you so choose.
Okay. Ms. Meshes?
So back to the point about getting more clients, I was reflecting on my own experience with somebody who could have benefited from adult daycare, but absolutely would have refused to go if my, so how does Independence Health try to, win over those clients who may feel that they're being forced into it?
That's a great question, and yes, that's the difference between the adult day care and child care.
We have tantrums on both ends.
Well, certainly getting to know the family, and actually Christina was sharing with me that it used to be one family member was involved, coming for a tour, coming to call, calling upon her, and she will get multiple calls from multiple family members and doing multiple tours because now many family members are involved. And you're right, they may refuse. And again, I think that's part of it too is, maybe as older adults, we are sometimes get stubborn and we might not know what we need, or we might not know. But there's a couple of things that we've done. Certainly Christina is amazing. If you haven't met her yet, I do invite you to come and check out the program and meet her. She is her heart is so huge, and she absolutely loves what she does. And she will talk to you and answer all your questions and make you and your loved one feel as comfortable as possible so that you can make the best decision for yourselves. The other thing that we do, we have a bridge program where people can come and kind of try us out. And whether it's financial reasons, and maybe they're looking at funding, and sometimes that can take a while. And so we will let them just try out the program, come up to 2 days a week and give it a shot. And if they come and they have fun and they meet people and they socialize and they feel good, they're gonna come back. So,
Can I jump in?
absolutely, Mandy, thank you.
I spoke with a married couple that attends our day program, and at first they did not want to come. They were like, no way. they came through the Bridge program and they were all about it and they were excited, and now every day they get up early and they're excited to come and they just love the program. So the Bridge program kind of let them feel it out. And
What's the hours?
the hours are 9 to 4.
9 to 4, and then the, depending on, where someone lives, if we're doing the transportation, then there's a ride on the bus. Self-transportation is always available, so family members do bring their loved ones as well. Our transportation isn't required. But yes, and we hear that all the time. I love getting to participate in the program, and they will tell me they love being there, it's their happy place, they're so excited to be there, the smiles that I see, it just warms my heart. And I hope that, if I'm in need of a program, or, my dad's down in Florida now, and my mom's no longer here, but I hope that if a loved one of mine ever needs it or I need it, that I can participate. So, yeah, we try to help them change their mind, not make them change their mind, but we try and help them change their mind.
It's almost a great closing, but you've got a few seconds left. Any closing remarks you want to make with regard to both of the programs?
Yes, well, yes, absolutely. We really appreciate your continued support. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you, looking at both applications, and we are just honored to be able to be a part of the community, and want to thank you in advance for your deliberation and possible funding of our program. So thank you very much for your time today and all that you do here on the commission. So.
Can I send a motion to the commission?
You can.
Thank you very much.
30 seconds.
Okay, now I'm watching my
Ms.
clock.
Goldman.
Okay, fast question. Are you allowed to cross into the McHenry County Housing Authority? Because we have Green Trees in Huntley, okay? Which is all for low-income seniors, Section 8, et cetera, et cetera. Are you not aware of that?
I don't think I am. Let's talk
Yeah.
later.
Plus, the other thing is,
Or talk
I'm just
to-
putting it out there, okay? Because I'm time limited.
Yep.
Is,
I don't want the hook.
remember that Sun City,
Mm-hmm.
where I live,
Mhm.
okay, and then I serve all of Huntley in my
Mhm.
role,
Mm-hmm.
but has 10,000 seniors.
Mm-hmm.
And Kane County, 2/3 of Sun City lives in Kane County, which does absolutely zero for the village of Huntley and all its residents. You guys have been fabulous, along with the transportation services, of crossing over from McHenry border, serving all of Sun City. And I love it. We're getting great services. But they don't know enough about you. And they're aging up in Sun City. We have a lot of 90-year-olds, okay? And I don't even know how they're functioning, some of them in their houses. But bottom line is you need to get word down there, okay? But I'm kind of concerned about the McHenry Housing Authority. There are 2 Green Trees, one in the city of McHenry.
Maybe that could be an offline, Mary serves on the
Yeah,
Housing Authority, I'm sure.
I
Ms.
just
Reed,
reached out
excuse
to
me.
Kim.
And I'm sure
Yeah.
she can.
The executive director.
because they're
There's
needy.
one in Richmond too.
Okay, yeah, would love to learn more. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
appreciate your.
One of our support groups is in
Yeah.
Sun City.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Habitat. And I want to note again, Habitat last year was excluded. And I want to note that staff spent a great deal of time, Habitat spent a great deal of time, and they kind of now have tailored their application a little bit more into what we think fits the mission of senior services. So we really are very appreciative, and thank you very much for staying with us and kind of refining. We're excited to be here. So again, whenever you're ready, please.
Good morning, I am Sarah Davis. I am the Associate ED for Habitat McHenry County and Lake County. So Jerry couldn't be here today. I figured I was a better looking version of him. So I am here to present our request. So again, thank you for, yeah. Again, thank you for having us.
But we agree.
So, okay, so moving on to thank you very much. So our funding request this year is for $100,000, which combined with another $100,000 in already committed funds will allow us to complete approximately 10 critical home repair projects for senior homeowners. We would anticipate starting at the end of 2024 and going all the way to the end of 2025. We understand that homeowners are responsible for taking care of their own homes, so we work alongside with them to identify the needed repairs, and we include them throughout the process. Our critical home repair program was launched back in 2011 to help low to moderate income families maintain their homes. Over the last 13 years, we've cultivated a very robust CHR program because we recognize that preserving affordable homes is just as important as creating new ones. It has been key in helping the people we serve keep their homes safe, decent, and affordable, not only strengthening the communities we serve, but also ensuring those people are able to stay in their homes and not disrupt the cycle of generational wealth within their own families. Through our senior homeownership critical home repair program, that's a mouthful, we are able to help older adults age in place and stay in the communities they love. We partner and receive referrals from other human service organizations in the area, including but not limited to Senior Services and the VAC. We have a very strong veteran program, which as a former vet, I am very proud of.
I'm gonna click next. I'm actually clicking it for you since it's a
I talk so fast, it doesn't go like
one, so.
So the how it works, to qualify income eligibility, you have to fall between 30 and 80% of the area median income. There must be a need in the home, so we are not remodeling people's homes for the heck of it. There must be a need in the home. And we ask the families to partner with us. We say sweat equity, it's defined appropriately. Some people don't have the physical capabilities, some people just don't have the time, so we try to, whether that's just sharing something on Facebook or, so we try to make it very appropriate and tailored to the individual that we're working with. Next. So the mechanics. Once a family is accepted into the critical home repair program, we meet with them at their home to assess the repairs, create a scope of work, and define the entire project. A homeowner agreement, including the project details and the scope of work, is then reviewed and signed by us and the homeowner. Once that happens, if we need bids or environmental reviews, we send those out, and then a tentative schedule is set. Next. Upon completion, we do a walkthrough with the homeowner to ensure any issues have been fixed to their satisfaction. After the final walkthrough, the homeowner signs off on a certificate of completion. If any new work is identified during that walkthrough, which has happened in the past, a new application does have to be submitted. Once all those things have happened, then we submit a reimbursement request to the county, and once payment is received, the project is officially closed and data is archived. So here's my favorite part. There was a family we served a few years ago, the Wisniewski family, and their house had cedar siding that needed to be replaced. Their windows needed to be repaired, and their kitchen floor in particular was literally sinking, like they were walking on the edges near the cabinets. So, so she writes, "To all members of Habitat for Humanity, I'm writing this letter to thank you for what you did. My kitchen being rebuilt is life-changing, or more like a miracle. To see strangers help someone they don't know is life-changing. Every day I see a miracle now, and Habitat for Humanity gave me hope and a new belief in people. My prayers are with all of you." To give you a little idea, just for 2024, we have received 164 total critical home repair applications. Of those, we were able to accept 150. Of that 150, 120 were for senior homeowners over age 62. Some of the repairs include 3 emergency furnace replacements during the winter, 5 wheelchair ramps for accessibility, 5 interior stair lifts, 12 bathroom accessibility modifications, 12 roof replacements or repairs, and resolution of cited code violations on several separate homes. We have about 5 different grants that we work with. We got a large grant last year, half HR, which is homeowner assisted funding home repair from IDA. And we went to Harvard, excuse me, and had a town hall, thinking that we would be going to every town, every town in McHenry County to have said town hall. We received so much from just Harvard, we have not done another town hall. We don't have the capacity. We literally just hired 3 people there starting next week because this program is beyond what our current capabilities are. So again, I want to thank everybody, the county has always been very good to us. We take pride in meeting the ongoing need for affordable housing by extending our services to low and moderate income homeowners through CHR. With this grant, we would be able to offer seniors in our community safe, accessible repairs to their homes so they can continue to age in place with dignity. We know this approach not only helps preserve affordable homes, but also deepens our impact on the families, seniors, and neighborhoods we serve throughout McHenry County. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer all questions.
Anyone have any questions for Sarah?
Can you just repeat the numbers you gave on how many
Yeah.
applications?
So we received, since January 2024, 164 applications, 150 were accepted, and of those, 120 were for homeowners over the age of 62.
The ones that were not accepted, was there a reason they weren't accepted, or you just couldn't, was it capacity?
Some of it was, they made too much money, unfortunately, which does happen, but what we did run into was because of the strict guidelines through IDA, if there are tax or mortgage or lien issues or insurance issues, if they are behind on something, we can't help them through IDA's through their guidelines. So we would love to, we just can't through that money. So we depend on private donors for, a nice little slush fund here and there, but these projects range in price anywhere from $15,000 to $60,000. So, it's huge, so.
Mr. Platts?
I think I remember when I was reading your application, you're trying to find ways to work around those impediments.
Yes.
And how's that going?
Not so good, that's why we're here.
Okay.
It's the largest single demographic increasing in McHenry County, is our seniors.
75% of the housing stock in McHenry County was built before 2000, so if you
Absolutely.
can
Thank
figure
you.
out yes, no problem.
I'm gonna need you to talk, my new hearing aids are coming in about 2 weeks, so if you could talk louder.
Oh, I apologize, sure. I was just saying it's the largest growing demographic, seniors trying to stay in their homes. And then the housing, you're absolutely correct, our housing in McHenry County is aging, just like our population. So, thank you.
Yes.
So
Ms.
is
Reed.
it a duplication of services though that between the housing authority and then the county programs that are out there doing the same type of projects?
So McHenry County Housing Authority gave us critical home repair,
That they
passed
get
it on,
into-
passed it on to us,
So
correct.
so they're passing along the ones that they can't do
Correct,
based on their income guidelines?
correct, yes.
Mr. Kunkel.
Unfortunately, and the dollar amount's very small, because obviously we know that does very little repair. This is something that I see as will become critical, if it's not already critical right now. We don't put enough emphasis on the fact that there is not enough facilities to house our seniors now. And my company, our company, does this, exactly this, does repair as just a charitable organization. We don't look at people's, the ability to pay is what they pay. And
Right.
everyone at this point, everyone for the last 2 years have paid zero. They don't have the ability to pay at all. And I'm talking about all kinds of different, and their homes are so bad. If you took a tour with me on these people's homes, and these are good people, they've worked all their lives, they've paid their taxes all their lives. But inflation has run so rampant that even if we had to say, oh, let's downsize, because I have a couple who are living in a palatially large home, which is just a palatially large bill, because all these things do is need maintenance. They can't sell the home in its current condition, and they can't buy anything smaller because it's $500,000 to buy something small today. And they are looking at moving into a, what do they call them, a mobile home community park, and letting the house go to one of these sellers who just take the house as is, where is. It's a travesty. I see this day in, day out. This needs a lot more money, and it's going to force the hand of this committee and many others in the very near future, because we have no place to go with these aging population at the current cost levels. It's not tenable. And we are fixing with our company critical need stuff. wheelchair ramps in, literally leaky pipes with mold in their basement. Some portions of these poor people's houses don't have electric that works in a majority of their home.
We got a referral for somebody whose whole house ran on oil still.
And they live in the homes just this way, and they are happy to live in the home this way, but they reach a point in age, and they're aging longer, where they just physically cannot do it. I've had some that they haven't been into their basement in 5 or 10 years.
We've had
When you
some
go in the
sleeping
basement,
yeah.
You know why they
It's-
didn't go
yeah.
down there?
Yeah, this is just a huge need. I wish it had scored much, much higher because it's a huge need, and in the future, it's gonna be a bigger portion of our plate down the
Well, I
line.
think that's what's hard with this scoring system is that we don't have the information we need, and especially with it being a new agency, to be able to answer the questions.
And our company comes from, I know other people in politics who throw me the McHenry County Housing and throw me the Kane County Housing and say, hey, these people really need help because of the income stream or because of the situation they have, because of mortgages they still hold in their houses at 80 years old. We can't help them, and that's how we get referred to them. And it's gotten to the point with me that I like to be busy enough that I can't go because just sheer guilt makes me take on all of this work. We need help. We need help. It's lying down there low where nobody sees it, but man, it's a big.
When Lori said
huge
nobody
need.
wants anything to be the best kept secret, people don't,
Right.
this is more robust than our housing program in McHenry County, to be very honest. So, I mean, the need exists, of course, on both sides, but as I've seen this project grow, in my head, how the future looks is critical home repair.
This is one of those stories, the homeless people live in their car and yet they still
Yes.
look to everybody else
Mhm.
like they live in a house. It's the same thing.
Yes.
You look at a house from the outside, you have no idea what's going on in the interior.
Right.
And I agree. I
And I have some who are just barely making the pinch big because they're still having to hire someone to mow their grass because they're physically not able to do it. Not because they won't, they're physically not able to do it. One of them whom we do now who has cancer, and up until this day, he's in his late 80s. He's mowed his own yard with a push mower. He owns an acre.
Oh, no.
Yeah, with a push mower into his mid-80s, but now with cancer and the chemo treatments, he can barely get out of the house. So we picked that up. That doesn't even fit in the motif here. We're just dealing with the fact that keep the water, keep the lights on, keep the house livable.
And Mary, thank you. Again, the scoring, so you all know, is just an idea. It's just to get us kind of, figuring out what we're looking at. You are not stuck on this scoring. These presentations are to answer your questions and to allow us to have that
Yeah, this-
information. So
put some-
don't
put some-
get stuck on the numbers. They were just to begin and have that conversation and to look at. So Sarah, thank you very much. And again, we really appreciate the opportunity to kind of tailor that so it was a little
Yeah.
bit more
Thank you.
centric too. So thank you very much, really. Mr. Henny.
Why only 10 homes? I mean, we heard about the need, you had over 100 applicants, and you're only asking for $100,000.
So if I'm being very honest, his thought process was we come here asking for this now and we ask for more next. But 10 would, and maybe that lasts for 12, but quite frankly, 10 is, even on $200,000 is, like I said, a project could be 60 grand. So it really just depends. Either way, we'll get the 10 done, don't get me wrong.
Mr. Kunkel?
Yeah, a single furnace that we did last
Yeah.
year when a woman, a lady owned the house, lost her furnace. She didn't meet MCHD, didn't meet the house department needs. A single furnace removed, reinstalled. We did install air conditioning with it because she always had air conditioning. It hadn't worked for years. $13,000. So it doesn't take too many like that. We installed it because she had to have heat. That was an absolute need. $13,000. Look at the cost of everything. You guys all maintain homes. Look at the cost of everything. And it's not like we can say, in the old days, these people stepped down, went to downsizing smaller home. The smaller homes cost more than the homes they're living in.
Well, if you can even find
That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, and they're not.
You can't even find them anymore.
I have two
Tear them down and build them.
children
inventory
for
doesn't
2
exist.
years for homes, right?
Yes.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. We're doing a rehab in
It's a
Crystal
soapbox
Lake that
thing for
was
me, sorry.
insane. It's a tear down at the end of the day, so,
No,
I mean, yes, you're right to that point.
And actually, I just leaned over and told Bianca, that's a conversation we should have outside of the grant.
That's
You know,
like
and
that
see what this
February,
commission
March,
might-
April conversation.
Yeah, so thank you. Any other questions for Sarah? Sarah, do you want to do any 1 minute closing, 2 minute closing?
I am good. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you very much.
Perfect, like right on time. Thank you.
I aim to please.
Go to do it.
Okay, Senior Care Volunteer Network. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Yeah, it's just something else.
Just get you a chair wherever you want.
Carrie, you may have to.
Oh, yeah, of course. I kind of sway here. Eric, you can come up here. We just kind of spread out, you know.
Here, I can scoot over a little too. We're really,
Yeah, I know, I'm totally high maintenance.
Thank you.
I thought we were set, so.
I just switched to bifocals. This is not fun.
No, it's terrible.
This is not fun. Okay. I am Sarah Schreff. I'm the Executive Director at Senior Care Volunteer Network. Thank you so much for having me today and allowing me this privilege to provide information to you about our program. I want to start with, you want me to just let you know when I click a slide?
Yep, yours should work.
Okay. Who we are, Senior Care Volunteer Network supports our senior neighbors who live independently. We connect community volunteers with seniors who require assistance to maintain their dignity and increase their quality of life. Our goal is to provide our services at no cost to seniors. Nearly 25 years ago, we have a big anniversary coming up next year, 2025.
It will be tomorrow.
It will be practically tomorrow. A group called Faith in Action saw a need in the community and has since grown from a handful of volunteers and a couple dozen seniors to what we have today. It was a proactive effort to meet the need, fill a gap, in giving rides and helping seniors at home, literally the model of neighbors helping neighbors. Even though we are known today as Senior Care Volunteer Network, the fundamental mission has never changed and we continue to meet the growing demand for our services. Human connection and helping others should be prevalent in all communities. Our organization provides services that physically connect people to places, but also connect people to people. We focus on McHenry County residents who are over the age of 50, live independently in their home, and fall into a category of what we call interdependence. We find that many older adults are fully independent in mind and spirit, but as we all age, our bodies tend to become a little less capable of accomplishing small tasks and a little less spry than we once were. Safety becomes a concern for most of the people we serve. Why take the chance on a ladder or drive when it isn't safe? No longer are the days when changing a light bulb or walking through the grocery store comes easy. There is a place between fully independent and dependent, and this is where we can provide the most impactful support. SCVN, that's us, exists so people can remain independent and as long and as safely as possible. When an older adult loses the ability to drive a car, they become physically limited, their needs increase exponentially. Community access to services and resources that support us physically, mentally, emotionally, financially, and socially is how we all want to live our best lives. Removing any of these connections to the community would threaten anyone's health and wellness. Flip. Yes, the point of this chart is to highlight that right now, since this graph is from 2019, individuals over the age of 50 make up 40% of the population. We know some have maybe gone and come, but for the most part, we're looking at about 40% right now. The 65 plus population are now 70 plus and represents the portion of the population that we primarily serve. This is just an idea to show you all those areas, the social, the financial, the emotional areas that our programs do support. The neighborhood and physical environments, that's where our minor home repair program comes in. Just listening to the last presenter, it just lends to that. Miscellaneous, yard work projects. We do these days of service. Last year we had 23 groups through local businesses, high schools, other partnerships come in and help with yard work projects for these people with, 1 acre lots, who are, again, living at home. And yard maintenance for some of these folks is as equally important as the home maintenance. If their yards are in, there's fines from the city, there's all kinds of things that come along with that. We're providing more education and training to our volunteers about local social services so they can offer information to seniors as they're giving those rides or spending time with them. We feel like we need to extend our knowledge base on my team to the volunteers so that they can then say, oh, well, did you know about this? Did you know about this? So we're increasing training for the volunteers so they know what community resources are out there. And not only are we saving money for seniors that we're providing services for, but we're also saving seniors' families from having to take time off work and to pay for those expensive health care, home health, assisted living services. We know transportation can be a barrier for anyone who can no longer drive or feel safe driving, but one of the fundamental parts of our transportation program that we provide is the human connection piece, the one-on-one in the car for 15, 20, 30 minutes. Very important for their mental health. We foster an environment of creative and meaningful relationships. Food insecurity is another one. Our volunteers will deliver food, introduce food resources, teach them to fish, if you will. Finding those resources is critical. And then we also can teach them how to order groceries online, and we partner with every food pantry in this county to allow access to free groceries so they can utilize those other dollars to allocate to something else. McHenry County Community Health Assessment mentioned the 3 top concerns among the 65-plus population were chronic disease, access to medical services, and mental health. Although we're not a healthcare organization, we do ensure that our seniors have access to healthcare services and provide awareness about healthcare options available to them in our county. Our volunteers, we're a volunteer-driven program dedicated to serving older adults in McHenry County. Volunteers provide a vital support to seniors in need, whether it's offering transportation, helping with household tasks, loaning medical equipment, delivering essential food or prescriptions, or simply companionship through calls and visits. With an average age of 62, our volunteers share many of the same experiences as those they serve. They understand the challenges of aging, from needing a hip or knee replacement to watching loved ones decline or lose their vision or hearing or even passing away. This shared empathy allows our volunteers to form meaningful connections with seniors in our community, and our program would not be possible without the generosity of our volunteers who contribute their time, skills, and resources to make a difference. Our budget would be significantly higher without the generosity of volunteers who choose to serve both our organization and the senior population. By using their own cars, gas, time, drawing upon their years of experience in fields such as healthcare, mental health, business administration, IT, marketing, and various trades, they bring valuable expertise to their roles. Many offer professional in-kind services to the organization, reducing the need for additional staff and costly administrative expenses. Their contributions are essential to our ability to operate efficiently and continue to provide vital support to the community. I also want to mention that you may have noticed the value of the volunteer hours are not reflected in our annual budget since volunteers are not compensated. They're not part of the payroll or the staffing plan. However, the cost savings generated by their services surpasses our entire organization annual budget. This is a heat map that we pulled from the software that we use to identify not only where the care recipients are living throughout the county and to show that we are serving, in fact, the whole county, but also where the volunteers are living and the destinations that we frequently go to. Last year, we did do 382 different destinations. Some of them were a little bit out of county because there's a couple hospitals outside of McHenry County that the residents of McHenry County use. I will plug this one. Geriatric medical care in McHenry County is not as good as everyone thinks it is. We are often going out of county for like macular specialties, eyes, ears. Some of those fine specialties are not really available to the older population in this county, and those are the first things kind of go. So we're seeing that increasing. Let's see. This one of the reasons we're asking for additional funding this year is that we need to increase program outreach and volunteer recruitment efforts. This graph is just showing you how they're kind of parallel to each other. We're doing a really good job keeping volunteers engaged and meeting the need. The seniors served is going to just keep going up and up and up. So the additional funding is to help us make sure that the one graph stays in line with the other graph. We work with many local nonprofit partners in community services. Many of them are presenting today. So referrals, cross referrals, and we do a really good job at making sure that when people call, which 50% are adult children calling on behalf of their parent, we do whatever we can within our own program if they're eligible, and we do that. But many times, as you can imagine, they'd never have just one issue. It's usually multiple, up sometimes in the 10 different things they need. And we may offer 3, but we need to get them help for the other 7 that we maybe don't provide. So we do a good job connecting them to all of those other resources as well. And that's pretty much my...
Good, because your time's kind of up.
Is it really? Okay, I'm sorry, we're good. It's a lot of work. And you know why I read is because if I didn't, boy, you'd be in big trouble. Okay, sorry, questions?
Sarah, can I ask, you guys have been extraordinarily responsible over the past several years with your asks, knowing what the limitation of the amount of money that we had available to us. So this year's request is higher. Is that now kind of in line with what you really need, or did you, it's better? Okay.
Yes, we've known because we receive funding from this commission for a while that there's only so much. And I've never come in asking for more than I need. I've never done that, and I probably never will. But because of what we need to increase to keep meeting this demand, we're gonna start seeing capacities.
My curious is you weren't asking for enough.
Oh, well.
The other way, and so I want to make sure.
I'm gonna give it a go, and we're gonna see what happens.
No, but I wanted to make sure that you're asking now what you think actually meets the demand, as opposed to continuing to be responsible, knowing the limitation, and even though there's more, there's never enough.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say, this is really the number you think you need from this commission to meet the demands that.
I do, because I need to find money other places too. I'm trying to keep I need to keep that diversity in funding because our budget is so low, and my staff is not huge, but that's the majority of our budget. And it's really hard to find those dollars. So what I'm trying to do is keep it diversified between 40-30% fundraising, donations, grants. So I am really, really trying hard to do that. There may be a day where I come in and I say, I've tried, I don't know what else to do. But yes, I'm asking what I need.
But I think that's important for everybody to understand from an administrative, I understand the two, you're diversifying your revenue stream, just not to be dependent on one, I got that. Anybody else have any questions? Mr. Kunkel?
From your heat spot, your computer-driven map there, you have some red beyond McHenry County. What percentage is that outside of the county?
Matt, can you raise your voice just a little, please? Some of us seniors on this side can't hear.
According to the computer map there is areas outside of McHenry County being served. I want to know what percentage that is.
Yeah, it's very, very low, and I do want to mention that all of my reporting to this commission are only county residents. We do have residents that live in King County, Del Webb only. It is a very senior populated community, and you cannot serve half a community. You just can't.
Right.
You can't. And so I understand.
I get it, and I do the same thing. I jump border with what I do, but
Yeah.
that's why I'm asking.
And that's something maybe the county needs to look at too, is like, it's hard.
But do you know that percentage?
I would say it has to be less than 20%. way less, maybe 10. In the middle heat map, just to be clear, that's volunteers, and we do have quite a few volunteers coming from out of county to serve McHenry.
Really?
So we bring in a resource as well. Yeah.
Oh, family members, et cetera, so
Yeah.
appreciate it, good information, Ms. Bowman.
I think you're fabulous in what you've done. And of course, I live in Sun City and I see it and hear it. And people are very well aware of your resources, whether they're on the Kane side, okay, or the McHenry side, doesn't matter. Because I know you get a lot of volunteers out of total Sun City. And then on top of it, I'm getting, as a village trustee, I'm getting a lot of requests, okay, for medical equipment. Okay, and I refer them not only to you, just a thought, to our American Legion, which stores a lot of stuff in their basement, and I'm putting this out there for all of you. I bet all of the American Legions and the veterans buildings, et cetera, have that kind of stuff available. But that's a thought, okay? But it's coming to me probably at least 3 or 4 times a month. It's stepping up.
Closing statements.
Closing statements. I wanted to say something in regards to the previous presenter, because we do minor home repairs too. And I know I should be talking to us, but I think you guys know us, I think. But I wanted to say something, and that is with the minor home, if we can get to some of these things before they compound into these, I need a whole new floor. If you need a board replaced or something that our volunteers can tend to, let's get it early. So some of it is preventative, and that was really what I wanted to say about that.
That's really kind of your program.
Yes, it is our program, and we do what we can, but we can also help identify these, like, hey, this is gonna get worse. Okay, so that was just kind of my thing. But thank you so much for letting me present and considering our request, and appreciate it.
And this is wonderful too, thank you. Great
Well, I figure when you're deliberating, it'll kind of remind you kind of some of the stuff I did, so. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, next, we've got Prairie State Legal Services, Dolores, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. And thanks again for having us here. I think we've been here a number of years. And I know some people are new and some people aren't, but for those people that are new to this, Prairie State Legal Services is a legal aid organization. We're actually a giant law firm. I call it giant. We have 119 attorneys that cover 36 counties in northern Illinois. We have 11 offices. But here in McHenry County, we're really lucky to have one office that only covers this county. Like, we have a lot of offices that cover 5 or 6 counties. We get to just totally focus on McHenry County residents. We also have 5 attorneys in the office. I do most of the senior work, but if sometimes I need help or whatever, there are other people in the office. So again, McHenry County is very lucky to have 5 people just focusing on this county. We are, like I said, we're a legal aid organization. We assist program-wide older adults and also people that are low income. For this project, we strive to provide the best legal services possible to older adults with the greatest social and economic needs. And mainly what this means is people that can't afford an attorney and they have a legal issue that affects their basic human needs. And one of those needs is housing. This is actually our greatest area this year, so I kind of just did a little check to see, where our cases were this year. We have served 182 individuals, and some of those have had more than one case, but 182 individuals so far for the first 3 quarters, and 58 have been in the housing area. So this is a big part of it. So a lot of it could be evictions, it could be foreclosures, and I want to say the evictions sometimes we're assisting the evictee, but sometimes we're assisting the person trying to evict the person. We've had a lot of older adults that are trying to get rid of their children that moved in during COVID, and for one reason or the other, need to leave. And the sheriff will come. They'll call the sheriff or the police department or somebody and say they won't leave, and they'll say you need to file an eviction. People can't believe it. I have to file an eviction, for my own child, but you do. Children, grandchildren. mortgage foreclosures, property sale tax issues, just if there's an issue with subsidized housing. Sometimes we have to jump in, sometimes it's just fixing a problem they don't understand. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. We do nursing home and assisted living discharges, and I will so happy to say we haven't had any this year because those can be very difficult. But in other counties, for some reason, it's huge in DuPage and some of the other surrounding counties. But maybe our nursing homes are either nice or nobody's telling us. Nobody's calling us. I don't know which one it is. So, yeah. And also housing conditions. We've had several lately, black mold or something like that. The person doesn't necessarily want to leave. The landlord's not being responsive. And so we kind of jump in. That's not like usually a court issue, but we jump in and we try to say, before we get to court, work with the city, work with the health department, something like that. So another basic human need is income, right? So Social Security, I was shocked because I only had 11 Social Security cases this year, but this takes a lot of our time, a lot of time. You might have read in the paper, I don't know if, if you're familiar, but Social Security has been going through their old files and charging a lot of people with overpayments. So there's no statute of limitations. We have seen back to 2000 that they're saying, we made a mistake, we paid you the wrong amount between 2000 and 2010. Please put your, check for $80,000 in the mail in the next 30 days to repay us. And these people might make like $1,400 a month. So they get scared. Of course, Social Security can't enforce that, but people don't know it. And so that they come to us and a lot of times they made a mistake. There's something wrong. Or maybe they were on disability and they were terminated because they worked too much, and then we were able to get them on fast track disability going backwards. So sometimes you can do things that a person necessarily doesn't know how to do on their own. So like I said, I have cases open from 21, 22, and 23. They take a long time. So even though we talk about how many cases I had, this is how many are open. This is not how many I'm working on. Do you know what I mean? This is how many were open this quarter or this year. Food stamps, or it's really called SNAP now, Supplemental Nutrition, I forgot.
Assistance.
Yes, assistance, yes. Yeah, so anyway, a lot of people can't believe that that's all they get. And so a lot of times it's just advice, there's a SNAP calculator, we'll go through it, or sometimes they have forgotten to tell the Department of Human Services about their medical expenses, or they forgot to tell them that they pay utilities or something. So usually those are pretty fast in and out. We can do those. Medicaid issues, since COVID, for some reason, we don't have that many. I think we only had 6 this year. I think they got rid of all their backlog, and we work on them one at a time. We usually get those they're pretty quickly done, and also I think it's because of the expansion of the healthcare. Is why those aren't too bad. Medicare, I really think people do not know you can appeal Medicare. I only got one case this year. I think they just don't know it. Whenever I go and give talks, I let people know, if you're denied and you think it's wrong, you can appeal. So that's also another thing. Safety, of course, is a basic human need. We do a lot of domestic violence, orders of protection. We've had 13 this year under this grant. Basically, it's usually that older child, that grandchild, something happened. Every once in a while, a spouse, but it seems to be mostly tend to be children. They're abusing them, they're harassing them, they're stealing their money. Theft is huge, and we just need to get them out of this situation. Debt is really a growing area. I have had so many calls lately, seniors being sued. I think if you would walk into small claims court, you would see like half of them are over 60. People run up their credit cards and they don't realize when they stop working, the credit card company is still looking after them. Sometimes I think it's the credit card fault. I had some 80-year-olds were given a new credit card. They're on Social Security. Why are you giving them a limit of, $20,000? And people don't know you don't have to pay it. They walk into court and they try to make a deal and say that, they're going to pay $30, $40, $50 of their hard-earned cash. But credit card companies cannot take Social Security and they cannot take your pension. And so lots of times I just have to explain to people how to go into court, what to do. Sometimes they just can't. There was a gentleman who had 2 cases up in court, and I explained to him what he did, tell the judge, get a judgment, but nobody can take any of your money. And I went there and he was just falling apart. He's like, I can't do it, I can't do it. I had to step up and just do it because people get anxious, you know, in front of a judge. We help with powers of attorney. A lot of people don't think that's a basic human need, but it's kind of planning for their future. It gives people a peace of mind knowing when I can't communicate, I have somebody else to make my decisions for me, and it's the person I want. It's the child I want, or my children aren't going to be fighting over who makes these decisions. And if they don't get powers of attorney, somebody has to go into court and get a guardianship. It's just a lot more hassle. So we also do guardianship cases. We've had 15 this year. 10 were concerning adults, but 5 were people getting guardianship of their grandchildren. So that's a thing lately, that people are taking care of their grandchildren. We also had 2 cases in which seniors came to us and somebody was trying to get a guardianship against them, and they didn't think they needed one and they didn't want one. So we jumped in both cases, and both cases they were dismissed. The judge was like, oh, you know, because I have a client coming in, walking and talking to the judge, and so, you know, we can get those cases dismissed. Somebody's trying to take advantage or take their money or do something. A lot of children want to change places with the parent and be the parent because they don't like the decisions the parent's making. Well, you don't get to do that, you know. A parent gets to make their own decisions. An older adult. This year we had a couple adoptions. It's the same kind of thing. Grandparents had gotten guardianship of their 2 grandchildren because the mom and dad had passed away. And they got guardianship and they weren't making ends meet. They had planned to retire in a different country and they had a large extended family in the different country, but couldn't leave the country with these children. And so we helped them get an adoption. We do have divorce-related issues. We only do a few divorces, and usually only if they're related to domestic violence. We provide legal advice, representation, advocacy. I think I've kind of explained that a little bit. And people can contact us through, we have phone lines. They can walk into our legal our office that's right across the street. And the circuit clerk sends them over there all the time. You know, go across the street, Prairie State. Online, people can send us a referral. And I do a lot of home visits because people just can't get to me. And sometimes I'll just do the first visit at the home and then see how they can, you know, if they can get to court or wherever it is that they need to do. And let's see, oh, I went so fast. I usually don't go this fast. So far this year, I said we had 182 seniors. 140 of them were under 200% poverty. That's under $30,000. I guess I would just thank you for, you know, continuing to fund us. You know, and I know there's a lot of questions sometimes is, you know, what would you do if you didn't have the funding? I think we wouldn't be able to serve near this many people. A lot of our funding, it has a lot more restrictions than this grant. This grant, we can go above certain poverty lines. All of our, the funding we get from Legal Services Corporation, we can only help people that are 125% or less. And so we're able to go a little bit more. And that's 15, that means 125% is people that make $18,000 in a year. We would just have to tell them, no, we can't help you.
So my question is we did have a year where you didn't use all of the money and it was due mostly to staffing. We understood that. Respond to that. Where are you now? Do you feel you have enough staffing? You again only asked for 100 now, but tell me.
So yes, we are. We do have a lot of staffing. We have 5 full attorneys. You know, there have been a lot of times where we only had 3 over there. We have 5 attorneys. This year we're at 90% of. Right now, at the end of the 3rd quarter, we have spent 90% of the funding. So that's where we're at. Yeah. So
any questions? Ms. Goldman, then Ms. Hill.
Yeah, I'll be fast.
Sure.
What happens when somebody dies without a will? And there are 2 things. They have no family members, okay? I mean, that's a whole other issue. But let's say they do have a family member and they have to go through probate. Do you help them through that?
We do not help them through probate. And just because it's not in our priorities of a basic human need, there's just so many other things that we need to do. And to tell you the truth, it used to be over at the courthouse, and I'm not sure. The circuit clerk is pretty good. You know what I mean? And the judge will help people that go pro se, you know what I mean, to explain to them how to do that. But we do not help people through probate. Maybe every once in a while I have been in there just because somebody's being taken advantage of or something's going on. But we don't help people file wills or do that. And usually they have money, or they have money coming to them, and so that they could try to find an attorney, you know? I do give referrals to attorneys that might be able to help them. Yeah.
Ms. Hill?
Thank you.
When you said Social Security can't take the money, couldn't they cut their benefit to have repay?
So you're really asking for legal advice, but I'll give you information because you're not my client.
I can't speak for a friend.
But, okay, so are you talking about, so if you owe Social Security money, yes. Social Security can, I was talking about when you're in small claims court, usually it's credit cards or other people that you owe money to. But if you owe Social Security money, they can take part of your benefit. They used to, before the end of March this year, they could take your whole benefit until that amount is paid off.
Right, if they were the victim of their mistake of they made a mistake,
yes,
money.
yes, but they changed the law. They changed
Okay.
it. So now they only take 10% of the benefit.
Okay.
So say you're one of our SSI clients, so I don't know if anybody knows SSI. If you haven't paid into retirement and you don't have any money, you get $943 a month. And so say you have an overpayment from a couple years ago that can only take $94 a month. But we can go in with them, or we can give them the paperwork to go in and say, I don't have enough to pay my bills. And a lot of times we can get them down to $10 a month that they can pay. But sometimes people just don't know to do that. They don't know to push back, to argue, you know? But we do get a lot. I have a lot of people paying $10, $20 a month on a, you know, $40,000 overpayment. It's never gonna pay it off, but, right. So that's how that goes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Want to take a quick 1 minute close and say something you haven't said, or?
No, I guess I would just say thank you. I love this work. I love, you know, helping the people. I love hearing about all the different organizations. You know, every time I'm here, I'm like writing down, oh, I didn't know that they did that. But I just, yeah, I guess we just appreciate your continuing to fund us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving right along, the next up is the McHenry County Housing Authority. And again, whenever you are ready.
Morning.
Good morning.
I want to introduce Pepper LaFontaine. Pepper is our new Community Services Program Director. Big, long title. She's super important. She does a great job. She has led our LIHEAP department. She's been our LIHEAP coordinator for the past 4 years, and now she is managing LIHEAP, CSBG, and the Senior Dental Program. So I brought her along. This is her first time here, just so she can kind of see how it all goes, and she's doing a fabulous job. She's doing a fabulous job. We want to thank the Commission for all your support. This is our 15th year with the dental program, and we really appreciate and are very grateful to the county and to the Commission for having this funding to be able to keep seniors in their homes. So thank you very much. I know after 15 years, most of you know a lot about our organization, and you've heard this presentation, so I will try to keep it brief, but I'm thinking there's some new people that could always learn a little bit. So basically, we are here, we're an agency that is all about helping McHenry County residents with affordable housing, and then providing them with means to keep their housing. And we are typically have 13 to 17 programs every year, and it's just dependent on what grants we have. We are 100% grant-funded organization, so we do not do any fundraising. We're not a 501c3, we're a nonprofit government agency. Can you?
Oh, there should be a logo here right there.
Oh, well, look at that, I can do it all myself. If I remember that I can do it all myself. So we have Here's a listing of our programs, and they range for a wide range of client needs and incomes for our McHenry County residents. We have 96 senior housing in Huntley and in Richmond. We also provide vouchers for 7 other developments in McHenry County senior development. So we have vouchers in Huntley Horizon, Cary Senior Living, Creekview, the residents of Lake in the Hills, Berkshire Johnsburg, and the residents of Crystal Lake. Those are all, for the most part, fairly new developments within the last 10, 12 years. Without our vouchers being in those, they would not be able to fund those projects more than likely with the IDA tax credits, so they wouldn't be here. So we are very excited to participate in those type of programs. We are a small housing authority, but we actually have 13 project-based vouchers that we have given our vouchers to, which helps us bring our anywhere from 12 to 18 vouchers in that development, helps it make it more affordable because we pay the market rate rent while everybody else pays a lower rent. So those, let's say 12 vouchers help bring 60 more additional units to the county typically in those developments, 40 to 60 units. So we are excited to do that. Our LIHEAP program, I know I talk every year a little bit about LIHEAP because I want to remind everybody, this is a program that helps residents with their gas and electric bill. And I always try to remind that you do not have to be behind in your bills for this program. You just have to income qualify. And of course, like all of our programs, if you can benefit from that, you can use that. You can use that savings to go towards other necessities that you have. Last year, we helped, correct me if I'm exaggerating, 3,500 residents?
We took in 3,500 applications, and I believe that we completed to funding 3,199.
Okay. 3,500 came from somewhere. Got to check me. I had that in my head. So it is a definite need in the county. One thing this year, the program is changing drastically because of the low-income credits, energy credits that they're going to get on their Northern Illinois gas bill. It does not affect ComEd yet, but it is affecting everyone on their gas bill. And you have to be a LIHEAP client in order to get that low-income discount. And how that works, it's kind of complicated. We still aren't 100% sure how it will affect our program, but the lower your income, the bigger discount you're going to get on your bill. So it's critical that they apply for LIHEAP in order to keep that discount going forward. People with lower incomes are twice as likely to have untreated tooth decay and less likely to be able to afford their dental treatment. Even in the United States, where dental care is widely available, many lower income individuals can't afford to treat a toothache. A lot of our clients put off their dental work because they can't afford it. And then, of course, it makes it more complex to fix going forward. The older population also is keeping their teeth, they're retaining their teeth with complex dental restoration care, so that presents other challenges as well. I'm going to flip forward. So we have 2 dental programs, our senior dental and our CSBG program, and we often combine both of those programs together. If somebody needs a partial or a root canal and a crown, it's not enough. One program isn't. If they qualify for both, we combine those so they can get that work done and not suffer and be able to get a complete restoration of whatever their situation is. One thing I want to bring to your attention, I made an error when completing the application, and I should read the dental work up to $2,000. Our CSBG program is $2,000. Typically what we've done is reached out to the county when we have somebody that's at that amount to get permission. And that's what we're seeing in the bills pretty much, is about, not all of them. Some are very small, but some, when they do need a significant amount of work, of course, a root canal and a crown, you're there easily at $2,000. So we'd like to make that adjustment so we don't have to reach out to the county every single time. It does not affect the number of people we expect to serve. We have hit a snag this year. We are at 52% spent. Typically, we are pretty much all spent, or we're definitely obligated by this time. One of our main dentists in the program, we had a little issue and we were unable to use him for 3 months because he had an issue with the state of Illinois. So a lot of our people who had vouchers could not go to him. And so that was put on hold. However, we have gotten the notice that we can move forward with him. And we have about 7 clients that we are waiting on documents for. So this year we seem to have a little bit of trouble with people submitting their documents, not just on senior dental, but overall, and across all the programs. I'm not quite sure why that is. We're on top of it. We have reached out. We've followed up with all of these people. So we are on top of it. But it is something that's unusual. Out of the 15 years, we're usually obligated or spent by this time. Questions?
Do you have a waiting list at all?
Not this year, not this year.
Okay.
But yes, last year we typically have people that carry over. They start to call and we've spent the money and obligated it. And we have to start off this year. But this year, right now, we do not have a waiting list at this point in time.
Mr. Hendricks?
Do you believe you're gonna spend the rest of the grant funds by year end?
I am very hopeful we will spend it. We're gonna do our best to try to get it and spend it.
Do you have like a low end figure of worst case scenario?
Well, we have 7 out looking for documents, and do we have any vouchers out right now besides the 7?
We have 2 vouchers out right now. One of them was supposed to have work done last week. And I've not heard from the dentist yet on that. And the other one, I think that they may not be able to work with him until October. So
typically, if you had $1,500 to $2,000, we should be able to get it spent.
Mr. Plutz?
Fundraising is challenging for anybody and everybody. It's time consuming, labor and dollar wise. We were just talking about it the other day. Why are you choosing, or why is that part of your philosophy not to fundraise?
Because we're not a 501c3, so we're a government agency, which has some, difficulties as well. All of our programs are siloed, so, like I can't take our senior dental money and pay LIHEAP with it, so every program has to self-support itself. So it is a little tricky for sure on that case, but so unfortunately, it's just not an option for us right now. But if somebody
Government
wants to just
program,
give us-
government regulation, very careful that
Yes.
everybody
Yeah.
reports appropriately. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Quick wrap up, any comments? It was pretty painless.
Oh, yeah.
It was pretty painless.
Dental office.
Just that we of course appreciate it very much. This year might be it's just a little bit of an anomaly, but we definitely see the need out there, and as costs are rising, it's certainly hard for people to afford, as you all know.
Can maybe talk about too how some of the dentists do more work than what they charge back for.
Absolutely. We have dentists that we work with every year. We work with a lot of the same dentists. They're familiar with the program. We do add new dentists, but oftentimes if somebody's closed or they will either severely discount it. Often that happens, or they'll just do the work. We also, Family Health Partnership, always refers people to us when they can't help. They like the program as well because they can't serve all their clients with this need.
I thought it very interesting that this year we also had an applicant for dentures, and it's because people can't get into the dentist to stop the issue, so it becomes necessary, just like house repair, only it's mouth repair, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Everybody, doctors and stuff is so difficult to get into. Absolutely.
So we really appreciate this program.
We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's time for a break. So I'm going to ask a favor that we all be back in the room and ready to go
Lisa and Dell, Senior Services, you're up.
Like on an airplane, you don't want to sit back down.
Peggy had one too.
That's all right. Pete needs to do something for me.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad everybody's enjoying it.
Floor is yours, whenever you're ready. Okay, so we had slides.
When did you send it to me?
Monday?
Monday? Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna put myself right there, guys.
That's okay. Do what you need. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Mickey Miller. I'm the Executive Director of Senior Services Associates. This is Adele Larson. She's our Director of Development and Marketing. And Lisa Small is our CFO. She's over there, and she'll be speaking later. And our new person that we have with us, she's not new to our agency, but she's new in her role, is Brandy Lester. She is our Director of Community Services up here in the north. We used to call it the associate. And I had trouble saying that, so now she is the Director of Community Services, so.
Would you like me to pull up a chair?
Either.
Go ahead,
come. You sure?
All right, so I'm really sorry. I received your quarter 3 from Lisa, and then I received your question yesterday, Mickey, but I don't have your slide.
Should be from Adele.
From Adele? Did I respond to you? I usually respond to you.
If not, we can wing it.
Yeah, no, I have an email from you early September, but about this, so.
All right,
Did it
well,
come
we'll
through?
just wing it then. All right, well, yeah, it would be nice to have the PowerPoint, but I also brought some information from, about McHenry County and the growth in the senior population that was distributed to us from Age Guide. I don't know, Lori, did you share that as well this morning?
I did not, and I was regretful that I didn't, so I'm glad you brought it. 'Cause
Okay.
It's a great
We got this
document.
from the Census Bureau and also Age Guide, which is the area agency on aging. And so it really talks about the growth of the senior population in just McHenry County. And so I think that's very telling. The older adult population, people 65 plus, were the fastest growing age group from 2010 to 22, with a population increase of 64%. And that is seen across the country, but this is particularly in McHenry County. The older adult population projection is 68,897 in 2025. By 2030, it will be 83,717, a 22% increase in 5 years. And then the numbers served in FY23 were 14,000 older adults, 60 plus, and they depended on transportation, friendly phone calls and visits, caregiver resources, nutrition services, and I think you had a slide about that about how many. 81.6%. How many? We're 81.6% of that.
We
touched out of the 14,000, 81.6%. So. There we go.
There. Where do you want me to go?
We'll just start at the beginning.
Okay.
Well, did you want to finish talking about this, or are we good? Yeah. So this talks about also the caregiver statistics, how many caregivers are providing support services. These are unpaid caregivers who help take care of the caregivers in the county. And there's 2,200 of them that are reporting. And we served in FY23, 2,200 of those. And they save the McHenry County $660,000.
So that is huge statistics. The other 2 pages talk about the caregiver support programs that we provide, and then also falls prevention programs. So we're very happy to serve our seniors. We also work in collaboration with Catholic Charities, who's the home delivered meal program, Independence Health and Therapy, and Pioneer Center, AID, and the Homemaker Services, and we had been building a very close relationship with the McHenry Department of Health. And we also work with our first responders. But we can't do it alone. John's not here, but he's like, oh God, you bring that wheel every time. I brought it. Oh my God. The last time I didn't bring it, and he was like, what? No wheel? Where's your wheel? And I was like, okay, I'll bring it next time. So we're kind of the hub. Just to explain, we are what's called a care coordination unit. And we're like a first stop shop in the county. So we're that hub. And we do the assessments to see what our seniors need. And then we refer out to Independence Health and Therapy. We refer to Catholic Charities for the home delivered meals. So we coordinate all of these services, and we have volunteer programs, and our volunteers go out and do some of that direct service work as well. So it's very important to us that people stop with us first, because we know all the resources in the county. So we want to make sure that we're given a warm handoff to Senior Care Volunteer Network or Independence Health. And in order to see if people qualify for any of the state services, we do those comprehensive assessments in their home. So that is like the first step. It's free to anybody in the county who's 60 years or older. And then we can find out whether you qualify for homemaker services in your home and how many hours those are able to be provided. So us doing our work is very interdependent on the partnerships that we have. We also do a great many fundraising efforts. Oh, you can, I don't know why it's not working. There we go. There it is. Adele can talk about that a little bit.
Sure. So we have many things that we do in McHenry to interconnect with the community as well as to raise those vital funds. Many of our grantors require that we have the local match. So we do these 5 things during the year. We're showing the things that we did during the current fiscal year. So we have our capital campaign, which funds our building in Crystal Lake, and that program will be ending at the end of this month, and we have met our goal, so we're very proud of that. We raised $750,000 for that building, helped to pay for the mortgage, as well as the parking lot, a new roof, things like that. So we're very excited that is basically coming to a close very successfully. And we do our Spring Into Style, which is our fashion show every year. Some of you have been there. I've seen you. Fall Diddley, as we know, is right around the corner. We always do the most, if not the second most, number of volunteers, and that yields us, obviously, nice dollars, which we appreciate so much from the Mental Health Resource League. Our fall event in McHenry, that last year was called Hats Off to 50 Years because it was our 50th anniversary. And then we have Giving Tuesday, which we do every year and have for at least 10 years. So those are some of our funding efforts in the community.
So this is just a different representation of because Adele didn't like my wheel so much. She wanted to,
I created that wheel.
so she wanted to show it visually in a different way. So I just wanted to point out that we served 11,429 unduplicated seniors this last year. And I don't think that probably any other agency has served that many people. That's a lot of people. As you can see, it's broken down into how many received information and assistance, how many attended recreation programs, caregivers. And this has been a new program that we've been working on with Age Guide to give dollars for respite and equipment that people need in their care for their senior, and like grab bars and things like that so that they can be safer in their homes. And we also are the ombudsman caregivers in the long-term care facilities. They're the advocates. It's a funny word, ombudsman is. But we're also the adult abuse and adult protective services investigators. So, and the next slide shows that we have touched 81.6% of those 14,000 seniors. And I'm going to have Lisa talk a little bit about the funds.
Okay.
Lisa, I apologize. Come up here, please.
Oh, okay.
Grab one of those, there's a chair right behind. It just makes it easier for us to hear you.
Sure.
And some of us are seniors and we have trouble.
I just wanted to highlight that we have a lot of federal and state dollars grants granted to our programs, but we're required to match that in all cases. So we have to find some local dollars. Otherwise, those federal dollars are not coming in. And in McHenry County, for our resource center program, community senior services and resource centers, we're only receiving about 70% of the budget that we need for transportation. We have to come up with almost 30% of that. Friendly visiting, we have to find a 50% local match. Education is 67% local and recreation is 71% local. These programs are so important because we're hearing and seeing a lot of research done about social isolation. And without the local dollars to help fund these programs, we're going to have to do some serious downsizing of our programs.
Is that new? Are those new standards or have they always been that way?
We've always had a local match requirement. We're getting fewer dollars for these programs. And we're seeing also our local matches have been shrinking. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the referendum that was run in McHenry County a number of years ago. Senior Services kind of spearheaded that. And at that time, we were receiving the first few years, we got almost $500,000 from this tax levy grant. And it has been shrinking a lot. So as Adele mentioned, we're trying fundraising. We do annual appeals to residents and families of seniors. And we're just having to really, really scramble a lot more to find that funding. So it's important that we continue to bring these federal dollars into the county so they don't go somewhere else. And we also leverage our volunteer time. Last year, we recognized over $227,000 of volunteer time given to our organization to work amongst the different entities that otherwise we'd have to pay payroll for that.
And that counts towards your match, correct?
In some cases, not in all cases, yeah. But we still have to find dollars to pay the salaries because, as I said, the
Over
state
20
and
years
federal-
for Head Start, we had to do the same thing.
Yeah, but the grants from Age Guide, which is
federal and state dollars, those are decreasing.
And certain programs do not pay for themselves. We're mandated in adult protective services to provide ongoing care, but that program does not pay for itself. So the state tells us, well, you need to go to the local vendors and ask for money. And our local vendors say, well, that's a state responsibility because that's a state mandate. And the problem is, lots of programs throughout the area have been giving their programs up in adult protective services because they're not able to break even. So it is getting harder and harder to find agencies who are willing to take on that financial burden. So we do not want to be one of those agencies that has to give up that program, but we do need to find additional funds for that so that we can keep providing those services here in McHenry County.
Questions?
Yeah,
Ms.
so
Masters?
last year we gave you around, between the two grants, we gave you about 60% of what you asked us to give you. How much money do you estimate you've lost on federal grant money because you haven't been able to get the local matches?
We've been able to.
Oh, you have been able to
Yeah.
get the local match, okay.
But their dollars
They're
are shrinking.
shrinking, right, yes.
So the
Yeah.
percentage, it used to be the federal and state matches were like 60, 70%, and we
Yeah.
only had to provide 30%.
Right,
Now it's kind of going the other way.
yeah, yes.
So they're providing, if your program's 100%, they're providing less than 50% of the match now.
Any other questions?
Is adult protective services that part of your programs? Is that in this grant application?
It is under
comprehensive
senior services.
So is the,
Mr. Hendricks,
Oh.
sorry, and then Ms. Hill.
You said there was 11,000 unduplicated clients served in '24. What percentage of that is our McHenry County residents versus?
That's all McHenry.
100%? Okay.
Yeah.
We served 35,692 through our three counties.
Okay.
5 offices.
And to clarify, that is part of the grant.
Right.
Got to stay here. So,
Right.
Ms. Hill
Yes.
and then Ms. Reed. Tina?
you said the grant amount keeps shrinking. Is that because there's more senior programs? I mean, the funding should be, if it's a tax referendum, that should be increasing based on the number of people moving in and the home values.
Yeah, when we first applied, I think we were one of 2 agencies, Independence and us. But over the years, and seriously, it was Independence and us who did the door-to-door knocking to get the referendum passed. And it was our seniors who went door-to-door and our board of directors.
I remember.
And since then, many agencies have come forward to make application. And so our portion of it has been dwindling each year.
Got it. Thank you.
Plus, we stayed at 1.6, and so again, just inflation. Money wasn't, the value was decreased in and of itself. I'm sorry, Ms. Reed, thank you.
That's okay. So of the seniors that you've represented, or you've served, I'm sorry, can you do a breakdown of how many were in comprehensive and how many were in the resource center?
That based on.
Breakdown. That.
So the resource center is only the recreation services?
Mhm.
And then the rest was the comprehensive?
Yeah, the
services?
comprehensive is INA and caregiver assistance, long-term care facilities, and adult protective services. So the recreation and education piece is just in the other piece.
Where's transportation?
And I'm opining, but we got to find a better way to say recreation. Because it's not just recreation.
It is not, it is social
right.
isolation.
I would just suggest we learn a new way to, because in
agree.
people's head, recreation means we're dancing, and it's
Yeah.
not. That is
Yeah.
not what those
Yeah.
programs
I think we know it's
do.
the social part, the
Right.
social
Yeah.
emotional
Yeah. Thank you.
programs.
Yeah, and the Surgeon General has talked about how social isolation is the biggest pandemic that we are facing now. And he says that it's as much as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. So that is key for us to keep them socially engaged and learning. And we do exercise classes, we do evidence-based where they take a pre-test and a post-test. And we have absolutely seen the effects of the fall prevention classes especially.
Ms. Reed?
So the 5984, that's just information and referral?
It's also filing paperwork for benefits. So for Medicare, Medicaid, all of that, we help them apply for those programs themselves. We also do the SHIP counseling as well.
I'd almost break that down for the future.
Sure.
That doesn't represent also the transportation piece
Didn't put that on that slide.
and friendly visiting piece. Friendly visiting program has really, really helped a lot of people because it introduces a visitor and a senior who needs some, outside stimulation, companionship, and it helps both sides, not only the visitor, but the senior. Both benefit from that program a lot.
Participants, I believe, were 96 from based on my memory of the annual report was 96 on that, but I don't remember the transportation. It was in the 300s, so. But that doesn't count the driver, and friendly visiting that number doesn't count the visitor. So it counts the senior.
And one of the things that we have talked about in the past, Senior Care Volunteer Network also provides transportation, but it's not duplication of services, it is complementarism, because Sarah can't have all the rides, and she can't meet all those needs, nor can our volunteer program. So we offer each other as a backup plan. And especially those who are having kidney dialysis, that's 3 times a week. So we take a ride, Sarah takes a ride, somebody else takes a ride, McHenry Township or whoever. It's very important to be able to share those things because not one agency can take all that burden. It's like transportation is a black hole. And there's great need out there for that.
Yeah, I would break that down just a little bit more, separating almost out what the comprehensive services numbers are versus the resource center. Because this committee's newer, and I've been around a long time, and this will be my last one. So I think going forward with newer people, I think we need to make sure that they're understanding that.
And we do report that quarterly.
Right.
That's good insight.
Thank you.
But yeah, that's what I would do just for them.
Thanks, suggestion.
I have a question for you, because you've been out there in government for a while. Are they allowed to take money from the business sector at all as support?
I can't answer that in general because each organization is set up differently, but not-for-profits can accept funds.
Sure. We do ask for sponsors, so for our different fundraising events, we send out letters to banks and people that we do business with.
Have you approached different chambers?
Oh yeah, we're members of the chambers, yep.
Because I noticed that, I have to use mine, all right, Huntley, is now not even Huntley, okay? They're all multiple chambers that have bonded together, okay? And of course, there's money there, especially like we have Amazon that opened up. I'm just thinking about all the big warehouses that are opening up everywhere. San Filippo, of course, just opened in Huntley too. And so I'm just thinking of ways to get you money, okay? I'm full of ideas, that's all.
We do, we send out a mass mailing to all the businesses we can think of. Maybe it's time to start approaching these chambers.
Well, my comment is if you have a contact at any of those businesses,
Share
be
it.
the
Please share, yeah.
I can't do it, being a trustee. But on the other hand, the chamber can get you to those people, okay? There are economic development directors in almost every town. And they're out there securing businesses for their areas, okay? Do you think McCog would help if they approached?
Well, if you feel uncomfortable as an elected official, I don't know anybody who's a McCog person who's not elected.
Well, and I think the piece of that too.
Those really bad points.
Is that we provide services and support for the caregiver piece of that. And so many of our companies that are up here in McHenry County have lost people because they're staying home to take care of their seniors, or they've lost time at work because they've had to take off to care for their senior. So I think it's very beneficial for companies like Amazon and, like Sanfilippo to understand that we're trying to help them so that they don't lose their workforce. Because as the aging population does age, more and more of that care is going to be done by family members. And they're gonna be absent from work.
Mr. Hennings, I'm
Disaster
sorry, Mr. Hennings?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Since we have some time left, as a representative of the largest senior transportation program in the county, you mentioned transportation's a black hole. What can we do better to make it not a black hole from a transportation perspective? You're talking with the seniors on a day-to-day basis. What are we not doing adequately enough that you feel like it's a black hole?
I don't know that we're not doing it adequately enough. I think there's been a lot of discussion between the nonprofits on how we can help each other with this, because as I said, not any one organization can take that burden. And I think Age Strong McHenry, that group of nonprofits is working better together, working with each other. But I think that the whole issue for seniors is that we have to make sure that we're picking them up at the end of their driveway, because they cannot go to a regular bus stop, walk that far, and then at the end of the time, at the end of their day, walk all that way back again. I don't think that that's a possibility for them. And I also think that making sure that we have handicapped, accessible vehicles available, that's important.
And it's that extra step of care getting them to the house.
Yeah.
Sometimes the end of the driveway isn't far.
Yeah.
Can I mention another thing? So we have been working with our area agency on aging, which is called Age Guide, and they very adamantly require that we only serve transportation to people who are living in their own homes. We can't go to resident care facilities. And the people who run the resident care facilities should really be doing their transportation. And their costs are going up, so they've been really very stingy about that. So we get calls constantly from people living in resident care facilities, and they can't get where they need to go.
Yeah.
So that, in my mind, that's a big problem.
That's new information.
Somebody
But
needs.
that's true for Valley High too, though.
I know, but it's.
Valley High also doesn't have enough transportation.
Yeah,
I understand, it's an issue of providing it and expectations, which we talk about all the time.
Yes, absolutely.
Any comments you want to make in closing?
Just we appreciate the funding that we have gotten. As you know, as Lisa mentioned, the funding has been going down, but we also have to be able to pay our staff a livable wage. And nonprofits, by definition, always make less than the for-profit organizations. And it's been very difficult keeping qualified staff over this last great resignation. And, you know, we have to make sure that we are offering them a livable wage.
That's a great closing statement. Thank you very much. Really, really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. All right, next up, we've got Harvard Community Senior Center, and it's for two applications, both the core services as well as the pearls. Come on up, guys.
I still say black hole.
Good morning. Almost afternoon.
I know.
When you're ready.
I think this is the first time we've ever gotten to go in the morning.
So you feel so fresh.
I think we threw your names in a hat.
You know what, I do want to mention one thing I noticed on the sheet, I think.
Oh, yeah, we fixed it,
we fixed it.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Thank you very much. We got it.
We
got enough eyes now, yeah.
Well, I'm only doing it once, so. Not that I don't love you all, but,
You want this? Yes, there you go. No problem.
All right. Well, good morning. We want to start by thanking everybody for your ongoing support for all the work we do. I'm Linda Rohe. I've been here before, but I am the outgoing executive director. And
I'm Noelle Tully, and I am the incoming. So I'm basically still onboarding with Linda. I've been here since June.
And we didn't think that it would probably, I didn't feel right, like, letting you kind of.
We really appreciate that.
I appreciate
more than you know.
Well, I didn't want to, I didn't think it was right to just have her go in front of, just after 3 months.
We're nice,
So-
though.
Sometimes,
You are, you are.
sometimes.
Most of us are nice.
You're nice. So.
But I'm still learning, as I said, and Linda's very knowledgeable and everything, so I'm grateful.
All right, so we continue to provide comprehensive services to the 22 communities across the county, and we encourage everybody to stay connected, stay healthy, improve food security, reduce depressive symptoms, receive Medicare and Medicaid enrollment assistance, and LIHEAP, the county assistance program to assist with gas and electric payments for low-income individuals. I won't read our mission and vision, you can do that. But community continues to be our middle name. I've said it before, and I believe it to my core, we're a senior center without walls. We do have the brick and mortar building in Harvard. That's our hub where we've served seniors now for 41 years. But we serve all of McHenry County, and in 2024, hundreds of those we helped lived outside of Harvard even. We provide integrated, comprehensive, and holistic services to help seniors with the supports they need to remain in their own homes. That's the biggest thing, right? We have our group of seniors here. It's kind of hard to see because I know it's bright, but they're doing chair yoga. So this was provided weekly, and they had the opportunity after to ask the instructor questions. So regarding pain and stiffness they were having, is there something more I can do? What other exercises can I do between classes to help alleviate those issues? So I know last year, positive impact, who are we impacting? My lady last year, God bless her, she passed away in January. She was a huge impact person, but this sweet lady is Maria. She is another example of how all the dollars that you give us go very far. So she's 66, she's bilingual. And we initially met her through SHIP, the Senior Health Insurance Program. She needed help understanding her Medicare benefits, needed help understanding Medicaid benefits. Then she became a senior tech participant, but then took it a step further and wanted to know if could we add an app on her tablet so she could practice her English better. So then she became, she was a participant in the Cultivating Health Ministries program to help improve her health and monitor her health. Then she connected with partners through that program to help get assistance to help her get hearing aids through CLEAS, the Coalition for Limited English-Speaking Elderly. She lives in Woodstock, but comes up to the Harvard Senior Center for programming because there's other bilingual or solely Spanish-speaking participants up there, and that's where she feels comfortable. It gives her the opportunity to socialize and get out of her house, right? That's the whole big thing we talk about. She also volunteers she does it on her own to pick up some of her other friends who are bilingual or Spanish speaking who don't have transportation in Harvard. Sorry, and brings them to the center so they can participate too. So they get to participate in activities and exercise class and gardening and all those things, right? So she's participated in our Tai Chi class. She is what makes us want to continue to help and give them the best life, help them live their best life, right? So this is where she's a perfect example, just like Elaine was last year, of how our programs weave so beautifully together.
Cultivating Health Ministry Program. So this continues to go strong, even though it's not a program funded by SSGC. It needs to be mentioned as it is one of the main pathways to our other programs. So this one is a great referral source for all of our programs, and there's always a staff member at a screening or other major event. So if a referral is made, that person can speak to someone and have a contact at that time. CHM is now in its 5th year. It's in 13 faith communities throughout McHenry County and has served over 7,704 individuals through screenings, trainings, classes, and education with over 31,022 encounters. So these encounters surpass a diabetes and blood pressure screening, but continue on to mental health education and awareness, AED and CPR trainings, Narcan training, and annual health fairs and mental health forums to serve English and Spanish-speaking residents of McHenry County. So CHM is a great front door. Again, this shows how everything overlaps and is interwoven into each other.
Right, so this,
Yep.
I'm gonna just take 1 second.
Yeah.
So Medicare, so I know there's some people who are Medicare eligible sitting here. So have you made your appointment with a SHIP counselor yet? Because open enrollment's right around the corner.
Yes, it is.
And you're all quiet.
So, right around the corner, October 15th through December 7th.
I need to.
Yeah.
So
I'm not there either.
Yeah.
No more year.
But
So-
you know what? It's good to start learning about it now.
Yes, yes. So it's a year-long program, but like Linda said, open enrollment, it's October 15th through December 7th. It's the busiest time of the year. I'm in training right now, and Friday is my last day of training, so that's good. So let's see, last open enrollment, we served over 300 beneficiaries across the county. We were able to do this because of volunteers and partnerships with Senior Care Volunteer Network, the Community Foundation for McHenry County and Crystal Lake, and SOAR at Door in Woodstock. This year, we're adding the United Way in McHenry to expand our access and make it easier for beneficiaries to get to a SHIP counselor. This year, pre-open enrollment, our volunteers have signed up to do 4 presentations in the community, working with some of our local senators to increase SHIP and open enrollment awareness. We do serve English and Spanish-speaking older adults. In order to close the referral loop and stop seniors from falling through service gaps, SHIP counselors also screen participants for many other services like food insecurity, SNAP, Senior Tech Connects, depression, LIHEAP, and are able to connect them to services right away.
So last year when I was here, we were trying to pilot a program to do kind of like a little remote senior center programming in Hebron. And I'm happy to say it's been really successful. So we finished our first year and we have done 4 separate sessions in Hebron ranging from 6 to 8 weeks per session. Each session has included a wellness component, so physical movement, exercise. We even provided matter of balance for one session. An education piece, bringing in community partners from the health department, some of our Harvard programming, tech programming, and partners from Advocate. We've had mental health education, we've done some arts, and then we've had food. Everybody enjoys food. That's a big pull always, right? So this program has also been intergenerational. That was one of the things we spoke about when we proposed it. And we have the local youth group that come in and they make the meal with supervision from the youth group leader. But they also they serve the meal to the older adults, and they also participate. So they participate in the exercise program with the older adults. And for some of them, it's having their grandkids right next to them, because their grandkids are some of the kids from the youth group. And it is so successful. It is so fun to watch a group of older adults exercise, do some sort of movement, whether it's dance, matter of balance, whatever it is, but in with the kids. And the kids are having fun, the older adults are having fun, and it's an enjoyable experience for everybody together. And it's not like, please get these kids out of here, I'm done with it. It's everybody's having a good time, they really enjoy it. So the typical group sizes have ranged from about 9 to 14, which for Hebron, if you ever go up to Hebron, I feel that's pretty successful. It's pretty substantial. So we want to be able to continue that, and we have a person on staff who really is invested in keeping that going. So on to Pearls also. So Harvard has been the main provider of Pearls in McHenry County. This year we have been able to exceed our goal of serving 22 clients. We're at 27 this year, and we still have a little bit of time left to go. It's an evidence-based program that uses problem solving and behavioral activation. The counselors meet with the participants in their home or their comfort setting about 8 times over the course of 6 months. And the participants will set goals to work on their goals while incorporating pleasant physical and social activities. Doing all this in conjunction helps decrease their depressive symptoms. Their progress is evaluated over the course of those 6 months by using the PHQ-9, which is the Patient Health Questionnaire. It's a standardized tool used to screen for major and minor depression. And again, 81% of our participants have shown a decrease in their depressive symptoms. What I do want to point out, one of the biggest pulls to this program for older adults is the last one on the screen, meeting where it's most comfortable. People don't like to talk about being depressed, being sad, being isolated, being alone. And that's, first of all, that's hard to do, right? I mean, do you want to talk about being depressed? Not typically. And you want to go into a doctor's office, a clinical setting, and then go into another office and have to do that. Would you feel more comfortable having somebody come into your home and sit in your living room and do it? I used to have a lady that loved to go to McDonald's at 2 in the afternoon because it was empty. She could indulge in her guilty pleasure, which was a Diet Coke. And we sat there alone for an hour and she would feel comfortable enough to talk. That was her comfort setting. Some people like to sit at their church and do it. It's where you're most comfortable to do it. I think that's one of the big keys to their program. Plus, it's person-centered. So it's how they want to do it, what problems they feel they want to solve. So that's, I think, one of the biggest things. We're able to provide this in English and in Spanish. We have a Spanish Pearls counselor on staff. And with your continued support, we're planning on serving another 25 older adults in the community in 2025. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but I guess I'll beat it anyway. We screen in English and in Spanish at Cultivating Health Ministries health screenings. But the biggest thing is if somebody, we have somebody that comes in for an A1C screening and, you know, maybe they're honest to answer those questions, because not everybody we know, like you go to doctor's office and you get those screening questions. My husband says that I'm not answering honestly because I know what's going to happen. There's a smile. So you know, right? So, but some people do answer honestly, thankfully. So those people can go over and sit, and I've had people where, you know, one of the providers has brought somebody over to sit and talk to me. And they can come over and sit and talk to Noelle, or come over and sit and talk to Nancy. And we're off to the side, so it's okay. And we don't have to have a long discussion about how are you feeling right now? Are you sad? Are you alone? Are all these kinds of things? But let's have a brief discussion about the program, and let's find a time to meet. And where do you want to meet? I'm happy to meet wherever you want to. And then all of a sudden you can kind of see this, like, okay, I'm kind of open to that. And then once you start meeting, there's that connection in it. It is. So that's why no matter what, when we're screening for a tablet, when we're doing SHIP counseling, we're sitting here for X, but Y and Z and maybe A, B, and C are still running in the back of your head. That's the beauty of what Harvard provides. And that's the beauty of what Senior Service Grant Commission support has always had. So you provide support for these programs so we're not just one. We don't just provide A. We can provide A, but we have B, C, and D running, oh boy, in my mind. Okay, so let me get to the big one. All right. I did it at home and I was like in 10 minutes. So I think your timer's off. Just all right, so in 2024, we were able to provide chair yoga. We did Tai Chi Chuan, which was an evidence-based program. That was a 6-month program. That was long, but really cool. Educational programming, we did some dancing. I saw you do it, but it was some really cool dancing. We got some really awesome people that are really interested in it, and we had some art programming. We continue to have our master gardener in, and my gosh, I mean, you see the ladies, I know it's not necessarily the biggest thing, but I got a group of people, or we have a group of people, she's got a group of people now, that really dig going out into the garden. I didn't mean to use that pun. I didn't even think of it until I said it, I'm sorry. But they really love going out there. Like some people they come, they drop their stuff, and they're right out the door to the garden. It doesn't matter if it's 50 outside or it's 90 outside, they're out there watering and picking, and you know, whether the bounty is like this or the bounty's like this. So, and everybody goes home with fresh vegetables. That's the bigger thing too. So, we continue to partner with Cycling Without Age to provide rides in Harvard, to decrease isolation and increase socialization. We continue to bring partners from the community to bring awareness about programming. So we partner with PLEACE, the Alzheimer's Association, Consumer Credit Counseling Services, the Illinois Migrant Council, and then the healthcare community to speak about topics that are important to our seniors. We provide Matter of Balance and Tai Chi. We had about 20 participants in our Tai Chi class. And we were pulling in new people from the community. So we're asking for $100,000 for core services to cover our programming. We had proposed to serve 850 unduplicated clients in fiscal year 24. At the end of July, we've surpassed that. We've hit 1280. And we proposed 5,800 service units, and we've already hit over 13,000. And we're increasing our reach into our county, and we're just asking for the amount to serve appropriately. We're asking for $20,000 for Pearls to serve those 25 clients throughout McHenry County to cover our direct service staff, our clinical supervisor, and mileage. So, and just to remind you, like I beat a dead horse, each program is in English and in Spanish, and those funds serve people like Maria.
Geographically, where do you guys pull from? I know it's all over the county, but
it is, and we were just talking about this. Yeah. So we really don't have a lot necessarily in Algonquin and Lake in the Hills. So that's, and Cary. There's like, honestly, like on one hand, I could probably count like how many people we've really served in Cary and Lake in the Hills and Algonquin. The majority, Crystal Lake, Woodstock, Harvard, Hebron, McHenry, like that.
That section, yeah, well, that makes
More,
sense. I mean, yeah.
like more Crystal Lake and up versus like down. And Huntley, we had quite a bit in Huntley too.
And I'll start off if it's okay. There is a great deal of conversation prior to your arrival about current expenditures and then, you know, the availability of you guys to hit where you need to be. Do you want to address that? I'm not even going to give you a leading question. Do you want to kind of address that and explain?
Well, you know, we started out with the I've left and she's coming in, so there was that little bit of gap. We also, our bilingual program coordinator, got married and decided to start a family. So she was out, and I told her. Yeah. I mean, I laid it out, but she was out for a few months, so that also decreased. You know, I really didn't feel that it was in her being out that towards the time of her coming back, and that was the same time of me saying I was going to leave. So it wasn't. I didn't feel it was responsible to start any new Pearls clients because that's a very intimate relationship, and to try to start before she came back and try to hand off, it's hard for older adults to try to go from trusting one person to try to trust another person.
I just want to give you the opportunity to explain.
Yeah, and we're gonna have 4 staff positions now, so we have Stephanie now.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be an increase also, you know, to be able to pay our employees.
Thank you. Ms. Hill?
Maybe you address this, but what's the difference between your program and getting people from Crystal Lake and the senior services in Crystal Lake?
So senior services in Crystal Lake is they have a senior center. Their services, and please pipe in, like our SHIP counseling, we will go, people come to us, like, so we partner with the Community Foundation. People can come there to be served, but we will also meet people in their homes for SHIP counseling if they are
Right, but
struggling.
does the central hub in Crystal Lake have the SHIP counseling?
They do?
Yep. Yeah.
Same with LIHEAP too.
Yeah.
So why would someone from Crystal Lake go up to Harvard?
Because there are more seniors than
counselors.
There are more seniors than, oh yeah, there are a lot more seniors than counselors. Last year, Senior Services and Harvard partnered together because there were some loss of counselors in the county. So, I mean, 300 was not normal for Harvard to do through open enrollment. And that was, I mean, I would cringe to have to show you.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I will also tell you, if I'm driving through Harvard and I'm going to work, I'm going to stop at Harvard because it might be more convenient, but I might live in Crystal Lake. There's a whole lot of different reasons that people choose to find the services that are most convenient to them.
I mean, I'll tell you, one of the SHIP counselors that's been working in the community for over 20 years now is Sue Grossinger. She works out of Advocate, but people have known her forever, and Pam's smile tells me she knows her. So open enrollment doesn't start till October 15th, but she's already booked through December 7th. Fully booked every day, October 15th through December 7th, starting at 8 a.m. or 7 a.m. and going to 3 every day. Okay, so now where does she refer? She's going to refer to Senior Services. She's going to refer to Harvard because they can go to Crystal Lake, they can go to McHenry, but they can also, if a time doesn't work for them, they can call us and we can also serve them. So it's not, again, what was your word? Not duplicative, it was
complementary.
Thank you. I couldn't remember that one.
Which is a new word. Which is a new word.
That is, because I couldn't catch that one. When it comes to something like that, there is no way it could ever be duplicative because there are so many seniors that that need SHIP counseling, that don't understand what SHIP counseling is, and are new to SHIP counseling. Plus, there are so many seniors that are just looking at retiring right now and don't know what to do. So they need those people, and I don't think there's even enough of us.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Reed?
So my suggestion to you for next year would be to break out where, like, Senior Volunteer did a heat map of where they've been, where their volunteers have been and where their clients have been. I would try and do something like that.
Okay.
And then also put that explanation about how you're all working together, because that made a lot of sense, what you just said, and we don't read that in here. And so when we're doing our scoring, we don't have that information.
Okay.
And I think that's crucial information for that senior center.
Right.
Because a lot of people are like, why are you serving the whole McHenry County? We've got places all around the county already doing this work. So I read it as you're duplicating what other people are already doing.
Yeah. I
So
don't
I would
think, I
keep
don't
that
think
in
it's,
mind.
and it's not possible to duplicate. And she's nodding no.
And I understand that, but when we're reading
I think
this
it's a
and
valid.
we're scoring it,
Yeah.
it's important to have that information.
I think it's a valid comment.
Okay, yes, that makes sense.
Any other questions, comments, closing statement? Did pretty good doing it.
Thank you.
Nicole, you gonna be ready next year?
I'm gonna be ready.
All right. All right.
Yep,
Yeah, well,
I'll be all ready too.
Thank you very, very
Thank you
much.
so much.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you.
Time to break for lunch. We need to be back in the room and ready to work at 12:15. We do
Oh, we
have
also eat in
lunches.
this
We
room?
invite our Veterans Path to Hope. Oh, thank you.
I should have been faster on my clip.
Good to see you all. Thank you for inviting us back. Oh, no, keep eating. Yeah, we're interrupting your lunch.
Yeah,
so-
I apologize too.
I'm sorry, it was me, Laura. Oh, no, it's all good.
Me too.
It's all good.
I'll change it next
You're
time.
you're on time, so that's the important thing.
Here they come, I have to wait 2
Sure.
No, they turned it down for us.
I know, you're already, we're like messing around.
Oh, it's all good.
I'm getting it.
But where am I going? Yes.
Laura, go ahead.
Okay, so Laura Frantz, I'm the Executive Director for Veterans Path to Hope, and I have Nancy Long with us, who is our Program Coordinator, and this is her first chance to observe a grant presentation. So this is a good place to start, I thought. So the reason we put in for this grant is for our Veteran Peer Support Program. Our home base is in Crystal Lake with our drop-in center. Which includes peer support, a clinical supervisor, a therapist, a full food pantry that has hygiene supplies and pet supplies. So when a veteran and or family member reaches out to us, they're kind of enveloped by all of this, as well as any of our other 7 programs and services that our agency offers. So the peer support is really the way into the agency. So our goal has always been to be able to help senior veterans maintain in their homes, and we have an outstanding track record of being able to do that. And we saw during the last year, I think I reported last year that we were delivering, we have the food pantry, but a lot of the veterans, the senior veterans can't get out of their homes. So our peer supports have been delivering the groceries to them. And at the current time, we have 18 different veterans that we're delivering to all throughout McHenry County. And that includes the hygiene supplies and pet supplies too, for those that have pets. The peers have also been providing in-home services as well, and that's a little bit more often than we did before because that's what the need is. And also the counseling. We have a veteran who got a master's degree in counseling and joined our team, and he's been doing some in-home therapy where needed. So we've been doing the same kind of solid service that we've always done, but as always, responding to the needs of the people that we're serving and just augmenting and kind of pivoting as we see the need grow. So, and we had one, do you feel comfortable talking about? Yeah, one kind of cool.
I think one of the nicest parts of this program is just that it reduces isolation and creates a connection with the community. And we were able, one of our peer support specialists was able to connect a father and son that were both veterans, both homebound, a 97-year-old father, and they hadn't seen each other for over 30 years. And so our specialist brought the son to see his father, and they reunited and just kind of creates that sense of community again for people really that are homebound and just have a lot of isolation. That's a really difficult situation. So that was wonderful for them to experience that connection again.
Yeah, that was neat. And we learned about them through the food delivery. It was
Right.
like the peers delivered the food and found out the story and was like, wait a minute, you know, and was able to bring them together. So the father has since passed, unfortunately, but at least they had that one visit and we had got pictures and, you know, a memory that will last for the son. So kind of a cool thing. Unusual kind of story, but I know, you never know what you're gonna come across, yeah.
Any questions? Mr. Kunkel?
Excuse me, I'm not complaining or anything. It's a very little bit of money that you ask us for. Is this enough to carry out your mission? Or are you just afraid to come to us because you know we have limited funds?
You guys ask me that every year, and that is always my response. I know that there's limited funds. So we did increase our ask this year because expenses have gone up. I'm sure you're hearing that from all of the agencies. And so we did increase our ask. And we also, part of what Nancy does is help me grant write. And we've gone from, I think we've written, 96 grants so far this year, which is
So
up.
many.
Yeah. And I know some of you can relate to the need. So the need is greater. I'm sure the money hasn't changed. So yeah, we stick with asking in fairness to everybody.
But this is a key demographic for us, for me, for the county. So far as I'm concerned, it's a need that needs to be fulfilled. We all have an obligation above and beyond the county to fulfill to these particular individuals. So thank you for your help.
Thank you.
I would note too, veterans always like to deal with veterans as opposed to other
Right.
outside
Yes.
agencies. So the
Yeah.
fact that you're there and that you can provide similar services for that specific group of individuals is terribly important.
Yeah, I agree. We also have been involved in the court. I forgot about that too. We've had a couple of really difficult, meaning complex cases that were seniors that needed court supervision. And our peer has gone and picked up a couple of these guys and brought them to our agency to do supervised work, both out at Hebron at our shelter and then at our office in Crystal Lake. So another component that's different that I forgot to mention that as well.
Any other questions?
Sorry. Extraordinarily rude. Anything else? Closing statements?
Just again, thank you for your previous support and for hearing us out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate you guys too. Yes. Lady County's here, yay. I mean, we can wait if you want to wait, but if you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, let's go. This is for the Senior Independent Living Services application?
I don't think,
No? What?
I don't think anyone sent me your presentation.
Oh, I sent it
You did send it?
yesterday.
Okay.
If you need it, I can forward it.
So this is the Lake County one?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe they didn't save to this, so hold on.
You have time.
See, that's why it was good.
That's correct. That's exactly correct.
Yeah, you did.
All right.
All right.
So we are the Center for Independent Living. We provide services to the entire county of McHenry. All of our services are free to people with disabilities. And,
Don't forget to introduce yourself.
oh yes, I'm sorry, thank you.
All right.
My name is Claudia Mancera, and I am the Program Outreach and Data Manager at the center. And I have been with the center for over 12 years now. We started serving McHenry County in 2012, and we do have an office in McHenry County. Like I said, all of our services are free, and the funding received by the Senior Services Grant will help us to serve people who are 60, individuals that are 60 and older, who have disabilities, to learn the skills they need to stay independent in their home despite the challenges posed due to their new disability. So, this comes with starting to lose your vision, your hearing, physical mobility. So seniors learn new ways to complete daily living tasks that are otherwise lost with the onset of a disability. All of the services that we provide are individually tailored to each person. There's not a one-size-fits-all when working with different disabilities. So it's tailored to their specific needs. And if they can't come to us, we will go to them. I mean, which better way to train them? They're in their own home where they're going to use the skills. The services fall within 5 categories. So our 5 core services are independent living skills training. So this is anything can fall into this, learning how to budget, organization skills, learning how to use public transportation, peer mentoring, because more than 51% of the people that are employed at the center are a person with a disability. We have the ability to connect with them and teach them. That's where the one-on-one peer mentoring comes in.
In addition to that, we have a few support groups that are available for people to connect. And all of them are available virtually so that if they can't go to a location, they can still participate. Advocacy, so we teach them advocacy skills. So if they were denied services, we teach them how to advocate. If they're facing barriers because there's lack of access, they don't have a curb cut or they don't have a push button at the hospital they go to, we can assist them with advocating for that, as well as providing site surveys to identify the barriers. Transition is a program that we have for people who are residing in nursing homes. You know, somebody may go into a nursing home because they needed some therapy and they end up getting stuck 2 years there. They don't have enough money to put down for their security deposit, first month's rent to get started, so we help them with all that. And then information and referral. So that's pretty much what it is. You can call, ask for information. If it's something we don't provide, we refer out to other agencies. So the people that we served the previous year was, they learn independent living skills, organization for documents, how to conduct their finances, budgeting. They learn how to apply to programs such as the personal assistant programs. We teach them how to gain management skills so that they can maintain their personal assistants, manage them, and hire and fire if they need to. We teach people how to apply for SNAP benefits, Medicaid, Medicare assistance, the free state ID program, homestead tax exemptions, and personal assistant providers. We have 5 SHIP counselors on our site that are available to help with all of the Medicare and enrollment. They also learn about assistive technology. So with people losing their vision, losing their hearing, there's a lot of different devices that they can utilize. You know, there's even glasses nowadays that you can say, hey, Meta, who's in front of me? And they search your Facebook and they say, you know, Bianca's here. So this training is, again, is individualized to their vision loss or hearing loss. And we teach them how to use different types of assistive technology. And we can also provide to people who are 60 years old and over, we can provide some of the devices. And this helps them increase their independence at home. So they learn to use the screen reading software on computers, using conferencing programs for virtual appointments, using writing guides so they can stay in the line when they're signing, talking devices, medical talking devices like talking scales, talking thermometers, blood pressure monitors. They also get free amplified phones that they can utilize and other devices that can also amplify their cell phone. We have a system with the talking book program, and we also have a lending library. So they can borrow a tablet if they don't have access or they cannot afford one. So some of the seniors that we assisted gained the skills to apply for low-income, affordable, and accessible housing. There's a lack of that, so we also do advocacy for that. To apply for SNAP or community benefits, transportation options to doctors, so we teach them how to apply, how to use it. Advocate for accommodations and modifications, and moving out of nursing homes back into the community. And then for addressing social isolation, I know I mentioned about the support groups, so our lending library program can provide some tablets that they can use, and we teach them how to use those tablets. And then they can connect, and they also learn how to set up orders through curbside pickup or do virtual medical appointments, different things. So it really increased their access to online. And all our support groups were expanded to be virtual to provide access. And we have a low vision support group, Heads Up, which is for people with traumatic brain injuries, and WOW, which is open to all types of disabilities. This is what I have. Any questions?
I'll open it up. I have 2. One, how many of your clients come from McHenry County? And then number 2, when you ask, when you say the total program costs you $58,000 plus, is that just for McHenry County? Is that just the McHenry County program?
That's just McHenry County.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So right now we have served 49 consumers so far through August. We always go over this number every year. We continue to see this increasing year after year.
we're definitely expanding a lot of these programs that we're having, and there's a lot of people interested. So we have seen, I believe we're going to easily surpass, 60 consumers served.
So for a cookie that is left over from my lunch,
Yes.
who on this commission can name the 3 communities that cross over into Lake County? Scott, you don't count.
One, Holiday Hills.
Huntley and.
I was gonna put that with the other.
Lakemore.
Huntley is in, I meant into Lake County,
how
not
about-
into
sorry,
County,
Lake
only into
County.
Lake.
Holiday
Carrie.
Hills.
Pardon me?
Fox River Road, Carrie.
Barrington
Fox River
Hills.
Grove, yeah.
Barrington Hills, or Barrington. Oh, they're Cook County.
Those are Cook County.
Island Lake?
Island Lake, I was doing Island Lake and Holiday Hills together, but yes, that was one I thought of. Then,
Fox River Grove.
Fox River Grove,
Yeah.
and
And Barrington
Oh,
Hills
I have
does
to-
go over both.
they do, I have
They
to
do
do this one.
McHenry, Cook, and Lake. all
Lake,
intersect.
Fox Lake and Lakemore too.
Yeah,
Just-
I know
just saying,
Lakemore.
yeah.
Does Fox
because
Lake and McHenry have?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Very small,
I don't wanna cook.
little
Very
tiny, tiny.
but it's.
I think it's the mobile homes up off of.
I was gonna say there are residents,
Yeah.
that's exactly what they are, they are mobile, it's a mobile
The
home.
mobile
park.
homes over by Lolo Bog.
Absolutely correct. So I just wanted to explain, why Lake County also kind of provides service too.
Yeah, and we do a
keep your
lot
cookie.
of cross, so like transportation's an example. We have consumers that are coming to maybe medical offices that are in Lake County, so we teach them how to use public transportation transfers from there to Lake County. And we communicate with the transportation companies to make sure that they don't lose them.
Thank you. Scott?
Could be a little finder, chips out.
Yeah.
I wanted to speak to transportation really quick, because I've had the pleasure of working with Lake County Center for Independent Living for 12 years now. Jenny Farley back in the
Yeah.
day. 2 things. So it's important that everybody understand that they're really the only organization out here that is teaching people how to use the existing public transit system, people with disabilities. The whole system is accessible to people with disabilities, but people need to go through the process of understanding, okay, here's how to actually get on the bus, here's when you get off the bus, here's how to get to your final destination. They do the best job out of any agencies I've come across doing this type of work.
Congratulations.
And then the second thing, I want to give them credit because our Dial-A-Ride program, which is countywide today, wasn't always countywide. And she talked about advocacy, and that was a big reason we decided to go countywide was because of her organization constantly telling people, hey, it's not equitable that some seniors don't have access to this program and others do. The county should do better. And so that's part of the reason why we did what we did to go countywide back in the day. So kudos to you.
Thank you. Yeah, and you guys, McHenry County moved very fast when it came to the process for transportation.
Because we had Scott.
And it served as an example for other counties to implement something similar. Lake County now is also borderless because of the example set by McHenry County.
King County should learn. How many rides do you provide?
We provide over 40,000 rides for senior citizens every single year. Over 100,000 total rides, but about 40,000 of those are for seniors over 60. And a lot of them have disabilities.
Many of them.
Yeah.
The community promotes our transportation program. I mean, the disabled community, so yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah.
See what happens when you do a great job? Closing statement, you want to say anything in closing or?
I really, well, I do, and our center really truly appreciates the funding that we receive every year. Like I said, we will not stop, even if we surpass our goal, we continue because we know there's a need for the services we provide. We are unique because we serve all disabilities. So we're not just specific to one specific group, we serve everybody. And we never put anybody on hold. When we get tied up, we all wear different hats and jump in and step in and assist. We never want to have anybody waiting to receive the assistance they need. So we truly appreciate all the funding that we have received, and we really appreciate it, and we hope we can carry it.
I apologize, I'm going to use my latitude as chair. I noticed that your ask is for just a little over 50% of the total cost. Where do you get your other money for the program?
So we do a lot of, we do grant writing, we ask for donations, we do a full appeal in the fall to help us with the services that are not funded for us. So we do a lot of that.
Thank you. Just wanted to know. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Us.
We're early. Home of the Sparrow, are you?
Here,
We love these people to come on. Come on up. Come on down.
We can get everybody out, right? The better. Yeah.
Alrighty. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kristen Miller. I'm the grants manager at Home of the Sparrow.
And I'm Lindsay Kellner, the Director of Program Services at Home of the Sparrow.
And thank you for hearing us out for our appeal this year for supportive services that are helping seniors in our county experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. We did want to bring our mission statement to you because it did change a little bit since we saw you all last. Just that it reflects a little bit better what we do. A lot of it's pretty much the same, but we just wanted to emphasize in our mission statement, especially our community partnerships. We're going to talk about that a lot. You'll hear a lot about that in this presentation. So much so, we put it in the mission statement. And we are celebrating 37 years of service here in McHenry. Just a quick recap on our programs and services. I think many of you are familiar with what we do. We are continuing to obviously offer shelter, a lot of our community-based housing programs. McUREP, which was the COVID era emergency rental assistance, will not go away. So we will continue to make it work and provide assistance to individuals and families who need a little boost in their rental assistance as they're eligible. Last year, we introduced our homeless prevention program, which is an initiative that provides very short-term rental assistance, utility assistance, and security deposit assistance to individuals and families who are on the brink of homelessness. So they're not quite homeless yet, but they are overdue in rent, they're missing a utility payment, water's about to be shut off. We can provide 3 to 6 months of assistance to them. That was wildly successful, and we're really excited to keep that going this year as well. All programs include trauma-informed case management, which Lindsay will talk to you a little bit about later. And obviously, all of these programs are available to our senior clients and any seniors in the county who need assistance. So, seniors and homelessness. Both the commission here and HOS define our seniors as ages 50 plus experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. We've had the question come up before, why 50? That seems low. Most of us don't want to think that 50 is quite senior age yet. But this really comes for us from the National Alliance to End Homelessness. This is a best practice in homeless services across the board. And that's largely because individuals who are in their 50s, who are experiencing homelessness, experiencing housing insecurity, are taking on so much trauma, so much stress, that it actually does, research shows, physically and mentally age you, comparable to individuals who are housed in their 70s. So if you can imagine what somebody who is stable in their housing in their 70s acts and feels like, the issues they're dealing with physically, mentally, socially, that is what clients who are in their 50s and who have experienced the trauma of homelessness or housing insecurity, that is very comparable. So basically these adverse experiences age you and also set you up for longer term challenges as well without proper intervention, which is where we would come in. Also, we want to mention that housing really is a social determinant of health. So when we talk about health and how healthy you are as a person, your housing really does play a part in that. This quote really resonated with me from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, that looking at housing as a social determinant of health really takes a lifespan approach to healthy aging. So we're looking at this for the longevity of a person's life. So whether that individual is coming to us at any age, we're truly trying to set this up for healthy aging that'll hopefully create less of a burden on those other systems that our seniors rely on in the future. Obviously, people who, this was from the Northwestern Community Health Needs Assessment for McHenry County, individuals who are experiencing homelessness are often less likely as well to do the basic things to keep themselves healthy that those of us who are housed may take for granted. Setting up primary care visits, getting a dental cleaning, staying up to date on your flu shots and vaccinations. All of these things, again, when left without intervention, create burden on other providers, probably many that you've heard from today. And that's where Home of the Sparrow then can step in and make sure that they're getting all of these things done and we're lessening that burden on our community and creating healthier, happier futures for the seniors in our care.
All right, so I'm here to talk about kind of what the programs team, what the case managers do with our clients. So we do a variety of things and it's different for every person. We have 3 main categories that we focus on. So obviously housing is one of our primary goals with us being a homeless service provider. So last fiscal year, we actually obtained 3 new affordable units, 2 in Crystal Lake and 1 in Marengo. And we have plans, and I'm sorry, program year, not fiscal year, in program year 25, we do plan on adding 2 more units in Woodstock, which we all know rent is crazy expensive right now. So any affordable unit is a win in our book, especially with seniors who may be on a very fixed income. Another thing that we focus on is mental health and wellness. So we do a DLA assessment, which that is daily living assessment. That's what that stands for. So when any client comes in, including any seniors, we rate them 1 to 7 on 20 basic things. So that would be like money, security, hygiene, transportation access, so just daily living functions. And with our programs, 55% of the seniors increase their level of functioning with the DLA. If we include maintaining, so they don't decrease at all, we're looking upwards between 75 and 80%. One of our big goals for this year is actually to implement a mental health therapist for our on staff. So this would not only serve our shelter clients, but our housing clients, which would include any seniors that are in any of those programs. Employment, one of the things that actually was surprising is that last program year and this program year, we have the same amount of people and we're not done with this program year. So that just shows the need that seniors who, you know, you would want them to be able to retire, to not have to work. We're seeing that that's just not how this current time is. We are needing our seniors to be involved in the employment program, and there's been great success with that. So case management, I talked a little bit about case managers. We went over the 3 main things, but we do have other services. So again, that employment services, advocacy, you know, kind of what case managers do best. They advocate for their clients. You know, referrals, there are clients that call us, and we are tracking for seniors now of, you know, they may not be able to have our programs, but we're referring out to appropriate services. So we are touching them in a way and making sure that they're taken care of. The average income is only $1,200-ish a month, and, you know, rent prices are much more than that. So that is part of the need for the rental assistance. So I just wanted to let you guys know we do align with the Senior Service Grant Fund. So we don't want any seniors to be unnecessarily put into any, you know, independent living or any other, you know, community or institutionalized living. So we, you know, we want them in their own unit. They can get health care in there from aides. And case managers come in there, and that also helps with social isolation. So case managers are meeting with them regularly, employment specialists is meeting with them regularly, so that gives them time, an opportunity for people to visit them and to have that social aspect. And then we do provide transportation. Our caseworkers, if they need to go to a doctor's appointment or anything like that, our caseworkers can do that.
So our request this year is as follows. I'm sure many of you read that in our application. We did ask for an increase this year, but that is commensurate to our goal increase. We did increase the goal for the number of seniors we would serve. So our request is commensurate to that. And this ask will provide that critical case management that Lindsay just talked about for any of our senior clients enrolled in any of our programs through the program year. Specifically, we're targeting our shelter, our intake, and housing manager positions. These are 3 of the biggest areas where we see our seniors concentrated, so we made sure that we're going to make the most impact for our senior clients based on what services they're accessing from us most frequently. Just wanted to share with you, again, this was in our application to you, but our program year 2023 results, we served 88 unduplicated seniors, which was 76% over our goal. We exceeded our goal for billable services and also exceeded our goal for positive housing destinations. So bottom line, we're good at what we do. For this year, year to date, we have 38 unduplicated seniors served. You may think of that as a decrease. However, this does include 36 dependents. This year, half of the seniors we've served are accompanied by a disabled adult dependent child, or have custody of their grandchildren, or all of the above. We've seen several multi-generational households. That is a significant increase over last program year, where we had about 22%. This year it's up to 50%. And you'll also see we have an 82% increase this year in the units of billable case management per senior. So it's just showing case management is needed now more than ever. Finally, we are a non-duplicative organization. We support and love many of the applicants you guys have seen here today. We work with them to serve our seniors. However, HOS is really a subject expert in homelessness services specific to seniors and to the community. So we want to support our partners in the community and work with them whenever possible. But there are certain things that with homelessness and housing insecurity, only we can do with your support. So thank you very much. And if we have any questions, we're welcome to answer them.
The only thing I'll say right up front is your definition may be 50. Our definition is not.
Okay.
So you need to be.
When did that change?
We've had that since I've been the chair. I can't tell you when it was changed.
Because it's been 50. When it first started, it was 50.
We'll look in that. It has not been applied that way in the last several years.
Because Pioneer is 50.
That's disabled, different.
But it was 50. We didn't.
I'm not gonna. I don't
Point of
know.
order,
I'm not gonna
can we
argue.
stick to these people here?
No, I just want to be clear so that when we go forward, if subsequently we go back and we look, I don't want there to be any misunderstanding, and I want the commission members to understand that. So just that's the way we've been doing it. And Pioneer was always because of the disabled. If we can change it and take that into consideration, we'll let you know.
Sure.
But I just want you to be clear.
Okay. I think just as a point to that, I think we've considered 50 as well. We've been working under that definition for as long as we've been receiving the funding. And to the point of with Pioneer, I mean, the vast majority of our clients are disabled as well and have a documented disability.
And then that might make a difference too.
Yes, so
let's
they
make sure-
do all, to receive services from us, have a documented disability, whether it's mental health, a physical disability, a chronic health condition that's disabling. So that's all documented for us as well.
And that's fine. Let's just make, just clarity. Mr. Kunkel.
So just not to get caught up in that fray, do you happen to have the numbers of how many of those you help are 65 and over or 60 and over?
Our average age for our seniors, I can tell you for this program year is about 60 years old. So of those 38, I think it's fair to say probably at least a third of them are over 65. If we were working off of the, kind of traditional definition of 65. But again, we do look at what the guidelines have been, and again, in alignment with the National Alliance to End Homelessness, that the people that we see that are in their 50s up through 65 are truly in the condition that we would find individuals in our community who have housing to be in their 70s and 80s. So, yeah, but thank you.
Ms. Golden?
Yes.
Oh,
Go, please, it's your turn.
okay. Two things. I'll first go back to what you brought up, and that is somewhere in our records, Bianca, our minutes, when I first started, the issue of minimum age was addressed legally, okay? So we'll
go back and look, and it might be because there was other conditions that weren't necessarily, but I'm gonna admit, what was and what is now may have been evolved to different things. We're gonna try and create policies now going forward so this never occurs again, no matter who sits here or who sits there. So I just wanted to be clear, that's all. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I kind of thought we did it, Teresa.
Right, yeah, I was trying to remember back
Yeah.
so I joined this commission, you have to know them, you all came, right? I joined in 2021, was my first year on this commission. And there was a discussion of age then.
Right.
And so I guess, when you are submitting your documents, do you put in the age of your client that we're checking? Because we, the commissioners, are not checking documents. Bianca is, I don't know.
I'm checking, but I don't check, because they bill for staff.
Staff, right.
Then I don't review, I can't see their client information.
It's certainly,
Solid point.
It's certainly something we're
again,
willing to share if that would be helpful, for the future with
we'll
Bianca.
figure that out.
Yeah.
sidebar, we'll figure it out.
Right.
I just again want to make sure that we're being consistent and uniform in how we utilize the dollars and who we grant to as we move forward. Because there is, you can tell just now with this conversation, there's inconsistency and there's not specific understanding. All I want to do is clarify it, leave a document.
Okay, now going back to my
Please.
questions,
Yes.
technical questions.
Please.
I'm very familiar with Home of the Sparrow. In fact, my neighbor is collecting right now for you guys, okay? So it'll be a big bring-in of 155 homes in my immediate neighborhood. How many younger people do you serve? Because I'm very well aware that you're not just serving seniors. Okay? What percentage of younger people?
So seniors make up on average about 10 to 15% of our total client population, depending on the year. We've seen it, I haven't really seen it in my time, I've been with the agency for 6 years, I haven't seen it exceed 15%. But I've never also seen it dip below 10%. So on average, again, the number of individuals we're serving will depend a lot on what type of programs we're running in a certain year. So our COVID era numbers, for example, were much higher because we had a lot of influx of rental assistance and federal assistance. We've been working with the county on that for several years, so that did increase our numbers quite a bit. Last fiscal year for us, I can tell you, which is a little different than the program year SSG is working under. Our fiscal year, which runs July to June, we served 497 duplicated individuals. That came down on an unduplicated number to about 280. And that included 197 households.
And that 10 to 15% figure, that's 50 and older? When you say
Correct,
seniors? Okay.
that's correct.
Yeah, you get a lot of support. There's a lot of fundraising for your organization. I'm aware of that too. And you also have like not a shelter, what was I say? A store, resale store, okay? How much is that impacting your budget?
So I think the budget we presented to the commission shows that the ask that we're requesting is about 5.4% of our total budget for seniors. Again, working under the definition of 50 and over in this case. So we do responsibly source funds from several other areas, which do include the thrift store, which accounts for about maybe 30% or so of our estimated budget. We also do receive state and federal funds as well. However, I will say that when any funder, we've kind of seen things fluctuate. Again, COVID was an interesting time for us where we had a lot of money come in because there was a lot of opportunity from the federal government. Now that we're in an election year, just frankly, the federal government has kind of tightened the purse strings. So we've seen quite a bit of decrease in funding. Obviously, the pandemic has ended. In terms of the national health emergency. So those sources of funding also are going away quite rapidly. So we are truly still in need of every funder who has supported us in whatever way, whatever percentage they make up. They are critical because the ability to resource that fund or make up that difference is becoming increasingly challenging as the economy tightens. And frankly, as our need grows, pointing just again to the numbers we provided for this year, we're increasing our case management service per client by 82%. The needs and the severity of the needs that we're seeing are so much higher. We cannot anymore provide short-term assistance to most people and send them on their merry way to self-sufficiency. The environment that we are all living in with the cost of groceries, with the cost of rent, with utilities, gas, all of these things are making it increasingly difficult for us to provide shorter term assistance. Our clients are needing longer time, more intensive services. As Lindsay spoke to about the employment piece, 12 seniors were participating in that program. That made up about 20% of the participants of that employment program. So again, yes, we are responsibly sourcing, from our thrift stores and working to make sure that that's a way that we can kind of keep the cash flow coming in and provide support in this way. But any decrease in funding from any source is not as easily made up as it used to be.
Many police departments have full-time social workers.
Yes.
Ours in Huntley does. All right, and I know that ours does a lot of communication with your type of organization. Are you getting that from McHenry? I know the sheriff department Just hire social workers?
Speak to that.
Yeah, so the sheriff's office has a wonderful social work program now that we do utilize when necessary and when needed, and has actually been a very good benefit for our community.
We've also recently started up conversations with the state's attorney's office to assist work on a referral pipeline for victims of crime, particularly victims of domestic violence, who we've found through our discussions with them, and this can happen certainly to our older population. Actually, about 75% of our seniors have a history of domestic violence, and many of those are active, if you can believe that, which means it's happened within the last 6 months. Through conversations with that office, we found that a lot of victims of domestic violence will stay in their housing just because stay with their abuser because they're afraid of losing housing. They're not sure where they would go. So we've opened up that conversation. We received a referral recently actually from them for a rapid rehousing client for a young lady who was experiencing domestic violence. Her abuser was getting out of jail and she couldn't stay where she was staying anymore. It was no longer safe for her. So we were able to assist her. So that's something as well that we're looking for in the future to assist. And certainly, as Lindsay said, the sheriff's departments, police officers certainly are resources for us as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Any other questions? 2-minute closing, 1-minute closing?
I think we're good. Honestly, we just appreciate the support and we hope you guys have a easy deliberation.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Frank, I see you in the audience. It's time. It's time. So it's Pioneer, and they actually have applications for 2 specific programs, their residential program and their SOAR program.
All right, thank you for having us. Good afternoon. Thanks for having us.
Yes.
So, just a few introduction. Many of you know me already, but there are some new commissioners. So Frank Samuel, CEO of Pioneer Center.
I'm Jason Clark. I'm the Senior Program Director.
And I'm Stephanie Abda. I'm the Senior Manager of our day programs at Pioneer.
And if you'll recall, Pioneer was not able to make a full presentation last year, but we've done lots of collaboration between then and now. So we're glad that you are in front of us today.
And we thank you for that
No,
opportunity.
and we thank you too.
Thank you. So, a little bit about Pioneer. Many of you know that we've been around for 66 years. We're in 3 distinct pillars: developmental disabilities, behavioral health, and homeless services. We are large in that respect. We are diverse. These 2 requests relate to the developmental disability pillar. Our mission is to help people live a life of well-being, independence, and inclusion. Our tagline is passion to serve, commitment to care. Most of the people, most of our staff are very passionate people and committed to care, very. It's a criteria for us, many who join us. We see that, I would say, pretty much 99% of our staff is very committed and passionate. We have over 15 plus programs providing specific services, about 20 plus facilities across the county, 14 group homes, 9 relate to developmental disabilities, and 5 behavioral health. We have 3 day centers, one 70-bed shelter, a nursing center, employment center, and a child and family therapy center. And we have about 30 plus vehicles that run across the county, transporting our clients of various services. So that's, in a nutshell, what we do. A little bit about the pillar, some details. The developmental disability services, we provide day services across 3 of our day centers. Residential program, we have a home-based service, client and family support services, intermittent SILA, we have Special Olympics and community employment services. So they're pretty diverse, pretty deep services. And on the behavioral health side, we have an outpatient therapy program, residential group home program, mentoring, prevention and education, and then we have a runaway and homeless youth program. And on the homeless services side, we operate a 70-bed shelter, case management. You know, we do a lot of outreach. We have the hotel voucher program and so on. So we built that 4 years ago. We celebrated 4 years in June. Some highlights, we almost served close to 1,000 clients.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
1,000, close to 947, so close to 1,000.
Thank you.
And most of them are served, we serve them on a weekly, monthly, daily basis. So if you look at developmental disabilities, about 400 plus, behavioral health about 300, and then the homeless shelter about 200 clients. So these are the two requests, and I'm going to turn it over to Jason and Stephanie to talk a little bit about the requests.
Yeah, well, again, thank you for the opportunity to, have us be able to pitch these two very important programs. I know I've said it before, I know other people have said it before, people with intellectual and developmental disabilities are living much longer lives than historically. A lot of that has to do with organizations like us, access to health care that they didn't able to do. And so that's really one of the things that we've been focusing on is our changing kind of demographics as we go. So it's interesting because we actually kind of have on both ends of the spectrum, most of our individuals that are coming into our services are actually much different than our elder population. So we see a lot of autism that's coming into our population. So we have 22 to 30-year-olds with autism. But then we have really this legacy group, which is what we're kind of asking for help today for, is individuals who are living much longer. Our eldest resident right now just had her 80th birthday. And she's actually probably one of the sharpest people in that building, to be quite honest with you. And I think that's a testament to the work that's been done for a long time. So I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie here to talk about really our day services and the work that we've been doing. I'm really, really proud, especially since the last time we was in here asking for this, the work that we've been able to do and really focus on strategically as we kind of move forward. I think the biggest shift of what we've been doing is, I think for a long time, I'll speak for Pioneer, probably focus more on the compliance piece of it. So making sure that things were done. So when we had DHS come in or CARF come in, we got people to their doctor's appointments on an annual basis. We got their 3-month med checks, those kind of things done. But what were the quality outcomes and really kind of those determinants of health, which is really what we're focusing on to be able to move for both our residential and our day program. So really that focus on quality outcomes over just compliance. So I'm gonna hand it over to Stephanie to talk about some of the wonderful things we're doing and what we're planning.
Okay, well, thank you. So my background actually is psychology, and I do have my master's in gerontology. So my focus with coming into Pioneer is really helping our staff understand the aging population that we do have. We've been in the community for 65 years, and like Jason said, we're seeing that shift. So it's a wonderful thing that people are living longer. With that, though, comes additional complications, particularly with our individuals that have Down syndrome. Statistically, back in 1984, individuals with Down syndrome only lived to be age 45. Now they're living to age 60. If you are an individual with Down syndrome and you reach the age of 40, your opportunity to have what's called a differential diagnosis with Down syndrome and dementia is 23%. If you live to be the age of 50 and you have Down syndrome, your risk increases up to 58%. If you are an individual with Down syndrome and you live to the age of 70, your chances of getting dementia is 100%. So one of the things that we're really trying to do is help our staff recognize and realize what dementia is. It is distinct for an individual that has an IDD diagnosis. So two things that we've been doing is, again, that staff training, helping them understand what the specific needs are for our older population, within our SOAR program. And then the other part of that is recognizing that active engagement can still occur. So the first piece of that is we've partnered up with an organization called the National Task Force on Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities. I've gone through the Train the Trainer program, so I'm able to actually teach the staff about understanding dementia. When you understand things, when you understand your client's baseline, you can recognize when things change. So the screening option of that, the communication, and then reaching out to physicians to help our population age healthy is very, very important. The other piece of that is that we've partnered up with an organization called the Hearthstone Institute. They are dementia experts. I've been working with them for the past several months because there's a lot of parallels because dementia is a cognitive impairment with our population. So they've literally entrusted us with their training and they've modified it for our population. A couple weeks ago, we had an educator come into our facility. 38 staff members had the 6-hour training because it is all about active engagement. Individuals that are aging, it's maybe not about rehabilitation, but it's about habilitation. It's not about giving them maybe a meaningful day, but a meaningful moment. And that's what we're really striving to do. Behaviors lessons, falls decrease, all of those things decrease when we have active engagement. It is simultaneously impossible if you are actively engaged with someone to have a behavior. That helps protect our staff, that helps obviously help the clients live longer and healthier as well. So the funds that we're asking for really are going to be about moving forward with more supports for training, more specific types of programming and resources that really will fit the needs of our aging population. Some of the outcomes.
The one thing I just want to add to that real quick too is we're being very mindful about our environment. So as we're trying to seek funds to change our day program, we're really looking at this population in mind. So just the acoustics, the lighting, the accessibility, those types of things. So we've started off, we have one area of the building, kind of a lounge area, we'll call it, and then we're about to open a brand new vestibule, which is ADA accessible with the push button doors, with the cameras, with being able to sensors. Really with that in mind, to be a nice, warm, welcoming environment. You know, historically, Pioneer's Day Services was a warehouse that met its purposes. It was a subcontracting where we would get piece rate come in and people would do piece rate and there was conveyor belts and pallets everywhere. But now that we're going to more of this learning and educational model, we are now trying to do that in a warehousey type of thing. So we're really keeping that in mind as we change our environment. So people can't try to have a classroom like this while somebody, you know, on the other side of the room is bouncing basketballs or they're having a singing class. So we're really trying to get the environment in mind as we kind of move forward as well too.
So some of the outcomes that we're striving for is 75% participation of clients in exercise activity each day. As Jason said, we're trying to be very careful and cautious about how to provide capable care. We've switched over from basketballs to silent balls. The environment kind of used to look like a kindergarten classroom with lots of things on the wall, and that's distracting and not really respectful of someone that's of an advanced age. So again, we've modified the environment. Exercise too, we are going to be partnering with therapy in the future. We do have a very robust Special Olympics organization. We have many of our seniors that are part of that, and it is 100% unfunded. We have an individual on our staff that is certified in recreational therapy, and she manages that program by herself, and it's quite significant. We also look at community inclusion events. So it's a combination not only of just social opportunities, community-based opportunities, but also volunteering. So for many of our clients, they were part of that sheltered workshop. So we're finding things and means for them to still feel like there's a work and a purpose every day. So making sure that individuals' goals are matching up and that we're making sure that we can help them achieve those goals. 50% of clients. So one of the things that came out of the Hearthstone Institute, again, all evidence-based, so all of the techniques that we've learned from branching to threading all come from their partnership with the National Health Institute, or National Institute on Health. So we're really taking a page of the fact that evidence speaks volumes. It's really meaningful also for the staff that when you give them the why behind, learning different things. So engagement in meaningful activities is an opportunity and a tool that will allow us to actually dip into program and to see, is this individual responding to the programming from a primary or a secondary or a tertiary level? So again, statistically, that will be really helpful so that we're not thinking of programs that seniors like, but we actually can demonstrate that there was active engagement, that somebody really got something out of it. Anecdotally, we think, oh, this is going to be a fun activity, but statistically, if we could actually prove that it was and that we had active engagement and we had maybe not necessarily knowledge transfer, but someone got something really positive out of it, that's really important to us. And then again, we look at the reduction in health measures. For a lot of individuals that live longer, you're kind of chasing after your medical things, and we really want to get to a point where we're seeing things that can prevent. How can we prevent that fall from happening? If someone has dementia, then they need wayfinding opportunities. So some different pathways so that they're more sure-footed. So different things like that and different partnerships is kind of what we're striving towards.
Yeah, so that's our day program, and I'm going to kind of transition into our residential, which a lot of the same, I guess, concepts and tenets are going to be across. We're looking at the healthy aging, we're looking at meaningful outcomes, those types of things. So really, it's about providing case management, residential services. We're currently serving 54 individuals in our residential. That's actually going to be going up to over 60 by the beginning of the year as we open up 2 new homes. And one of the things I believe I talked about last year was really kind of that aging, where do people go as they age? So, instead of having a home that has a 22-year-old with autism living with a 50-year-old with Down syndrome, living with a 75-year-old who has a walker and cerebral palsy and maybe some behavioral health issues, how do you program, how do you adapt the environment, how do you train the staff, is really looking at that kind of sequencing of really where people are at. And so as we kind of move and do expansion, we're not looking at opening homes just to have more people. It's to do it very mindful, to be very, expanding very thoughtfully as we kind of go in, to have homes that are specific to our aging population. We're looking at, obviously, again, getting people out and access in the community, and then medical appointments. I think that's probably the biggest strides that we've made over the last year is our health outcomes. We've really invested in our nursing and our health services department. I would put up our nurses and our health department over any organization that does what we do, to be quite honest with you. They're extremely dedicated staff that are working with the individuals. And again, when we talked about before, they've always done really well in compliance, but what is that outcome-based services that we're trying to do? So a couple things we did. We recently switched over to an EMR system, which every medication we do, and you can imagine, I saw the totals. I mean, it's just thousands of medications that we're giving every single day between different shifts, used to all be on a piece of paper. And people used to go and then they would review it and look and like, oh, we have all these different medication errors. We now have an electronic record, which is online, which makes it more efficient, and it also cuts down on errors. So just to kind of comparison, when we had just the paper system, we were averaging about, for a quarter, so 3 months, about 85 to 100 medication errors. A lot of those were documentation, but still, you want to make sure that this is tight. Our first quarter of going to our EMR system, we went down to 15. And so I'm expecting that to even go lower. So we're getting more efficient with those types of things. The other thing that I'm really proud about is we recently engaged with the service. We started the end of June. It's called Station MD. And Station MD is a telehealth service for a provider that's emergency room doctors that we can access directly in the home. And so anything that we need to do, we're able to contact, the staff is able to call 24/7, 365, and be able to talk to a physician room doctor that's specifically trained in the developmental disability population, which is so different than maybe a doctor who you're going to sitting in a waiting room. I know myself, having gone a couple months ago to the emergency room, I was there for 7 hours. And so being able to have somebody not have to go from their environment to sit in an emergency room, and now we're able to do that safely. We've had 50 calls in the 3 months that we've engaged with the service, and only 4 have been recommended to go to a level higher of care. So you think about that, that's 90% of people that used to go to an emergency room or sit there for age. So you have a senior that's sitting in an emergency room for hours, now is taken care of, and they can now make, right to our pharmacy, be able to do stuff, get hands-on, get the diagnostics, everything that's done. So we're really happy about that stuff. And that's a completely unfunded reimbursed service. We are just paying for that because, again, we're really focused on that quality of service, quality of life that we're really kind of focusing on. And funds that we're getting from you guys is exactly, those are the types of things that's going towards to make sure the quality of life is better. So that's, I think, all we have. So questions? I did cover that. So yeah, that's kind of our goals for a residential piece is providing the case management, 75% will community, it's getting out there in the community, and then the medical appointments that we're doing on an annual basis.
Next presentation, Brenda.
I'll probably shock you with this, but maybe not. Amazon opened 2 years ago on the south end of Huntley. I visited Amazon on a one-to-one tour, knocked my socks off what they're doing for people with disabilities, which was my area of employment, okay? They are looking for autistic people to work there, and they're looking for an autistic, a teacher of autism who understands how to train them to the job requirements, etc. They have a section for people who are visually impaired, and it's all in Braille. They have a section for people in wheelchairs, and they have somebody who case manages them. Every hearing impaired, because it's very noisy inside a warehouse, they actually have a section for that. Look into it if you're looking for employment. Training.
For sure, yeah. Our Community Employment Services does an outstanding job. I don't know if that's been on their radar, but certainly we'll be having a conversation with them for sure. But I mean, that kind of goes to the point of they're adapting the environment, right? And that's why environments matter, and those are the kind of things that we're trying to do as well too, as we kind of move forward.
How many companies are willing to take those disabilities on, create special sections for them, okay, with a supervisor trained in that area of disabilities? I was astounded.
Yeah,
that's something that
yeah, look into it. The Amazon that we're under is out of Rockford. That's their control area. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other pieces of wisdom or questions or comments?
I know you mentioned in the SOAR application that in fiscal year 23, your numbers were a little down, your program was still reopening after COVID. Could you talk a little bit about the projections for what you expect to see in the upcoming year and kind of how you're hoping to keep growing that program?
Oh, that's a good question. So how the central building operates right now is a little segregated. We are kind of looking at rebranding where those programs are. Our concept is kind of like a liberal arts concept that we're going towards, where individuals have opportunities to join different clubs, learn different things. We have individuals in almost every program that reach that senior mark of 50. Are they specifically in that SOAR program? No. Could they be? Yes. So even though the SOAR program has, around, I think, 20, we are serving individuals that are over 50 in every single program.
And again, as people live longer and the health outcomes come, it's going to grow. I mean, I would say probably our median age is probably 45 in our day program. So, are we serving them in our senior services today? No, but in the next 5, 10, 15 years, for sure. And then as people are not, the attrition rate of people moving on for various reasons, death or having to go higher level of care is going down. So it's only going to grow.
So about 20 you said right now in your SOAR program?
Yeah.
And we are also planning to open 2 residential homes. So part of that is adding more clients to our base. And so the demographics could also change, but also be adding new client base coming in. And then all the capital improvements we've done, we've spent close to $600,000 revamping client lounge, vestibule reception, and the interior is gonna cost us about $3 to $5 million because it's a warehouse. So we are trying to, as Jason's talked about, be an adaptive environment. All that is going to add to the client base.
Ms. Vicious.
So, thank you. So the clients that come from like the residential program and, you know, the goal is to keep them from being institutionalized. What is the next step? Like where, after your program, where's the next, where would be the people who have to be institutionalized?
As they age out, so it's typically, we work with a few different areas. So we have rehab areas. We work with, the name is escaping me, a really good nursing home rehab center in Marengo. We have a really good partnership. We have one in Park Ridge, which is specifically partnered with a Advocate Down Syndrome Clinic to take them. We also work with local what's called ICFDDs, which is intermediate care facilities. So Sheltered Village actually just recently took somebody from our residential care. So it's really about, you know, because we're not a nursing facility, we can't do acute care when it gets to that level. So then we work with providers like that to be able to move on.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a follow-up question to that. So I'm interested in your group home models because the Senior Services, I think, grant fund is all about helping people maintain that independence, right? So how do you in your group homes help provide that level of like self-advocacy and autonomy for your residents in terms of like how they spend their time? Do they have a curfew? You know, all those sorts of things that like an adult would want to have.
So there's been a recent change in the Medicaid waiver, which is what the funding is that we get, and it's called HCBS, Home and Community-Based Services. And that is a very strong template about making sure that people have choices, that people have independent lives. So they actually come in, this change happened about, I think it was actually supposed to happen right when COVID happened and they kind of kicked the can a little bit. But 2022 is when it officially came in that the state was coming in and checking, and then they do quarterly checks. And what they're doing is making sure that people have access to their funds, that they're able to choose. So if somebody wants to get up and have a cheeseburger in the middle of the night, much like you and I, we can. If somebody wanted to go buy a 6-pack of beer, they're adults, they're able to do those kinds of things. If they want to have a boyfriend, girlfriend come over, as shocking as that is for people, especially some of our parents, those are things that we have to be able to maintain, and we have to document that stuff. So some of the things we do is client council meetings, which is, you know, monthly meetings that the supervisor and staff are sitting down and talking about how do you want a menu plan, how do you want to, what activities do you want to go to, those kind of things to be able to have choice. We have to make sure that everybody either has a key to their own bedroom that's lockable, or if they're unable to because of cognitive abilities, that we've at least trained them to do. Sex education is another one that we have to be able to do. So all those types of things for the typical population, we have to demonstrate on a regular basis that we're providing that for our individuals. So it's been a sea change, and it's been a struggle, particularly again for some of our parents and some of our staff who are like, want to wrap them in bubble wrap and say like, you know, they shouldn't have choices. You know, I know what's best for them. So, you know, there's dignity in choice, and we have to be able to provide that.
There's two other things that I would add to that too. For particularly older adults, a lot of it is about providing them with good templates. So it's about customizing bedrooms to have a picture of an individual so that they know that that is their bedroom. And then if we find that somebody wanders, we don't just put a lock on the door. We have to go through a Human Rights Committee. So we are very mindful of that. Gate belts. If somebody's unsteady on their feet, we just don't throw a gate belt on someone. You have to go through the Human Rights or Rights Restriction Committee because that is restricting an individual's freedom. And we are very, very careful to make sure that we're not providing just a wheelchair to someone because it's faster and it's easier. We want them to be as independent for as long as possible. So customizing their homes is really, really important too. You know, even if it's like simple bed rails on the side, those things have a process that we have to go through. It's communicated with the guardians and their team. So, you know, again, sometimes that is hard for family members to understand, well, you know, your son keeps rolling out of the bed, what can we do to make that safer? And then it's about that education process and then going through our processes as well.
Anything else? Closing statement.
Well, thank you for having us here. And the support is, over the years, has been vital to us. I mean, as we grow, the funding, I think when Sparrow was talking about funding being used by the federal government, state, county, and so on. So for us, it's a constant challenge. 20% of our funding comes from private foundation, donor-based. That continues to increase to offset the increase in public funding. So I would appreciate your consideration. It is an important, these two programs are very important for us. It's what we do. It's an aging population, so it's vital for us to get this funding. So please.
And I'll also just, I'll wrap it up by saying, I know that I speak for Stephanie and myself when I say that, we never rest on our laurels and be like, okay, we're good. The system is always evolving, the demographics are always changing. And so I look forward to particularly next year being able to say, and guess what, this year we did this. And I think that that's something that we strive for is, again, that outcome base. We want to continue to grow and get better with those quality outcomes for the people we serve, to have them give in the meaningful lives.
Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And next,
I'm gonna make some other ones.
I'll make a phone call. And we'll see.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Would you like to call?
So SOAR, this is the first time.
They requested it last year.
They did? And we didn't give them anything?
We weren't able to. We had.
There was no funds.
$2 million roughly less last year.
Okay.
Right? Or not 2 million.
Not 2 million,
Not
maybe
2
200,000.
We had
Yeah, there we go.
We had $400,000.
Yeah, 1.8, I think was our budget last year.
1.6, I remember the 1.6, it hasn't changed. Yeah. Except this year, we had 1.6.
Yeah, now we have 2 million here.
Because we increased the tax. They got more money. No, this is a myth.
And then the same for elderly.
My background's in IT, so this is like the one where I was like, oh,
frequently
no.
I was like, why is she asking such a good question?
Well, no, I'm
There's gotta be a background reason to
Wisconsin,
this.
so I worked in Wisconsin, and Wisconsin's actually surprisingly very, very advanced in their support services and like all the employees, and they have a hybrid labor program. So I don't know that much about the system, so I was glad to hear that the HCF center is now like active, and because that's a big deal for these people like to choose what they need, and it's like basic human rights that a lot of us take for granted, and for so many people with disabilities have not been given those things.
So that's what they say.
So yeah, I was like the controversial comment of this thing, like, I don't know about this program, but they're answering their
I also saw you went to Notre Dame. Sorry, I didn't wear this to pick a fight.
Oh my gosh.
I know it's probably soon. I would have worn a different.
It's very, very people here. But I will say, as a native Illinois resident, oh my God,
One of my law school friends is a Alabama and decided to make this fun fact. There's only 4 teams that beat Notre Dame at home and Alabama. And then one of those 4. So at least we have a history of talking about.
Well, I think that's what you, when it really matters.
Sorry we did it
It's okay, no.
this year.
So that to find out is where in our streamlining did we just remove that?
I'm here more than all.
Something very complicated, that makes sense.
I will look and see, yeah.
It would help with this. So, hi. So next up on our agenda is Association for Individual Development, and there is for a McHenry County Behavioral Health Support Services application.
So I'm Alejandra Lopez. I'm the director.
Thank you, a little louder.
We're all seniors, you gotta talk to
Yes, I'll do my best. I'm Alejandra Lopez, the director of AID for McHenry County Services. So our mission at AID is to empower people with physical, developmental, intellectual, and mental health challenges to enjoy lives of dignity and purpose. For our McHenry County services, I'll just overview what we offer. So for our behavioral health outpatient services, we offer individual therapy to children ages 5 and then through the lifespan. We offer individual therapy at our 6 locations in McHenry County, in the community at clients' homes or via telehealth. We have a couples and family therapist at our McHenry office. We provide psychosocial rehabilitation groups, so those run Monday through Thursday, and we try to do themed days, like one day will be groups related to social skills, coping skills, symptom management, things like that. For our supported living services, this is offered to anyone aged 18 up. This is our case management and community support services. And then we also have 4 permanent supportive housing units in McHenry that we also provide case management services to those individuals. We have individual placement and support services, so those are just employment services. They help build resumes, prepare for interviews, help through any challenges after they get employment. We have peer support services, which includes one-on-one support, group support, and then we have our drop-in center at our Woodstock location that's open to all McHenry County residents, not just AID clients. And then we have our psychiatric services. We have an on-site nurse, but the psychiatrist is via telehealth, and that's offered Tuesdays and then every other Thursday. And then bilingual wraparound services. So within all of our services, we either have bilingual staff available or translation services available for clients. And then these are our locations within McHenry County. So we have an apartment complex in Richmond and on Pearl Street in McHenry that we partner with. Our main office is on Elm Street in McHenry. We offer services in Harvard and Crystal Lake on Thursdays. And then we have our Woodstock location where our drop-in center is and kind of all around services there. And then we can service outside of the county for some of our services as well, but supported living is the only one that's restricted due to transportation. Okay, so how we use our grant funding currently. We have 28 clients right now, aging from 28 to 66 years old. These individuals they do not qualify for other forms of insurance or are not able to afford other forms of insurance. So of these individuals, we have 7 currently who are age 50 or over and are not able to obtain any other form of coverage. Over the last year or 2, we've seen an increase in utilization of our services. So for one, we've had additional bilingual staff available. So currently we have 3 bilingual therapists, 3 bilingual case managers. So that's allowed us to take on more like undocumented individuals who need that service. And out of our grant clients, 64% of them utilize 2 or more of our services. So that could be, they're in therapy or case management, employment services, psychiatry, all of those things. And then, over the past couple of years, we've seen an increase in the immigrants in our county and individuals that are in need of grant funding. And we are also working, we're in the final steps of partnering with a local agency or a primary care clinic that provides services to undocumented and unfunded individuals as well, which will bring more referrals in for us. So I had put in some statements from some of our staff or clients who received some of our grant funding just on how impactful it has been, and they wouldn't have been able to receive these services otherwise. But I won't read those to save some time. Okay. So currently we are looking for some assistance to continue providing services to these unfunded individuals. Currently, we receive grant funding from the McHenry County Mental Health Board and United Way. But unfortunately, over the past couple of years, it hasn't been enough to cover our increased client, or the clients that are coming in and the need that we're seeing in our county. So, as I put there, they don't have the means to provide us the funding that we require. And we actually received a reduction in our grant from United Way this current fiscal year. And we also had an Age Guide ARPA grant that was exhausted at the beginning of this year. We received it in 2022 and it was supposed to go to the end of this year. But unfortunately that specific grant will no longer be offered. So that allowed us to have specific funding set aside for individuals who are 60 and over. And it also provided funding for a position to engage in outreach for senior individuals and provide those services. So we've had a lot of losses there and are just seeing an increase in clients. We want to make sure that especially our supported living program is able to continue serving especially our senior clients if we had the funds to set aside for that, for them specifically. Because our supported living program has been most impacted by the reduced grants. And our supported living program can provide the senior clients that we serve connections with needed medical care, home care, transportation, and then just teaching skills or providing them what they need to continue to remain independent in the community. So our supported living program right now, we've currently exhausted all mental health board funds. Actually twice this year we've exhausted funds. So we don't plan to stop serving any of the clients that we currently have, but we are in a position where we may not be able to take on many more additional unfunded clients or kind of reduce the services that they're able to engage in. So, which we don't want to do. So, yeah, just looking for some help with being able to secure that funding for the senior individuals.
Anybody have any questions? Ms. Mesterson.
Thank you. So you're on your expense sheet, the whole $80,000 is going to go towards client services and not like staff, right?
Right.
So are you giving, it's like vouchers out for mental health services and like vouchers for transportation, vouchers and stuff? Like how will you bill that this is a client service? Like who's doing the client service?
So, I mean, I guess it would depend on the program that they're engaged in, but for like transportation, like you provided an example, that would be our supported living program. So our case managers would do a lot of that work in the community or at home with the clients to either find the resources that they need to be connected to. They drive clients to doctor's appointments.
So it is staff?
Yeah.
The $80,000 would be for staff of AID?
No, so we would more so use it how like the fee-for-service grants work. So the funding would just cover what services we're providing to the clients.
Do you understand that?
Well, I guess it's more important if Bianca understands it, right? I guess.
So it doesn't cover the entire salary, it only supplements what services they provide to the clients.
Yeah, so it
It's
would,
not listed as that.
It's-
Line item is that.
It says client assistance. So the whole fund is for client assistance.
So,
I didn't follow the answer either, just so
yeah,
that
so it wouldn't go towards any of our staff salaries or benefits or anything. It would just be, so like we would track the services that we're providing to these senior individuals and then, based on the cost of the service, that would come out of the 80,000.
But that just goes back to the agency then to be utilized?
Right.
Okay.
For that program.
Does that kind of make sense?
Well, what does a service cost? It costs the person the salary of the person who's doing it, right?
It's more so like what we would bill insurance for the cost of that service, we would instead be
You bill the
utilizing grant.
agency, it's not that you're not billing, you would, basically that goes back to the agency itself. Doesn't again, budgeting, but it doesn't go directly to the staffer who is providing the service, it just goes back to AID.
Right.
And then they can use that money for whatever other services that are restricted, I guess. And I guess this is the first year that you guys have applied.
Right.
So I guess my question would be is how many seniors do you currently provide services to? Do you consider that at age 60? We're gonna have that conversation. You know, what's your cutoff? What have you been, and how would you distinguish yourself from other organizations that provide similar services? Do you provide services like the veterans, to a specific group category? So help us understand how you would be maybe differentiate yourself from them.
Yeah.
Or not.
Right, well, and our goal is to be able to service anyone who doesn't have any sort of coverage. So I feel like a lot of that population falls under the undocumented immigrant population, which we do have like a Treatment Without Borders program that is just, we're trying not to turn anyone away, provide those services for them and assist with any sort of connecting them with any legal needs they need, require any benefits that they're able to access that they're not aware of, things like that. So currently the senior clients that we have on our grant funding right now, majority of them are undocumented.
And what number would you say you have?
5 out of the 7 are.
So your total senior population that you're attempting to serve is only 7?
For the unfunded, but.
I mean for anybody.
Well, our senior population is bigger than that, but this grant would only be for unfunded individuals.
Gotcha. I understand, thank you. Got it. Yes, please, Ms.
And
Reed.
it says there's fundraising revenues not included in this. Does the agency do fundraising, but you're not putting that fundraising towards this project?
Yeah, AID and in general, we do fundraising as a nonprofit.
Okay.
Yeah, but it wouldn't go towards this program.
Anyone else? Wanted you a big closing argument?
I mean, yeah, I do know that there are other programs that are specific to seniors that are asking for funds, so I know this is we're kind of an outlier, but yeah, I mean, just with the increase in unfunded clients that we've been seeing, the aging populations and continuing to partner with other agencies that provide services to individuals without insurance, we just want to, we're trying to be resourceful and finding ways to make sure that we're able to secure that funding for the individuals that we serve, which includes the seniors.
Thank you very, very much. Pearl Transit, Gerald? Hey, you want to come up here and take a seat?
Sure.
So Pearl Transit Corporation, they're asking for funding for their senior dental program. You're on, Gerald. Take your time and present. This is also the first time, right, that you guys have applied for these grant funds?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Darrell Lomax. I'm here with Pearl Transit. I'm an operating assistant. And I'd like to tell you guys what we offer to do. As soon as
it pops up.
As soon as these slides are on.
As soon as the words appear.
Oh, it looks like you guys added like special effects, and that's why it's taking longer to load.
I do like to hear young people, they'll call them slides. Just to make me feel quite as old.
Is there another name for that?
PowerPoint I heard from my kids, so.
Okay, let's go this way too. It's gonna get there. All right, there it is. So today I want to talk with you about Pearl Transit, our background, and what we're proposing to do in the McHenry area, and including the expected outcome.
Because there's animation, it's taking longer. You could talk over whoever created it.
Pearl Transit is a multi-state charity that has been serving people who are experiencing challenges for almost about 20 years. We have operations literally from coast to coast in America. Our focus has always been to address barriers that keep the most vulnerable members of our communities from reaching their full potential. Pearl Transit has partnered with Oracle Dental, a full-service dental laboratory, to provide oral health outreach services. Why is oral health outreach so important? Well, we know the Attorney General has called the lack of access to affordable oral health care a neglect epidemic. Not only is there a tremendous societal economic cost, but poor oral health is linked to other serious and life-threatening health problems, making it a dangerous condition to leave untreated. What is Pearl Transit proposing to do to help? Well, we are proposing to target assistance to those who need it most. We will serve low-income people and engage with people who are experiencing homelessness where they are. We will provide referrals to local providers who can address the full spectrum of oral health needs, as well as transportation health to access community oral health and social service providers. We will also custom fabricate full and partial dentures that will replace missing teeth in state-of-the-art design and computer-aided manufacturing technology. Lastly, we will follow up with consumers to ensure the best long-term oral health. What are the outcomes that we are expecting? Our work procedures lasting benefits for those served, including improvements in speech, appearance, confidence, and overall health. We accomplish these benefits without the need for an in-person dental office visit. By restoring missing teeth, we help consumers with their nutrition. Our work helps consumers reduce the risk of gum disease as well as other associated health problems. Thank you guys for your time. Any questions?
Ms. Reed?
Where do you, or how do you expect to find the clients that you're gonna serve?
Well, we go with homeless people and we serve seniors and homeless people. So we have an outreach team who actually goes out in the field and speaks with the people to find people who are qualified.
To piggyback on your question, like, are you already in the community? So like, I think of like Warp Core as being our number one that works with the homeless community. So are you already here, or are you thinking of coming into here?
No, we're not here yet, but it takes about 30 days for us to fully get started and be fully running and operational.
Do you have like ideas of who you would partner with?
I'm not sure on the answer to that question right now, but I can get back to you on that.
Ms. Hill? And what would be the difference between Pearl Transit and the senior dental program that the Housing Authority puts on? Is it because of the homeless population?
That's a good question. I don't think I know the answer to that question.
We're trying to see if there'd be duplicative clients.
Do you do all dental care? The way I read it, this was for dentures only. Do you do full dental?
We do full dentures and partial dentures, but we also assist with helping people with full dental care as well.
Okay.
So with we assist people with getting with different dental programs if they would need any spectrum of dental care. But we specialize in dentures, full dentures and partial dentures, as well as we also do teeth aligners as well.
And your clients are only homeless people?
Homeless, disability, and seniors.
Debbie? Can you explain the partnership with the Oracle Dental Laboratories a little bit more, and kind of the financial relationship between you and Oracle?
So Oracle Dental, we work with them to get the dentures. So they help with making the, how would I say it? We send Oracle Dental that's the word I'm looking for. We send them the impressions, and then we actually make the dentures.
Okay.
Yes.
And are they doing that like for free for you?
I would have to get back to you now.
It does say no cost.
No cost.
Yeah.
To the individual.
To the individual.
Oh,
I'm
is
just
that
curious
what it
when you're
is?
naming
Yeah.
one company, like what's on the back end.
Yeah.
Where are you located right now?
We're located out of New Jersey.
Out
But
of what?
we are located
New
out of
Jersey.
New Jersey, but we operate in numerous states now throughout the country.
And where in Illinois are you operating right now?
Well, that was really my question.
We're currently not operating out of Illinois at this moment.
When do you intend to be?
as soon as
When this
possible.
grant gets
When
approved.
he gets a grant.
And we'll be fully
It's very
operational in
vague.
30 days.
30 days.
So,
Very vague.
so the question that they're all getting at is, you will not be operational unless you get this grant money? Will your program make an investment in McHenry County with or without these funds?
I don't think so. I'm not sure about that. I don't know the answer to that question, to be honest.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to get that information to us if you can subsequently to even today. Even regardless of what happens here, we need to have that information for
definitely-
anything that you do moving forward.
I would definitely do
Okay,
that.
thanks, Jarrell.
Woodstock? I'm trying to look at their address on the application.
It's a seminary avenue.
Right, is that Woodstock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it says wood and when I'm looking at it.
Well, partly because it's too long for the space.
Right.
What address in Woodstock?
1400 North Seminary Avenue.
What?
1400. Pardon me?
1400 North Seminary Avenue.
Right, so I might be saying this person, or is this you? Are you?
No.
North of McHenry Avenue, it's right here.
Right here, something doesn't, could be a P.O. box.
Maybe.
No, it says North Seminary Avenue.
Yeah.
McHenry Avenue is on the way to McHenry, right?
It's Seminary.
Right, that's where, right
That's
here.
where Snap is at right now.
And that's where it,
Okay.
that's where it jives between north and
Right.
south.
Yeah.
Did they say McHenry? Are you representing this group nationally, or are you gonna represent the Illinois group?
A little bit of both.
Were you involved in the application process, like preparing this application? Are you familiar with what you guys put on this application?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So one of the things you said was that the fringe benefit would be 44% of payroll. Just letting you know, that's pretty large. And there just seemed to be some other like glaring things that didn't make sense, so. Like how you were gonna do 1,400 partial and 1,200 full dentures when you haven't done any yet in McHenry County, like.
In the state?
Well,
This is
just being able to
McHenry
find the clients.
I understand, but
was my
there's
biggest
nothing even.
question.
How do you know that there would be that many to take care of? Have you collaborated with McHenry County yet to determine that?
Well, we have an outreach team who's already been in the area, you know, surfacing to see the homeless, like just get information on who's around to see that we're able to, you know, serve everyone.
They might have been a good person to come with you to answer some of the questions.
This is typically when we delve deep and we try and figure out how this is going to better serve the senior population here in McHenry. And so there's a lot of unanswered questions. When something like this typically happens, we might follow up with you thereafter so that if you want to apply next year, all of this information, you're ready to share with us. It's hard to distribute funds when we don't have very specific information, because we're accountable to the people who gave us the money to disperse. So we need, yeah, I know you do. Any other?
Because I mean, I like the idea that, yes, people need dentures, but, right.
And it comes out to be $61.53 per set of dentures or partials. So it's a smoking deal.
Right, it is what we do, yes.
But we need a lot more information, where the money goes, and to make sure you guys have at least some people lined out
Right.
that we know
Or a
are in
plan
McHenry
of-
County to
yeah.
receive those dentures. Because these are specific to seniors in McHenry County. That's what this money is specific to. We can't allocate it any other place, so.
If they're 100% disabled through the VA, which my husband is, dentures are free.
Well, either way, $61 is still a good deal.
Right.
Even for us as a county to buy them.
Dental care.
For us to buy them, even as a county, it's a great deal. You just gotta get us more information.
Right.
Okay?
And I would say whoever it is that wrote the application should probably reach out to Bianca and figure out a better way to have a more well-defined application so that we have more information going forward.
Okay.
Yeah, the biggest hang up for me on this project, I mean, everything sounds great, honestly, like 2,000 unduplicated clients, 160,000. I think dental care is like an important issue in the county.
But I
But
don't
yeah,
know that we
with
have-
no like operations already set and running and like, no, I don't know if there is an operational plan. You said you'd get up and running in 30 days. I assume that's just based on past experience elsewhere in the country. But
I don't know, you'll find 2,000 homeless seniors in McKenna County.
I find it interesting.
and if you
that-
do have any, sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt.
go ahead.
If you do have any information, like if you can like send a quick text or make a phone call and you know, quickly forward it to us, because the next step is we're gonna deliberate where funding goes to and how much. So if you get that to us,
I will follow up with you guys with these questions.
we're
that you're
doing that
asking.
today.
Yeah, we're doing that now.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
So if you, I mean, even if you call someone up and get them on speakerphone or something.
Regardless, right now, because we did review the policy the last time we met, this
Okay.
would be considered a startup program. They don't have any services in
Oh,
Illinois, so that would
right.
disqualify them, unfortunately,
Well, then for next year.
for next
But-
year.
But we'll reach out and have a conversation with you and whoever the appropriate individuals are that can answer some of our questions.
Okay,
Okay?
yes.
Thank you.
Well, thank you guys for
We
your
appreciate,
time.
no, we
Yeah, thank
appreciate
you
your
very
time.
much.
Thanks for coming out.
It's interesting how.
And I'm certainly interested in it, so if you guys do start up, please
No,
apply
the
to
other one
next year.
isn't.
Okay, I will. Thank you guys for your time again.
Thank you. Do you guys want to take a real quick 5-minute break to use the
No sound.
restroom and do that? What? Huh?
Just ignore them.
Sure. I just ignore it. So why don't we do that, take 5 minutes, walk around, use the restroom, and we'll get back and we'll deliberate, and I have one, I think, additional order of business.
You know, now we're sitting on the front of one. Isn't there some?
I actually scored
I'm gonna distribute this letter, this email that we received from ElderWorks. You can read it at your leisure. My suggestion is going to be that to recognize some of the comments and invite them to a future meeting where they can address the commission, talk about what they do, address some of the concerns, and we'll have a conversation thereafter. But I do want you to be aware of this. So, would you please?
Every year I go to their conferences. I must have 1 million books on ElderWorks.
Oh, yeah.
You can share.
Yeah, I don't need it, I have the original.
Thank you. You're so efficient, you can get us out of here probably in 20 minutes.
Okay, are we kind of ready to do deliberations? And like I said, the letter you can read at your leisure. I have already talked to Dina and indicated that we would address this at a future meeting. So there's no need to take any further time to discuss.
All right, don't distract myself now, is your point.
Oh, so
You got it.
So the other one's not executive director?
Don't distract ourselves.
No, she's now the executive director. Yes. Okay, so just to start the conversation.
Oh, my name's actually.
And you guys can do kind of sort of weigh in, but utilizing the opportunity that we did in the beginning to score some of these applicants, what I've got is in order of senior care, senior services, Prairie State, independent health and therapy on their memory care app, Veteran Path to Hope, McHenry County Housing, Lake County Center for Independent Living, Senior Services, Pioneer Senior Residential, and the Harvard Community Senior Center. Those were the top 10. I don't know, hearing that, if any of you have strong feelings about the remaining that you want to move them up. I'm kind of looking for, assuming that we're going to fund some of these at their full request level. So, Mr. Kunkel.
So if we can start at the bottom and go up, because a lot of these are quality solid, for me, and I think we're all in agreement, Pearl Transit Corp and AID are a hard no.
Yeah.
100%.
Oh, okay, I'm not, without further discussion, is there concurrence or do we need to have further discussion on that?
I do on AID.
On AID?
Yeah, not on Pearl.
The only thing with AID is they're not doing any seniors.
No, she is doing seniors.
Well, yeah, then they wouldn't
But
be
it's all
qualified.
undocumented seniors.
They're all undocumented.
Oh, okay, but now wait a minute. If you're an undocumented senior, number one, we have no metrics to see that they're actually seniors, number one. And the amount of money, 80,000, and of the 7 people, she says 5 are seniors, allegedly.
All 7 were seniors, 5 were undocumented, unfounded.
Unfounded, what you said.
Okay, so all 7 are seniors.
All 7.
So $11,000 per is what we're spending on that.
And I think they're hoping to serve 10 next year with this money. That's
Well,
their
they
goal.
don't this year, they have 11,000 there, and okay, by 2025, 10, okay.
Why don't we just get rid of the ones we don't want first?
Well, I was gonna say that. I mean, I think we're all in agreement about the denture program.
Yes.
So I think we can just take them out of the running altogether, yay?
On
Yeah.
AID.
I have 2 quick
All right.
questions.
All right, so Pearl Transit is big zero. All right, continuing the conversation on AID, AID. Eric.
Shifting it from aid for 2 seconds. We have enough, with the removal of that 160,000 request, we have enough to fully fund every organization, right?
That's what I thought. I thought we're really close to
We are,
Yeah, well, we're
we are.
well above with
Yes,
the
we can
elimination of
fund
that,
it.
assuming the 160 was included in,
Right,
okay.
right.
We're like 100.
But, excuse me,
50,000
can I
over.
ask another quick question with that? Let's just say we save 200 grand here. We can actually bank that until next year and other viable entities come forward.
Yep.
Not to mention earning interest on the money during that time period, right?
And we are still investing our funds and we are just taking and banking the interest.
That makes more
aside right
sense
now
than
for a
just
reserve
putting
fund.
it out to some place that's questionable maybe. I'm not saying they are.
Well, that's your discussion here.
Or maybe the other shoe to give them an opportunity to get established is maybe only partially fund them to see what they can do with their program.
But we had said we were not gonna do anyone who wasn't here in McHenry County, right, or here.
They are in McHenry County.
AID is here.
AID.
They've got several.
Oh, you guys moved past where I was, okay.
All right, so what we
Pearl
did
is
last.
no, that's
wait,
zero.
So what we did last year, we could also do this year if there's that much concern about some of the data. So if you'll remember with the transportation, we created a contingency fund and we just set it over here. And we said, let us work with them, we'll bring it back to you. We can do that, we can call a special meeting or we could tag it on to something. And we can get more information to present to you to consider at a later date.
Okay.
Can do that. I'm a little uncomfortable with some of the information. I'd like to dig a little deeper. Don't want to say no, but I'm uncomfortable saying yes. So if
But
that's.
they're a $24 million organization, if my memory serves, or some giant organization,
But they
right?
serve a giant area, geographic area.
But they don't serve us giant, with that giant.
Who don't, aid?
Yeah, they do.
does.
And this program is this little, but they do other programs for McHenry County that they're not asking for us to consider funding for.
Okay.
And they have a good reputation at McHenry
They
County.
do, they have a great reputation.
Yeah.
They do really good work.
It's just
With
this program
seniors.
for seniors that don't have opportunity at other agencies because of their status.
Okay, and maybe my listening wasn't that attuned, but it did not seem their focus was on seniors. Their focus was on anyone who fell through the cracks, which I get totally, and they can't be funded another way. But nothing, not in her slides, and what she said led me to believe that they were focused on seniors. And that's kind of where our money is earmarked here, more than
It's
kind of.
definitively
It's
earmarked.
definitively marked on seniors. And without some sort of metrics to know that this person is a senior and the funds actually went there, we are not doing our due diligence nor our jobs to hand this over and say, hope this works.
Well,
That's not
Bianca,
right.
would that be part of your,
It
to
can
make
be.
sure that
She
it goes
can't
to a
police
CFP?
though where the money
Can be,
goes.
but I wouldn't put all that onus on a
can't police
staff
that.
individual.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't do it.
But it's service units, it's not staff salaries. So with their reporting's going to have to show
The
that it
client
is
information,
seniors.
yeah, some sort of client
So
information.
you will be able to see
And we
if
can
it's
request it in
seniors.
the agreement itself, like any
Mhm.
agreement that we
That's
give
what I
out to
mean.
them.
Yeah,
Because they did, what I do remember in her slide is that she did say that they received age guide funding where it was strictly just
Right.
60 plus.
right.
So
She had
we
that a couple
can
of
do the
spots.
same thing and.
And I think that's what she's trying to replace, is the loss of those funds.
Right.
And that's for individuals who are 65 or older, correct?
She said, I think she said
60.
60.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I know some of the organizations have different definitions.
Yeah.
And I think hers was 55 or older, was out of those 7.
I heard 60.
I heard 60.
It's an application.
The application says
The application
55.
says
It doesn't say
55.
55, okay. And we do have to, I mean, that's the moving piece of all of this, is we do have to move forward and figure out what our senior definition is and be clear about that as we move forward, so we can give our applicants direction.
But by statute, it's 65, right?
You know,
No,
it depends what program you're talking about. SNAP is 55. That's
No,
what
I
I'm
mean
saying.
for the senior services.
No.
It depends.
It's not
Okay.
defined.
Day
It's
one
not
was
defined.
defined as 50. We had a long conversation.
Yeah, we
This is the last time I'll be able to be here to talk about when it got started.
Okay.
But
And it
it's-
was- we had a long discussion because different programs, and we decided that because ARP sends out the 50, we're going to make it at 50, knowing that different programs have different guidelines.
Okay.
But here's the problem. Mary's absolutely correct.
That is a
Since,
problem.
but since that time,
Because you're not 50.
we have applied it differently. We have implemented it differently across the years. We have been terribly inconsistent in holding it accountable and asking people.
But I don't
We
think,
need to take, we need to take 2 seconds of time, moving forward, not today, moving forward and make a motion and document it and make a policy. I don't want anybody else to have this conversation moving forward until they want to have that conversation.
right.
It needs to be documented. We've never done that.
In your history here, you don't feel that it has been consistent.
We have, no.
But in history prior to you, it was consistent,
It might have
and
been.
it was 50 and up.
And duly noted.
And based on the different agencies' definition of what their senior was, and we made it at 50 so that Home of the Sparrow, who has a lower threshold considering a senior, that it fit for the different agencies, because not every agency's senior definition is the same, even though they are still seniors. So
And I'm
that's
not
why we
arguing
wrote-
that, not
Right.
arguing. This group needs to have a conversation and determine if that's the direction we're going forward, if we're gonna change it or what it's gonna be. And I have no buy-in, don't care, but we're gonna bring more information back and we're going to document it and it's gonna be here. And when we go forward and we deal with our applicants, they're gonna know.
Right, because let's just live with what we've got.
Right, not what they thought it was, not what they have been dealing with the year prior. We're gonna set the standards and I'm gonna tell all of you at the beginning of all of this what those standards are. Or whomever is here is gonna do that, not me.
All right,
So, Mr. Pletz.
Not to be disrespectful for the most knowledgeable person in the room, but we have an aging generation, so what happened in 22 years?
2003.
2003, we're all getting older, so to keep it at the 50 threshold is, I mean, we really should be moving it up anyway.
But the majority of the agencies are at 60 plus. It's just was just the, like the Home of the Sparrows, the Pioneer Centers, we respected that for.
Completely unfair to someone who has, if we let that happen for one and don't let it for another vice, and yes, speaking to Johnson, in this day and age, if we back a 50-year-old male or female, we could be backing that person for 50 years.
Okay,
that's why Social Security's rated to 67 and mine 70 for full Social Security. That is the nature of the beast. And we are lowering that rather than raising that. We're doing a disservice again to our committee.
So, okay, let me jump in again. Now is not the time to have the conversation. We'll have the conversation, we'll have all kinds of information, we'll have the backup minutes from other meetings, we'll have all of that done. But it is a conversation that we must have before, the next round of applicants, right?
Yes.
We'll do it. And all of the comments are good. Home of the Sparrow might be a special class, as is Pioneer because of the age. We'll figure it out then. Let's move on with the discussion of what we're gonna do with the money now.
Real quick input on this. We actually are over.
We are
So
over,
we
yeah,
have
we are over.
$2,300,000.
Okay.
So.
Even with the loss of.
So clarify for me, we've eliminated, obviously, the last one, the guy that came, because it was very vague, all right? And he's not ready.
Correct. Are we on aid? Yeah, we're gonna have a conversation about aid. What do you want to
Should we
do?
go back to aid after we see what we wanna?
Sure.
I mean, I feel like maybe aid should be like a later, like a last conversation.
We can
do that, yeah.
So I'm gonna start where I did with the top, that we all seem to agree in doing the application deserve full funding. If that's not correct, somebody bark at me. But you look at your compilation sheets.
So yes, I would suggest we give senior care volunteer full funding like we have in the past.
Wait a minute.
I'm doing it in order now.
And then there are sections, if you wanted to go back to look at what you guys,
Bottom up.
what the
Senior-
scoring was, these were the sections
Right,
on the scoring tool.
The second one would be the Senior Service Associates for their Comprehensive Senior Services Program. That was the second highest score.
Okay, so the only thing I have to aggravate about as a newbie is the name of the agency versus the name of the program.
I just gave it to you.
I know, this time you did, but overall, it wasn't like that. So it's-
We're getting to the motions.
I'm just saying, you're doing everything right, except from the beginning till now, it's been very confusing for me. Going forward, if you keep them together, I'll be fine.
No, but just so do you.
I second that motion.
Wait, she's not done. Is that just the motion for the one?
Well, I would do more of them, but I thought, like, in the past, we've just started by saying, I wanna fund this 100%, and people are like,
We can
yes
do
or
that.
no.
We can do that. You offered a motion. We don't have to have a
Well, and
motion. We have a conversation.
Just someone throw out a name.
Because I think what we've done in the past is done all the thing here and then at the end go through with the motions
fine.
in a second and
Right.
go,
Oh,
so that
it
we can
makes-
do conversations.
It makes no difference.
Okay.
So, my response would be is to take the top 5 and fund them fully.
And can we say who those
I will be happy to name them.
Yes, again.
The first is Senior Services Associates, and it is for their RUD, I can't find.
Comprehensive Senior
It's
Services.
Senior Service Volunteer Network you're talking about?
Senior Services.
They're not even together.
Associates or?
No, it's
Senior
Senior
Services.
Care, excuse me. Senior Care Volunteer Network was the number 1.
Oh,
That's what I'm recommending,
That's
fully funding.
I'll make that motion.
No, we're not gonna make motions till the end.
That was
I got that. We're not making, so that's number 1.
Senior Care. is
So
the
Bianca,
most-
take the 200,000 off
285?
the
Yes.
thing.
Stick it in.
All right, then the second one, I would recommend, and anybody can jump in here, I just have them written, is Senior Service Associates for their Comprehensive Senior Services Program.
Yeah, wait a second.
Wait, Senior Care Volunteer Network, unless,
This
That's what
sheet
you wanted.
that you just gave us says 200,000.
I did, I said 200.
She said
I said,
She's got 285 up here.
That's the next one. 285 is
But
for,
that's-
She's got it twice.
oh,
There's a mistake been made here. Just
Okay.
gotta give me that 85 grand and move on. That's it, give me.
But senior.
Are you in the wrong year?
right, there's a typo. There's just a
There's something
typo. We can
wrong.
forgive her. We can forgive her for the typo.
No, because it says 172 there.
isn't right either.
And this says 200.
No, the
It was
172 was in it for
172
last year?
that was last year.
Yeah, that was last year.
Oh, that was other.
You gotta look, that was requested, yeah, okay, you're on the.
Right. It was just a simple typo.
First column.
Okay, and then number 3 would be Prairie State Legal Services for 100,000.
Yep.
I'm a yes.
Okay, then number 4 would be Independent Health and Therapy for their Memory Care Program, which is the 334,000 plus, okay? And then number 5 would be the Veterans Path to Hope,
I'm a definite yes on that.
and that was for the 40. So what
Wait a
we.
minute, 334, I've got 295 for Independence Health and Therapy.
That's for their adult
That's for
day.
their other program.
Okay, I'm at the wrong one then. Memory care, thank you.
Thank you for saying you were wrong.
Frequently.
So what do we have left?
We have 1,069,675 and 15 cents
Wait,
left.
did you do number 5?
I did number
I
5,
missed
Veterans
it.
Path to Hope.
Veterans, thank you.
You have enough to fully fund.
Okay.
And then
We
what
were
about the next
$300,000
7 that
fully
scored
funded,
70
so-
and higher?
We could fully fund most of them and then
Yeah.
some would have to be either
Sure.
cut off or.
Matt just made a suggestion you missed.
What about the next 7 that scored 70 and higher?
I would love you. Would you like to name those for me, please?
No. I've
Okay,
got notes all over my notes.
Okay, they're McHenry County.
County Center for Independence Health.
Wait, you gotta go
Wait,
slow.
slow down.
It's the first one.
Hold on, can we just let Pam talk when it comes to reading out the names?
McHenry County Housing Dental would be the next.
Yes, because of the high score that we all gave us.
Yes, that's what I'm doing, I'm going down in order. I did my homework. Lake County Center for Independent Living
That's
would be
7.
number 7, and that's fully funded at 50.
Okay.
Senior Services for their Community Senior Services and Resource Center at 205. Pioneer Senior, their residential program. And then number 10 would be the Harvard Community Senior Center at 100,000. If we do that, what do we got left?
492,000.
If we continue on the list, Independent Health and Therapy for their Adult Day Health Program, 295 plus change.
Wait, which one?
Independent Health.
That's number
Adult
11?
Day. That's number 11. Number 12 would be the Harvard Community Senior Center for their McPearls program. Number 13
You
is
have 176. 177,000.
Okay, the next one would be Pioneer, their SOAR program for 138.
Why was that not funded last year?
There was a whole host of things, and we worked with them and got them all fixed up with regard to data provision and stuff like that.
So now where are we at with the, how much we have
not
left?
brand new.
Well, let's get to
Let's
keep
get,
going.
let's.
Brand new presented.
Well, no, now I
Where we
know.
run out of
Today
got
it was, yeah.
They got pulled off last year.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
They had been on before.
Right, but that we had some issues, and so we worked with them and we cleared them all up, and I don't know about you, how you felt. I thought the presentation was
So I said,
extraordinarily.
he was a much better presenter than anyone in the past.
Well, we have 4 left.
14,
Where are we at
15, 16,
dollar-wise?
17. 14 would be Home of the Sparrow.
So we have
60
$38,000 left.
Yeah, we have
Okay,
38,000.
and then,
One boss.
and Home of the Sparrow is at 65, that would be number 14, and we only have 38,000 left.
How does this, I'm
So that
sorry,
means-
I might not be following the math. The total requested was 2,040,000, correct? That's what it says on the social.
Oh, no, because that's
No,
the
'cause
first, that's a bottom.
That's
That's just
the
a
same
social.
mistake, Eric.
It's
That's
up
just
here.
the social services, so then,
That's two separate
yeah, so
categories,
there's,
Eric.
for the senior center, it was 355,000.
Two separate
Okay.
subcommittees.
Thank you.
So I would make a
So it's 2 million,
recommendation.
I'm like, running away, I was like, how's this
And we have
possible?
2,029,000.
I would make a recommendation.
Yeah, so the yellow one,
to combine
or
those
if you look at the
end
screen,
of
the yellow one
year,
at the end, the
so
grand
I had the
total,
same.
that's the everything
I
with
had
the
the
social
same issue,
services
I
and
didn't
the
ask.
senior center.
Oh, I see, okay.
I would combine the two at the bottom
I
and then
see.
show the total.
Well, we have, if we funded all the programs up to this, and that's the first 13, we only have, what, left 38,000.
But
And we
that's-
still have 3 entities that have asked for 16, 15, 200, about $265,000.
All right, give us those 3.
And one of
so
those was
we can
Habitat.
separate them out.
Yes, and one of those was Habitat, and I love that program
Yeah, I
and think that
I do too.
absolutely has to be, it scored low, but I,
Really liked it, yeah, I scored high, and I personally scored
For
high.
me personally too, and I did.
Yes.
across the board. Ms. Reed, and then
So
we'll go
can-
to Abby.
Can I just suggest that we go back and talk with Aid about doing their, cleaning up their presentation? Give them 0 this year, clean it up, have them come back next year. That will help.
Which is what we did, thank you, which is what we did with Habitat and
Yeah.
Pioneer, and who else? There was a third, I don't remember. But we did that with 3 entities last year, and you can hear the difference in their
Elder Rights-
presentation.
Oh, no, we didn't have them present
No, we didn't
last
have
year.
them present, but there was a third that we met with, and, was it Elderworks?
And, Barrington.
It was-
Barrington area.
Yeah, they didn't come
aging.
back.
Finish up the other 3.
There's a new
the
person.
3. Habitat,
So
what else?
but I'm liking this. I think that's consistent, I'm asking for input, Mr. Kunkel,
Yeah.
but I think Mary's suggestion has merit.
I think I'm out of order. Me next?
Yes, you.
Okay. For me, and I know they're gonna throw rocks at me, I want to be said ahead of time. I give to that organization, I appreciate the organization, and we give as a county to the organization of Home of the Sparrows. But they are not laser focused on seniors and the Habitat for Humanity right now. We booted them last year, and they are, it is a necessity that's gonna crawl up this county and bite us in the butt.
I don't disagree.
Because young people can't get houses, old people can't get houses, and if old people can't stay in their houses, now we got a
And the
twice
young
the
people are
problem.
moving back in.
I know.
And the Prairie State Legal's trying to get them evicted. It's a whole.
It's just a spiral, it's a vicious spiral.
So I would like to take Home of the Sparrows off and then put that money towards Habitat for Humanity and maybe not even find some money from another entity to fully fund Habitat.
I would support that.
Well, I don't want the Sparrow, they're only asking for 65,
I know.
right?
Right, but they're also, I did the math and I do math.
Wait,
19
well, go ahead, Matt, keep going, and then Abby's got the floor.
I do math 19 ways to Sunday on all these things. But one of the things that I do is I take the total gross earnings of these companies and I multiply that times, or divide that by how much help we get specific to that. And if you take, I mean, for instance, Lake County, and they're one of the higher ones, they're $1,000 per head for who they're serving. But Habitat for Humanity is $50,000 per senior help. And that's a senior starting at 50 years old from the money that they expend out of their overall services. I realize that's not the way the math is done. It's just another metric of the way I do the math. I look at, they have a ton of assets. Them missing our little tiny ask will not even be a glitch on the radar for that business to keep going and serving our community. But Habitat for Humanity, to me, is more important right now.
I think that is a huge need in the county, is providing those types. And you've got two organizations. Oh, wait, Abby, and then Ms. Misches. Okay. I apologize, that was me.
Yeah, I agree about the Habitat comment. The only thing I was gonna say is about Pioneer's SOAR program. So I really liked their answers. I liked the staff and the presentations. I was a little concerned about their client numbers. So in the application, it said last year they were serving 22 clients. And then they said currently they're serving 38 in the application, but today they said they're serving 20. So I don't know if that's something we want to examine, but there was just some inconsistencies for the dollar amount based on how many they're serving that I just didn't sit right with me.
And we did not fund Pioneer, and not to say, but if we're playing with numbers to get a number for Habitat, we did not fund any of the programs for Pioneer. So, they're asking for this amount, you might want to look at that and not give them everything that they're asking. That's an area you can consider.
No, we funded Pioneer last year.
Not SOAR.
Not SOAR.
Not
SOAR. I should have been more specific, sorry. Ms.
I should
Misches.
have been smarter.
Okay, so I do want to fund Habitat for Humanity, but I'm not an advocate of taking the money away from Home of the Sparrow. I would instead do what we've done in the previous years while I've run the commission, where we don't fully fund some of the more expensive asks. And I know this is gonna kind of hurt some of the people behind me, because it's them I'm gonna pull it from, but we don't, in the past, like, we haven't usually, like last year we gave only about 60% of what senior service advocates asked for. We've never, in the last 3 years that I've been on the commission, we haven't given Independence Health 100% of what they've asked for. True. And so I'm sadly more of an advocate of pulling from those two organizations, because they have been doing, like, they should get as much as they can get from us, but still not 100%.
And to piggyback on that, I would be okay with taking from the two resource centers, Harvard and the Senior Services Resource Centers, and to make up the difference that we need to make up for Habitat for Humanities.
Do we want to fund?
Don't take from their critical.
Do we want to fund all the programs we're talking about specifically? We haven't talked about the Pearl Transit.
Well, that's going by the wayside.
No, you're mixing it up.
Good, okay, that's right.
Knock that
Okay,
one
that's
off.
okay, that's off. Sorry, that was 16.
So if we did,
And then 8 is off,
And
so
then
yeah.
8 is
So
off
it's
too.
Habitat
So we're
and
down to
home.
15.
Yeah.
so if we put last year's funding for Home of the Sparrow, don't give them their bump, 50,000 to them, and then take the difference to fully fund Habitat from Senior Services Resource Center and Harvard's Senior Center. I know they don't have a lot of money going out to them, but they're serving areas in the county, and I get it. She, her answer about how she's, kind of helping be backup. But I think homeless seniors, they're, Home of the Sparrows helping homeless seniors, and they're the only ones that are doing it.
Right.
But are you saying take the money from Harvard?
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Eric, and then Kunkel.
So I think obviously, I don't think anyone disagrees, Home of the Sparrow does a lot of good work. The only reason I would support not funding them this year is at the county level, we've given them millions of dollars separately from this. For like as an example, the project that she talked about where they acquired new property in Marengo that was purchased with county, funds that the county doled out already. And when we're talking about 65,000 might mean a whole lot more to some of these other organizations, like such as Habitat for Humanity. Whereas they've already received, I don't know what they're getting from the county's mental health board, but I think just since I've been on the board, I think we've given them $2 million.
But that's apples and oranges.
It might be, but
'Cause
all I'm trying to say is when we look at county funding for that organization in total within the past, roughly 12 months, we're talking about either 2 million or 2,065,000. And when you look at it that way, I don't think withholding the funding of 65,000 is, we're certainly supporting them.
So you're giving them the space and saying you can't do the service.
Right, that's
No,
true.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true because they literally came up here, presented and said that they're gonna be providing the service anyway. And it's going to salaries, which is fine, but it's not like those positions are getting created specifically to serve seniors in McHenry County. We bought them the property, and now we're just saying, hey, can you, at least this year, we're not going to fund $65,000 extra in salaries. So that's my logic. You can disagree with it, but I just wanted to let it be known.
Matt?
So to my mind also, last year we bumped Habitat for Humanity, and they were about a 50,000 ask, if I can remember that far back. So for this to flip-flop, and this year with the inflation, 65, this year Home of the Sparrows be funded and not, Habitat be funded and not Home of the Sparrows, I think that's very adequate. And as Eric said, we do give them a lot of money, and this is not gonna affect their services whatsoever. Not that that's how we have to base the whole thing on, but there are people that we need to get a foothold here and get some help in the county with.
So we have 38,000 and we have 2 additional organizations that combined together are asking for 165. If you deduct the 38 from the 165, we get about 127. If we multiply that out, that's about a 6% reduction across the board to all of the entities to be able to fund everybody at an extraordinarily high level, higher than they asked for last year.
Wait, so looking at that, the space that's open is Home of the Sparrow and obviously Habitat and what else?
That's it, just 2.
Why don't we
And that's
just get
100
the 38,000 that's left over to Habitat and we'll work off of Home of the Sparrow, okay? Because I think that SOAR, and I'm real familiar with that whole area, I think that they're overfunded.
Well, then we would pull from SOAR.
Then
That's what you're saying, pull from
that's
SOAR.
another conversation. I was trying to be equitable across the board.
I know, but it's easy to wrap this up. Stick to 38,000.
Why did I take
60% reduction would wrap it
Ham
up.
is the easiest, you just spread it out like butter and it's all
I would
done.
take, and if you want, reduce Habitat and Home of the Sparrow by the same percentage. And everybody, it's about 5%. I'm rounding it out. We'll run the numbers so before you leave here, you know what it is specifically. But that means all these organizations that collaborate together are also working together to ensure that all of the really good organizations are being funded. And the reduction is minimal. If it was an accountant, he wouldn't even count it.
So you would say, fund Home of the Sparrow what they asked, fund Habitat for Humanity, and spread the overspend
amongst the others, but the others, I'm saying, if you want to be equitable, we'll reduce Habitat and Home of the Sparrow by the 5% that we're asking everybody else across the board. So everybody takes a hit, but everybody gets funded, and they're all collaborative, and they're all sharing in the largesse of our additional $400,000 that the county board levied this year.
Except for some of them are taking a cut because they didn't increase their budget, right? So in the past, we
But it's a
funded them.
but again, you're right, and we can continue to discuss, it's a 5% reduction.
Right, I mean,
Maybe
I'm not-
5.5.
I won't make us stay around fighting this, but I would rather pull from the larger ones that are used to us not fully funding them.
That's fine
Than to
too.
be pulling from some of these that are smaller that
Well,
have
like
considerably stayed low.
senior volunteer care who didn't go up. Who didn't ask for additional.
And that's a valid point too.
I think we have the scoring system this year, it's really great, and I think maybe we should consider, and I know this makes us go back to the numbers, the first 5 or 7, 100%, and then everybody else would get, if we're gonna be making cuts a little bit.
That's not good.
That's why we did it, and that's fine too. So if
So
we do that,
unfortunately, we gotta
Bianca,
go
go back and I'll read the top 7. We'll do the top 7.
I'm gonna put them in blue.
Put them in blue.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
If we didn't, obviously with the network thing, if I scored everything, but I didn't put it to whatever the last portion, because I thought we'd have a chance to rescore today. So are my scores counted with everyone
Yes.
else's?
If you submitted an.
I did not submit.
Oh, did you?
I just
Were they not
saved
in?
them.
Did you-
to my
I
end.
printed everything that was in. So
Well, there's
everything
some
that I
zero
printed
No,
was
then yours,
in the
then
system.
yours, she only did the ones that were submitted.
No, everything
Okay,
is.
so then you
everything
drop
came in.
back to the scoring, I'm done.
He didn't
Because I didn't
submit.
Right,
submit.
so then it's.
So it
zeros.
didn't-
Because when I talked to
Zeros.
Pam, she said we'd have time today to change our scoring based on our interviews.
Right. And
So
and that's what we're doing with our
It's gonna be a
discussion.
little askew because my numbers aren't in there.
Right, some people have zeros.
As an example, the Pearl Transit
Right, you
scored
did.
very highly for me.
Right,
And
a lot of
it is currently
people.
not scoring very
It did
high.
for me too. It did for me too.
Well, that's what happens
And
with
that's
averages
where I
and when
think
people
you-
don't.
So I don't think the
That's where I think
scoring
you
is,
put the housing authority in at the top, because what's confusing is some of the program names are the same. And so going through the neighborly, you're looking at the program names and they're similar. So I think you put housing authority in as the top 5 and they were not. When I went and looked, I think
They were 70,
like-
their average score was 75.
I thought they were down to
No.
number 11 on this sheet.
McHenry County Housing Authority Senior Dental Program was 75.7.
I thought I looked in here and it was in there. And they were number 11.
And yeah, I apologize. This is, when
it's
I
not
said
a real
rescore.
apology, I'm just saying now the numbers aren't gonna be right.
Understood. So
The numbers
Are there any in the top 5 or 7 that you think don't? Like if you were to score
he
them?
would have Habitat.
You
I would have had
Okay.
Habitat. I scored Habitat for full points before this was done. Luckily, some of the other ones I scored low, but as many did, when I looked at $60 dentures is a great deal and put yes, until we of course had this thing. So again, I think our numbers are skewed without getting to revisit.
Yeah.
I love the numbers, but you'd need this extra time to revisit your numbers again to get factual numbers.
And we don't
Just
have
what?
time for that during this time.
So I hear you, and I would say the morning, I was right on with my scoring, the presentations matched, the answers matched, that's the way I felt. And so the ones that we're kind of scrutinizing are the ones that I had scored lower, so I am speaking for myself in that, so that's why I'm saying, if there's any that you want to look at, let's talk about those that you think are
Right, and that's,
rescored.
when I
in
said
the
rescore,
bill.
that's more of what I meant, is you'll be able to change what you submitted based on the information that you heard. So I'm gonna go back again, try this again. Let's fund the first 7
Five.
and also Habitat at the full amount, and let's figure out what we have left. And the top 7 are the Senior Care Volunteer Network, Senior Services for their comprehensive senior services. Number 3 was Prairie State Legal. 4 was Independent Health and Therapy, their memory care. 5 was Veteran Path to Hope. 6 was the Housing Authority Dental Program. And 7 was Lake County Center for Independent Living. And then the Habitat for 100. Tell me where we are, what we got left, and we can have these conversations.
I think Veterans
You
Path
wanted
to Hope
veterans
still,
too.
right?
Oh, yeah.
Is Habitat highlighted? Okay.
All right, so we're at 1,169,000. Let me see how much we have left.
8 something.
$859,675 left.
Well, you also did Greater Home with the Sparrow.
where do I put how much do you want for homeless Sparrow?
I don't think we've decided.
The 50 they got last year?
That's what
I think they got 45.
They got less than 50,
They
but
got
yeah.
45 and change last year.
They do heavy fundraising. 45, heavy.
Let's start with, again, this isn't a motion. Why don't we stick 45 in there for a placeholder right now? For Home of the Sparrow.
Okay.
All right, so then let's go back and look at,
We're over by $106,735 if we were to keep this number right now.
did you just fund the first 7?
Yeah, you have to
Yeah.
out the other ones.
No, I didn't. Like so the first 7 are all the ones in the blue. Those are the ones that you guys are in agreement with fully
Oh,
funding.
I see, you're saying if we leave everything else the same,
Yeah,
well,
no,
what are we
yeah.
over?
We're over by $106,735.
So the rose and white, we need to look at cutting.
Yes, the ones in the
Got
white are the ones that would be cut.
So take that total, figure out the
So if you lower them all by 5%, would that do it? No.
I don't know.
Not even
It
close.
would be 900 and something, what was it?
106,
Or
106.
106.
No, that's what we're over. I'm saying
Right.
what was left was 900 and, what was it?
Oh, 856. Sorry, I did it on my phone.
5%, then, yeah. right. I'll take any recommendations.
Well, so and when I wrote this out, because I wrote to myself, how much would I give everybody back when I read these? And we could give them more because I was gonna give money to the dentures, but now I'm not, right? But so originally,
Yeah, I was giving money to them too.
all right, so for the residential center for Pioneer Center, I wasn't gonna fully fund, I was gonna give them, I'll say 145 now because I'm raising a little bit more, although it could be more than that. And for community services and the community services portion of the senior service associates, I was gonna give them 175, but that could probably go up to 200 or a little bit between 175 and 200. For memory care, I was gonna do 300.
I'll do the 138 at the
I also was going to drop a little bit of somebody who's smaller, so now they probably could keep their full, small amount, but.
If we took them all down by the 5%.
I think that's what they're looking at right now.
That is what they're figuring.
Okay.
They're doing a great job.
I would like to know what dollar amount is left.
Pam, can I ask a question in the back here?
Oh,
Can I
sure,
ask-
go ahead.
Lori, because we're looking at full funding memory
Sidebar
care.
conversation, not part of meeting.
We're looking at memory care, full funding, and not adult day help. So which do you think would benefit from full funding?
Well, as was stated in the application, I mean, we're serving more people across the board, and serving more people is costing more. So I will make a pitch for fully funding both of our programs.
Well, okay.
So
Boy, you are good, I'm gonna tell John, you are good at your job.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you very much.
very obvious
So,
you're here.
Right, so I'm gonna be direct and say that. And I appreciate your consideration, and I appreciate the challenge for this. As many of you know, I used to sit around this table, so I get it.
Do 6%.
And so in
What's
looking at
another
that,
1%?
I mean,
What's the
if you
total?
do the 5% for us, then that'll take us to what the day program, what you funded us for last
Come on,
year,
Ed.
right? I get that. Our increase, my point is, the increased request for the day program was very small. So to fully fund
And if
them,
we full funded Harvard and 10% off of Pioneers, because maybe because I didn't understand exactly how that applies, but I didn't see that, I didn't see SOAR as being that great a deal again.
Right, I would drop them from SOAR too. I didn't even fund SOAR, actually.
Yeah, and I wouldn't drop SOAR, I guess necessarily, but you could.
Right, I mean, I don't need to drop them, but I didn't include it in my
Thank you.
numbers at all.
And this is what we talked about, if we give everybody a partial, then nobody gets to get their job done correctly, and they're basically being penalized
Right.
because a few people we have questions about. I think we should spend the time on the questionable people
Yeah.
and do the cutting there.
That's fine. I mean, this is, you guys get to decide.
So we're still 21,000
even
over.
with 6%, we're still over.
I would take that from Home of the Sparrow.
What did you say, or, you know?
Sorry, I would take that from Home of the Sparrow.
Can I have just a show of hands, how many people want to fully fund Home of the Sparrow?
Well, not
At the
fully,
45.
At the 45, how many people want to fund Home of the Sparrow at the 45?
But right now, we're at 40,000.
Well,
no,
let's go back to the 45, we're just
Taking
playing with
5%
numbers here.
or whatever.
No, leave it at the, I mean, that's the 6% we
Yeah.
talked about, so leave it at the
Too many
40, at the
conversations.
40,000.
Where, this is, what you see up on the screen right now is a 6% cut on all the remaining agencies, and we still are 21,000?
$21,017 over.
But, yeah, but don't.
And that's a 6% cut.
I guess better be careful.
No, Matt, you can't. I mean, if there's an entity you want to take
I
more
don't want
money
to
from.
do this like a government bureaucrat thing where we just cut 6% out of everybody or 7%, but like we have knowledge of their businesses. We all had great presentations, we had great packets. We know the places out here, Harvard and the like, who do great works for McHenry County.
But we don't all agree on what great work is.
Okay, well, then let's do that
Have
by
the
a show of
conversation.
hands.
Have the
If
conversation.
we pay those people that, what we believe are all good, a consensus of all good,
Hands down.
and then we go back and vote the people that we feel like could take a pass a year and bring another underling up, or a partial funding of some of the others.
So who would you cut?
This year, I would cut completely Home of the Sparrow in order to fully fund Habitat for Humanity. Because we fully cut Habitat for Humanity last year to fund some other stuff. That's how I would do
Because
it.
their application wasn't.
So there's nowhere
That
else.
isn't why I did, because I understand the organization, but okay, that's all fine.
But I agree with you, some of the others are also do very good work. So
Yes,
why
they do.
couldn't a few of them take a small cut to give something to Home of the Sparrow?
Because at some point when you cut their ask and all their metrics are off, then they can't do the good works that we know they are doing and can do. There are some organizations here that year over year have done great things. Again, I gotta say this, for what my P-brain says is a senior, 65 and over, and in McHenry County. Those are my hard lines, because old people, seniors, I don't count myself one of them, even though I broke the 60 mark and then some. I know, but again, 65 and over is how my mind works, and
Right.
McHenry County.
But your other argument was housing, and Habitat is needed because of the housing we're gonna need.
My argument with housing is the fact of housing them, keeping them in their homes.
Correct.
But these are people without homes.
Yeah, Home of the Sparrow is literally for housing too. It's not
Right.
for
But-
cognitive, it's not
Okay.
for day rec, it's for housing, for people that have no housing.
It's for housing people who have no housing based on 50 years old and up, which is not handicapped. I run a business. I spent the last 2.5 years just begging, pleading, imploring anybody, 8 to 80 to come to work. So people who aren't working, and I realize that there's all kinds of extenuating circumstances, there are all kinds of reasons people don't work. But also those people, along with this funding, we are funding their dependent children and their dependent grandchildren. I am not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying it doesn't meet my metrics for senior services in McHenry County.
Okay, I get where you're coming from. I just disagree and.
And that's great.
But we're not supporting, because the money has to only go to seniors. So it's only supporting the seniors.
Ms. Mesius.
Thank you. All right, we're already agreed to support Habitat for Humanity for 100,000, so they're not on the cutting table at all.
Exactly.
What I want to talk about, and sadly, and I hate to do this so loudly, because now I'm like, I'll be quieter. I'll be so forceful. Cutting funding from Pioneer Center and oh my gosh, Lori's.
Lori's, we already did.
To give money to all the others.
Right, yes. And so, and maybe, so I guess, I'll say exactly what I'll do. I think we should leave adult day health and what we funded them last year. which actually is a raise of what we have currently for them.
Who is that?
So I'm gonna go downward. So independent health therapy, their adult day health,
The
last
memory-
year,
Adult daycare, the day health.
adult day health. Last year, we gave them,
Last year we gave them 290.
we gave them 290. So I'm even willing to leave them at the 290, leave them as we funded them last year.
Okay.
And then memory care we funded last year, I know you're probably faster at this than me, because you're probably looking at
275. So that second one is what we did last year. That second
275.
Oh, there you go, 275. All right, so if we put them back to 275, although maybe they'll get more in a minute. Although they were just fully funded a minute ago, so leave them alone, because they are blue, I'm sorry.
I think, I remember what we did though, the conversation we had last year
Right.
is that we we're gonna try and fully fund as many as we could so they
Right,
could
yeah.
do the programs.
Yeah.
I was trying to make it the top 7, maybe we go back to the top 5
Well,
and play
yeah.
with those that came below.
And for SOAR go down, well, actually it fixes it, we go to Pioneer Center, SOAR only give SOAR maybe 90, because we gave them nothing last year.
And they were still able to run.
So let me clarify, Bianca, are we 90 in the hole?
We are currently 41.
41,000 in the hole? Okay. My feeling, since I dealt with it as a living, is that I'm really questioning SOAR's amount of money for Pioneer Center, all right? They're taking them out in the community. They're teaching them life skills, okay? And a few other little things. Some of it's duplicative to where they could go to other agencies too. I would take the 123,000 down.
By the
That's
41.
disabled, but that's okay. By what would you take it down to?
Okay,
Balance the
so
41 that we
what
have.
was the figure that we were over?
41.
41. I'd probably
111.
take it down 20. And take somebody else down 20.
Right.
Should I do, I'm just gonna do it at 100,000.
And I think it should be, and I think senior services, the resource center.
So bring that down by the 17,000.
Yeah, see what it looks like.
That even
Senior services for the community senior services program.
The resource center,
The resource center.
not the comprehensive.
For the resource center,
services.
that was the one that requested 205.
Senior services, not Harvard.
Okay.
Senior Service Associates.
Correct.
You just pull the cents off of the Pioneer Center, it's gonna make it harder, the 47.
Yeah, well, we'll do, yeah.
Is there anyone right now who's getting a
I'll
cut
pitch
from
in
what
at
they
2
received
cents.
last year?
Right.
Because
Yes.
some people, I'm often on the other side of this table, and sometimes it's just a matter of who's more aggressive in their grant request.
Right.
So I don't want to penalize anyone who just came in conservative because they asked for what they needed.
I think that's what Matt was saying too,
Yeah.
and I agree with that.
Well, and that was senior
Pearls is
volunteer
one.
care came in exactly, and they don't generally come in, so they were one of the ones came in conservative. Pioneer always comes in, and so does senior services, always more every year. They ask for more.
Well, expenses
I know,
have gone,
you've explained that
expenses
to
have
me,
gone up
that's a
and
grant.
salaries go up.
That's a grant writer's job.
But we kind of build that into the thing too, because whenever we cut how much we give them, they always know to come ask for more. And then we get cut them back, so. That, both those numbers probably aren't the real number.
Where are we?
Right, I think we're at 0 now.
After you fix it, what'd you get?
So wait, to Abby's question, the only entity that appears to take less money this year than last is the McHenry County Pearls program.
And Home of the Sparrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 5,000 roughly.
Let's see what they do with 5,000 less to go to your concern that don't give them anything. So we're giving them even less than, we gave them less than what they asked for last year, and we're giving them even less than what they got last year.
But we gave
them $2 million.
I understand that, but it's not, but that $2 to $3 million they're
Wasn't that
so
ARPA
completely different.
It bought them every single
understand that,
new
but if
house
they
that they
don't-
mentioned in their presentation.
Yeah.
We
Right, but
did all
that's,
the
we have to
combination.
deal with homelessness in the county, so like, it's
Yeah,
not,
and you
it's
can't-
apples and oranges.
Exactly.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
not deal with it, what I'm saying is they're first off, these aren't new, it's going to salaries. These aren't new hires that they're proposing
Right.
in order to tackle on. It's just supplementing their salaries.
And they said they have to raise their
They have 14 million in assets, they have 4 million in liabilities. They're at a $10 million, I should say surplus, but they have enough cash to pay off their liabilities completely. On top of that, in 10 years, the 2 to 3 million that the county sold out for the properties that they mentioned, so they think it's relevant.
Millions and millions more.
It's theirs, it's not a loan, it's not it's just theirs.
They are.
To do as they please, and that's fine. But
And if
all
we
I'm saying is, when we're funding them 2, 3 million, and we're talking about pulling, hypothetically, just say we took away the whole 65,000, that is a fraction of what they received. And I know you say it's not, it's apples to oranges, but money is also fungible. If I have a $100 internet bill and a $100 electricity bill, and you give me $100 and say I can only use it for internet, it still is effectively, it really doesn't matter.
So is it Scott? Yay, Scott.
Well, I'm kind of thinking outside the box here, right? So, actually, I guess it's a question for community development staff. So I know as part of the budget request process, you guys have requested $300,000 for a housing and engagement interest fund, right? Which if approved by the county board as part of the budget would be basically $300,000 set up for housing initiatives that the county board feels is important. Potentially, looking at the housing requests that we have here for seniors, theoretically, we could fund those requests through other means, which would open up senior grant money for things.
But we're
that are more
making
specific.
we're making a supposition.
We are, and that's, I just wanted to throw that out there just for
So
consideration.
maybe for next year, that would be something to think about.
It sounds like there's a lot of support for these housing initiatives, especially Habitat for Humanities, so I would guess that could be something that would be supported by the full board through a program like this. Just throwing that out there for consideration.
And that, sorry.
I'm done, go ahead.
And I'm not saying I wouldn't support, the full funding request for Home of the Sparrow next year, but again, they've received so much money from us. And it was like limited, right? It was federal money that stemmed from COVID, and we passed through them, but they were a large beneficiary of that money. So, I'm not gonna harp on it, but.
John?
Yeah, so when is enough enough? You give them 2 million, and then they want how much?
65 more.
Well, I don't blame them.
We're at 0 right now. We're no longer talking about overages.
No, we have we're at 0.
We're just talking about whether you guys want to fund them at all or not.
But I mean, at this point now, as this sheet is written, we no longer have to cut anything.
You have zeroed out SOAR altogether?
Yes. No.
No.
SOAR
She
is
took the
100,000.
100,000. Okay, and there's only 2 entities now that are getting less than they did the year before?
Yes. I'd love if they could both get at least the same.
I feel pretty strongly about that too. I don't want anybody to get less
So
than
who's
they
the
did
two?
prior.
Home of the Sparrow and the Harvard Community Center, the Pearls program.
The Pearls?
Yes.
And it's by, Home of the Sparrow is from 60 to 45, yes?
40.
40.
From 60 to 40 and,
No, from 45 to.
We're trying to find like $8,000 more dollars from
Right.
someone else to make their, requests equal to
They're
us.
heavy fundraisers.
I'm okay leaving Home of the Sparrow the way it is based on a few other members' conversations and feelings. Pearls, where is that one at?
This one,
it went from 22
There it
to
is.
17.
From 20.
20, excuse me.
And currently, they weren't able to use all their funding at this moment for this
Correct.
previous year.
Although it did seem like that was kind of an anomaly due to the staffing changes.
Not really.
I don't know.
Was
I don't
it
know.
based on previous years?
Based on the previous history, yeah.
So maybe that's one that you look at last.
It's interesting is SOAR, look at Pioneer Center and SOAR, I just realized it. We gave them nothing in the past.
Right. Only 1 year.
Yeah, the 1 year, and so we really are not going down that much.
No, we're not, no.
So everybody look at what's
I think
in front of
it's
the
okay.
board. It's the two, there's 2 that were less funded. Everything else is as you see it, the recommendations. We have spent the money. Anybody want to play with what's up there?
So
What
are
is
you
SOAR
saying
getting?
you would like to bump Pearls up to 20,000 and maybe reduce that, it's what, just a couple thousand, correct?
Thank you.
Yeah, I can see
We'll
bumping
get this-
pearls to the 22 they asked for.
No, they asked for 20, Matt, I was wrong, it was 20.
And then just pull it from SOAR, is that what you're thinking?
Or even from residential
Because
program.
it's just 3,000, right? Isn't
Right.
it like $3,000?
Correct.
Maybe from residential, because they're at 144, it's an odd number.
Because they're still 40, almost 45,000 over what they got last year.
So Carrie, say that again for me, please. What are you recommending?
Put pearls up to the
To
20,000 and take that whatever the difference is gonna be off of, where did you say again?
Senior residential
Oh, yeah,
program.
Pioneer Senior Residential.
That's 3,000 or whatever it was.
Yeah, whatever the difference is. It's still more than they got last year.
Yeah, we're still at 0.
You're still at 0. Does that meet
Perfect.
pretty much with everybody?
Now what's the total?
We're there.
We're there.
We hit
We're
it.
0.
We bottomed out.
Master formula doesn't include.
So if that is it, do we need to take
It's
an
just a two
individual
subtotals.
motion? Or do you trust us to write the motion as it appears there on the screen, that is the allocation that we will recommend to the full county board for
I
consideration?
tried to do that,
And they yelled at you?
and I was told we had to do it line by line.
Okay, let's do it line
And
by
so what
line.
we did is we had one person be the motion, one be the second, and then roll call just to make it go faster.
Okay, let's do that. We'll have, Mary, you're the vice chair.
cannot.
You can make the
I can-
motion and this.
I cannot,
Why?
because I have to abstain.
Yeah, for the county thing.
Yeah,
Okay,
for the
okay,
housing
Gabby and
authority.
I've read before.
Gabby and I, first and second.
Yes.
Okay, no, I can't do the two of you because two not-for-profits. So we'll do, Abby, you can make the motion and Teresa, go ahead and make the second. Let's go.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, so this is me.
15 minutes.
Sure. Am I starting from the top?
Start from the top.
All right, are we,
Let's
we'll go
go.
all the way up?
This motion.
Okay, I'm in a motion to give Harvard Community Senior Center 89.3.
Yeah, I think you have to say the program,
Okay, start over.
because there's two programs.
I'm in a motion to give the Harvard Community Center Core Services / Senior Center $89,300.
I second.
Goldman.
Goldman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Say yes.
Okay, yes.
Hart.
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Hennings.
Yes.
Holtz.
Yes.
Kunkel.
Yes.
Meshes.
Yes.
Nicholas.
Yes.
Lutz.
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Reed.
Yes.
And Alta.
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion for the Lake County Center for Independent Living's McHenry County Senior Independent Living Services to be funded at $50,000.
I second.
Goldman.
Yes.
Hart.
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Hennings.
Yes.
Holt.
Yes.
Kunkel.
Yes.
Meshes.
Yes.
Nicholas.
Yes.
Pletz.
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Reed.
Yes.
Alta.
Yes.
I make a motion for Senior Service Associates, their Community Senior Services and Resource Program to be funded at $177,475.70.
I second.
Goldman.
Yes.
Hart.
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Hennings.
Yes.
Holt.
Yes.
Kunkel.
Yes.
Meshes.
Yes.
Nicholas.
Yes.
Pletz.
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Reed.
Yes.
Alta.
Yes.
I make a motion for the Harvard Community Senior Center, McHenry County Pearls Depression and the Elderly Program to be funded at $20,000.
I second.
Goldman.
Yes.
Hart.
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Hennings.
Yes.
Holt.
Yes.
Kunkel.
Yes.
Meshes.
Yes.
Nicholas.
Yes.
Pletz.
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
That
Reed.
helps to see
Yes.
it.
Alta.
Yes.
I make a motion for Home of the Sparrows Supportive Services for Senior Facing Homelessness and Housing Insecurity to be funded at $40,185.
I second.
Goldman.
Yes.
Hart.
Yes.
Hendricks. Hennings.
Yes.
Holt.
Yes. Yes.
Kunkel.
Yes.
Meshes.
Yes.
Nicholas.
Yes.
Pletz.
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Reed.
Yes.
Alta.
Yes.
I make a motion for Independence Health and Therapy's Adult Day Health Program to be funded at $290,000.
I second.
Goldman.
Yes.
Hart.
Yes.
Hendricks. Hennings.
Yes.
Holt.
Yes.
Kunkel.
Yes.
Meshes.
Yes.
Nicholas.
Yes.
Pletz.
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Reed.
Yes.
Alta.
Yes.
I make a motion for Independence Health and Therapy's Memory Care Program to be funded at $334,472.
I second.
Goldman.
Yes.
Hart.
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Hennings.
Yes.
Holt.
Yes.
Kunkel.
Yes.
Meshes.
Yes.
Nicholas.
Yes.
Pletz.
Yes.
Ruth. I'm sorry, Hill,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Altough.
Yes.
I make a motion for the McHenry County Housing Authority's Senior Dental Program to be funded at $60,000.
I second.
Goldman,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Hennings.
Yes.
Holtz,
Yes.
Kunkel.
Yes.
Meshes.
Yes.
Nicholas.
Yes.
Platts,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Altough.
Yes.
I make a motion for Pioneer Center's Senior Residential Program to be funded at $142,714.45.
I second.
Goldman.
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Hennings.
Yes.
Holtz,
Yes.
Kunkel,
Yes.
Meshes.
Yes.
Nicholas.
Yes.
Platts,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Altough.
Yes.
I make a motion for the Pioneer Center's SOAR program to be funded at $100,000.
I second.
Goldman,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Hennings.
Yes.
Holtz,
Yes.
Kunkel,
Yes.
Meshes.
Yes.
Nicholas,
Yes.
Platts,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Altough.
Yes.
I make a motion for the Prairie State Legal Services McHenry County Senior Citizens Legal Services Program to be funded at
I
$100,000.
second.
Goldman,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Hennings.
Yes.
Holtz,
Yes.
Kunkel,
Yes.
Meshes.
Yes.
Nicholas.
Yes.
Platts,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Altough.
Yes.
I make a motion for the Senior Care Volunteer Network Senior Connections Program to be funded at $200,000.
I second.
Goldman,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Hennings.
Yes.
Holtz,
Yes.
Kunkel,
Yes.
Meshes.
Yes.
Nicholas.
Yes.
Platts,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Altough.
Yes.
I make a motion for the Senior Services Associates Comprehensive Senior Services Program to be funded at $285,000.
I second.
Goldman,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Hennings.
Yes.
Holtz,
Yes.
Kunkel,
Yes.
Meshes.
Yes.
Nicholas.
Yes.
Platts,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Altough.
Yes.
I make a motion for Veterans Path to Hope, their Senior Veteran Support Program to be funded at $40,000.
I second.
Goldman,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Hennings.
Yes.
Holtz,
Yes.
Kunkel,
Yes.
Meshes.
Yes.
Nicholas.
Yes.
Platts,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Altough.
I make a motion for Habitat for Humanity's Critical Home Repair Program to be funded at $100,000.
I second.
Goldman,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Hennings.
Yes.
Holtz,
Yes.
Kunkel,
Yes.
Meshes.
Yes.
Nicholas.
Yes.
Platts,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Altough.
Yes.
Reed.
Yes. I just realized I voted for Housing
yes, I just
Authority,
remembered.
and I should have abstained.
We'll correct the record. Record will reflect.
I have you in my notes anyway, that's abstained.
We just went through it and didn't even.
I want to say thank you to all of you.
Wait,
I
we're
mean,
still not done.
Oh, we got more?
Say no.
We do zeros.
Oh, we don't have to say
Zeros.
no.
You don't have to say the zeros.
I think we just have to put in that into the
Right,
record, that
the-
we're
the-
not
the-
funding
Correct.
the ID.
It's not a
for
motion,
transit.
right.
It's not a motion, but it
Right.
doesn't need to be
Otherwise, I'll think we
reflected.
skipped it by year.
Yeah, okay.
I would assume it would have been in the discussion, but okay. Thank you. There's a lot of differing opinions. I think we did a great job and all people were represented and I think that really reflects well on all of us. So I thank you and we got done ahead of time. My heart stopped number. I appreciate it.
And I'd like to.
Wait. We have, what else is left on the agenda? Are we done? We did the deliberations, I think adjournment. I lost my.
Well, I just want to say.
Members' comment.
Oh, wait. Members' comments. Mary, you have the floor.
I just want to say thank you. This is my last time doing this. It's bittersweet, but it's been difficult to be able to attend meetings while still caring for grandchildren. So I've been here since the beginning. I will pass along. Someone else will be appointed from the Housing Authority, but.
We received the letter with Sue Miller.
Okay.
We did.
So that's it.
Thank you.
And we will still thank you. And thank you for the treats. Someone else is gonna have to step up and do treats. But we still will use Mary as a resource for all the historical.
I'm here till October 1st.
So, yeah, so we appreciate that. Anything else good for the order? Again, thank you all for your time and your patience. Motion to adjourn, Mr. Hendrick, seconded by